Need Class 1 Hereford Heifers to the north staging area. Class 1 Hereford Heifers, we need you in the north staging area at this time. Class 1 Hereford Heifers, bring them on down. Class 2, get it on your mind.
Second call, Class 1 Angus to staging in the south, please.
Second call, Class 1 Herefords, we need you in the north staging area. Class 1 Herefords, we need you in the north staging area. Class 2, get it on your mind.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the San Antonio Wave 2 Heifer Show here on Friday morning. As is our tradition in San Antonio, before we start our show competitions, we like to take a few minutes and have an opening ceremony where we thank our Creator for all that He has done for us and honor our nation by pledging to the flags and having the national anthem. This morning we'll have a little something different with the national anthem, a real treat. We have a exhibitor that is a musician that will be playing the national anthem for us, and we're going to invite everybody to sing along when it comes to that time. But to help us this morning with our opening ceremonies, we're pleased to have Shaylee Sulak from West Texas in Hill County. She's a member of the Hill County 4-H. Her parents are Brian and Sarah Sulak. She attends West High School. She's a senior, showing a Simmental heifer today, and she will deliver our invocation.
Please remove your hats and bow your heads. Dear Lord, thank you for the chance to be here at the San Antonio Heifer Show. Thank you for the early mornings, the hard work, and the lessons these animals have taught us. Help us show with confidence, humility, and good sportsmanship, no matter the outcome. Please keep us safe and grateful. Amen.
And at this time, I'd like to introduce the young lady that will be leading us in our pledge to our flags. We have Miss Kate Swaim from Robertson, Texas, McClendon County 4-H member. Her parents are Jason and Sarah Swaim, and she'll be showing a Maine Anjou heifer today. She's a senior at Crawford High School. Our pledges to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, one and indivisible.
And at this time, I'd like to introduce Miss Jolene Jarvis from Schulenburg, Texas. She's a member of the FFA chapter. Her parents are John and Amanda Jarvis, and she is a 10th grader there at Schulenburg High School, and she'll be showing a heifer later this morning in the Angus division. Thank you, Jolie and Shaylee. And we thank all of our 4-H members, Shaylee and Kate and Jolie, for delivering our opening ceremonies this morning. And I think we're ready to show cattle.
Again, we're about to start our junior heifer show. We need class 1 in our Herefords in the north side and class 1 in our Angus on the south side. So we're leading them in. So class 2, be ready on both sides. Class 2 Herefords on the north and class 2 Angus on the south. We need your cattle to the staging area. Leading in class 1, so class 2, be ready. Again, this is a blow and go show. Make sure that you follow those regulations. We'll check the heifers when they enter the makeup area. And make sure you have your registration papers with you when you bring your heifer to the show. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and welcome our judge who will be working the breeds on the north side. We're proud to have Terry Barber with us from Shanning, Texas and Corrales, New Mexico. Terry is a sales territory manager with Elanco Animal Health and managing partner of the Barber Hereford Ranch. Her parents, Dale and Mary Barber, are brothers. Brett, Justin, and Jason all work together to produce some outstanding Hereford cattle. Terry is a graduate of Texas A&M University, where she received a BS in animal science. She judged at both Clarendon College and at Texas A&M University and had a very successful livestock judging career. Her hobbies and interests include working with youth, livestock judging, marketing, livestock, and anything outdoors. She's had many awards over her tenure in the livestock industry. She was a National Junior Hereford Association Champion Showman. She's won the John Wayne Memorial World, Future Cattle Women Award, and the Gold Bull honoree. Her favorite thing about livestock shows and agriculture is working with the exceptional volunteer base and accomplished youth within our industry, keeping agriculture at the forefront of their goals. Again, very accomplished judge, and we're certainly proud to have Terry here sharing her time and talent with us. So thank you very much. Need classes 2 and 3 in our Junior Hereford show in the north staging area, class 2 or 3 and 4.
Good morning, exhibitors, and what an honor it is to be here in San Antonio. We're going to have a great show today. We've got tremendous lineup of help here and volunteers, and it's always an honor to be here in San Antonio. And sorting the cattle is one of the great pleasures of being in this industry. Really outstanding class to start with here. This heifer that wins the class, she dominates in terms of her composition. She's the deepest and boldest through her rib. She's just really kind of got the wow factor compared to these others in her class. Heifer that's moderate in terms of her frame size. I like the way she's tied in at the point of her shoulder. She shows you that extra length, beautiful hip and hind leg, and she gets out and takes a long free move. Just a really outstanding heifer to start the show in this class with. The heifers in 2 and 3, quite a bit different. I think the heifer that's following our class winner, strong in her top line. She's got that depth of fore and rear rib, so she balances really nice. She's not as heavy-footed or big-boned as the heifer that wins the class, not quite as extended and sweet through that front end, but that's a really nice maternal look, a female that's going to be a lot of fun to show further down the road. The heifer in 3rd is kind of the most extreme compared to the ones on either side of her. I'd sure like to maybe make her a little more true in her discipline on size today, but she's got a lot of attributes that you like. She's long-sided. She's got some depth of fore and rear ribs. She's lean. She's fresh appearing. We'd just like to give her a little more body to go with that size today to go higher, but a really nice female. Next young man's heifer, this is a nice fresh appearing female. She gives up a little bit, I think, in terms of her volume and her depth of rib to the heifers in front of her, but I appreciate the extra cushion and the pastern set that she has. When he puts her on the move, she's got a nice long free stride. The 2 heifers that are following up here in the class, female here, you just like to give her a little more I guess, integrity on her hind legs. She kind of plays out in that hip. She's a leaner female, and I appreciate that. She's moderate size. She just needs to have more overall power to go higher. We've got a really nice beefy type animal. I appreciate the muscle in this heifer that's concluding the class. She's strong down her top line, tremendous in terms of that stifle in her depth. She's just a heifer that I'd really like to clean up from her front end and give her a little more leanness today, but really a nice class. Congratulations to your class winner.
Final call for Class 2 Angus to
Well, good morning, San Antonio. I'm sure excited to be here and evaluate through some of your breeds this morning. Starting off with a really competitive class. I think this class is really deep in terms of quality. A lot of advantages to several of these heifers in terms of what they bring out here. But the heifer that I land on is one that's just so complete in terms of her build. I think you set them in motion, and that's where she really pulls herself to the forefront of this particular class because she's so flexible.
springborn heifers, and I think they sort themselves out pretty easily today. The one that's the most complete in composition and structure and foot size is the young lady's heifer that wins this class. She's ultra feminine through that front end. She's great in terms of her angulation. She's got great depth of fore and rear rib, and she's strong in her top line. She's also the soundest of the three out here, just a very nice place to land here. The heifers in 2 and 3 are a little more challenging. I think there's a little more maternal look and depth of rib and length of side. Obviously an advantage in terms of performance on our second place heifer. I'd like to free this female up a little bit. She's just a little stiff on both ends, I think, to go higher, but she's very complete, and she's got some muscle shape and definition to go with it. The heifer in third, the greenest one today, I appreciate that about her. She's great in her condition, super fronted. She's got that nice, long, clean neck. This heifer just plays out a bit in terms of her depth of fore and rear rib. Would like to give her a little more width down in her pins and free her up on both ends, but really a nice class winner.
Well, thank you, Ms. Barber, for those comments on our second class of Hereford females. Winning the class is Carly Coker from Leon County 4-H. Placing second, Jack Swan, College Park FFA. And our third place heifer exhibited by McKenna Camp, Ellis County 4-H. I'd like to take this opportunity to announce the results from our first class of heifers that were shown previously. Winning Class 1 Herefords was Paisley Conroe from Chapel Hill FFA. Second in that class, Rhett Terrell, Bells FFA. Our third place exhibitor was shown by Ellie Green, Cleburne FFA. Placing fourth, Clifford Bella from Throckmorton County 4-H. Our fifth place shown by Carson Janasek, Wilson County 4-H. And sixth, Laney Bluedow, Hallisville FFA. Now leading in Class 3, so Class 4, we need you in the makeup area of our junior Herefords. North side, Hereford females.
Good morning, everybody. Here from San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. It's good to be here with Kellum Carnahan, and I'm Blaine Workin, here for the Top Judge program. That's an awesome event that has started up. This is second year having it here at San Antonio, so we're extremely thankful to the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo for having us here and welcoming us in to just get experience in the realm of livestock judging, I guess, from experienced show judges. And I know, speaking for myself, and I'm sure everybody involved, we're extremely thankful for that opportunity. But I guess a little background about myself. I'm just from right down the road in Schulenburg, Texas. Grew up raising registered Hereford cattle, so it's neat to be here commentating on the Hereford show this morning. Kind of a full circle moment in that regard, from growing up showing stock shows like San Antonio to now being on this end of things. But
Class 4 Hereford females, we need you to the north staging area. Final call, Class 4 Hereford females, we need you to the north staging area.
Really a nice set of February females here on your Hereford side. These two females are top quality, in my opinion. Some subtle differences today that sort them out for me. We just got a bloomier, heavier middle, longer-sided heifer that's going to win the class here. Female that's great through her front end. She balances really, really nicely. She definitely has the advantage in foot and bone size today. And, you know, you get behind her and there's a lot of volume. There's a lot of width. Just an ultra high quality female to start the class. The heifer in second, I appreciate her. A nice, lean, light conditioned female. She's strong in her top line. Female that probably gets out and reaches a little more. She's got a little more flex to her spine compared to that class winner. She's just given up a little bit in terms of the power behind her shoulder and down in that lower 1/3. But two really high quality females. Congratulations.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Long.
Well, good morning again on the Hereford side. My name's Kellum Carnahan. I'm from Julesburg, Colorado. Like Blaine, I'm down here for the Top Judge program. We're just about to roll into Class 4 on the Horned Hereford side, and I think it's really cool to see, already the level of quality that's come through. Kids have done an awesome job getting their projects presented. They've consistently come in just looking awesome. It's an honor to get to sit and listen to Terry Barber with the Barber Hereford Ranch sort through these cattle and get to hear from other stockmen around and just kind of how they sort the stock and how it looks. So very much a pleasure to get to do this and appreciate the opportunity, no doubt.
Yeah, like he said, Terry Barber, very famous Hereford family from Channing, Texas. Probably one of the most elite just in terms of the quality of cattle that they raise. Cattle that can work in the show ring and be successful in the show ring setting, as well as sell a lot of good, powerful bulls that definitely add dollars to commercial calf crops and can go into seed stock herds as well. So a really good operation that she reigns from there in Channing, Texas, and definitely legendary, so to speak, in the Hereford world of just breeders that have been in it for a really long time and are still going strong today. So I think it's real cool to be sitting here and have this opportunity to pick her brain from afar, I guess, as we listen to her talk through some of these really high quality classes. The numbers aren't super deep or super prevalent so far, but there's definitely quality and all the cattle that has came in so far, and it's a really cool experience to be witnessing that here firsthand.
Well, another really nice class over here on our Angus side.
A really nice class, January born Herefords. Uh, kids are doing an awesome job getting them presented and shown. And Terry's going ahead and she's sorting through these in an efficient manner, doing a great job. I think it's pretty exciting just to get to see and kind of witness how they sort through this stock, how they run a show like this. That's one of the things that I think is a real honor.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like I said, growing up and being involved in this breed, I think it's really interesting and neat to see just from the time that I began showing just how things have progressed, not only in terms of the stock show, but the breed and the cattle themselves. And obviously the exhibitors have always been great. And that's, I guess, without awesome exhibitors that, come and present their cattle to a high degree, I guess none of the other part of it would be possible. I'm sure that the stock show would credit their success and just the quality of their show to the quality of their exhibitors. And I would also just say that, the quality of the cattle over the times of, from the first time I've came here, it's amazing how things can change in that regard, and definitely all for the better.
Yeah, no doubt. I think it's really fun. I didn't grow up showing cattle consistently. We had mostly just commercial cow-calf pairs, and we'd take a ranch calf to the county fair every now and then. And so getting to see the level of quality that comes through, getting to see the time and effort that these kids put in to get them ready, I think it's just an incredible opportunity for them. You know, you learn hard work and responsibility, and I think that's something that the show world, that showing livestock and cattle especially really instills in those young individuals, and that's pretty exciting to be a part of.
Yeah, and these kids, the things they learn.
And just completeness separates these two today. The heifer that wins the class, she's deeper, she's higher volumed, she's sounder off her feet and legs. Relatively speaking, I would like to change her through that front end. You put her on the move, and she sure likes to turn and rotate on that right front foot. That's the thing I'd change about her today, just from the knee down. But probably a good foot trimming could certainly correct that. But not taking anything away from her quality. She's ultra refined and elegant through her front end. Again, we like that softness in her top, tremendous from hooks to pins, and you get behind her. There's definitely some depth and pin width. The heifer in second, a dark cherry red female that's striking from the side. This heifer's got some nice balance to her. She's not quite as refined through her head and neck, not quite as feminine about her pole. But again, I think a female that just needs to be looser on both ends. She's awfully straight when you put her on the move, and we could give her a little more depth in that rear rib to just balance her out better. Really nice class winner.
Placings in Class 4. Winning the class is Lila Doris from Erath County 4-H, and our second place female exhibited by Kyle Teague, Orange Grove FFA. Now leading in our first and second place females from classes 1 through 4. From these females, Ms. Barber will select our division winners and our heifer calves.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Like I had said before, Miss Barber had talked the previous class. Just the exhibitors that come through the ring, just the traits that they, gain and the knowledge that they gain from these projects is truly amazing, and the way it, correlates, I guess, to just success within the industry. And even if they go, and then I know many of these kids will probably go and do different paths of in just career goals and aspirations, and that's perfectly fine. But I think just what they learn through these junior projects is truly remarkable.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, sitting here, they're just about to bring in Division 1, the first round of heifers here in the first division. It looks like we've got about 30 head. It's a beautiful day here in San Antonio. Started out a little bit foggy, but still nice and warm for February, especially when you're from the north. I've been really soaking up the sunshine and the warm weather here, and it's been really fun.
Yeah, no, I agree. And just something I think that's worth pointing out with Hereford cattle down in this part of the South, that it's definitely not easy. And to just in terms of getting hair on them, I guess I've learned that firsthand growing up. And I think it's pretty unique to see, as these cattle come out in division, kids are doing an awesome job and have obviously put the work in at home with their families or whoever it might be that's in their circle. To just present these cattle to a very high degree. And I know that's not always easy, especially, you have Hereford cattle down in a really humid climate like here, and they can span all the way up to the Texas Panhandle. So a wide variety of just climate. And I think it's impressive that these kids have their cattle presented the way they do.
Yeah, and I think I think, when you get showmen at this level, it just makes it all the more fun to sort. These kids are out here doing an incredible job getting their animals stuck and keeping the ring moving at an efficient pace.
Class 7.
So that's really
females,
cool.
Class 8.
Miss Barbara's going ahead and she's looking through and kind of making her final decisions here in the first division, sorting through and kind of comparing some of the class winners that we had from a few of our earlier classes.
Yeah. And I'd just like to point out as well, it's mentioned the ring working so efficiently. It's definitely in part largely in part to the great interns from different universities here within the state of Texas. I know Texas A&M as well as Texas Tech both have representatives as far as interns. They just keep things flowing good in the ring, and I know that is definitely just appreciated by the spectators as well. Things can continue moving and flowing at a good pace, and I'm sure for Miss Barbara, it kind of makes her job easy in terms of just being able to sort through the cattle efficiently and just having the ring ran really well definitely makes her job easier. But I think she's about to select a champion in the first division.
So your first division, first and seconds out here. Really a nice show. Tremendous quality in these springborn calves, and we get these class winners and their respectives back out. I think a couple of heifers kind of stand out to me and make it a little closer. Just to recap, this first heifer that won that class, just tremendous in terms of her quality. You get her back out here, and she's probably got as much depth of forerib as any of the four in the lineup. A female that's awfully extended through that front end. She square out her hip. And you like the foot size and the bone work, just a really complete female. You compare her to some of the other heifers, maybe she gets a little tight behind that shoulder, but she's very correct from her shoulder down and her knee placement, and I really appreciate the structural integrity of this heifer. The second class winner, a female that you get her back out here. This heifer does have some depth of rib. She's got some flex on her pasterns. We talked about her structural soundness over the second one. Female that's maybe just not feeling as fresh today. She just doesn't have that pop and that show ring quality out here in this lineup. We'd just like to give her a little more quality and level her up from hooks to pins when you compare to the ones on either side of her. And then we've got another player here in this third class, dark red heifer. She's got a lot of quality about her. I really liked her from her shoulder forward. Female that's is probably as expressively muscled as any out here. Appreciate that down her top. She balances beautifully from the side. And again, a heifer that's sound off her feet and legs. She's got a lot of body width. I think just a lot of maternal look about her. And then the female from that last class, heifer we liked in terms of her soundness compared to the heifer that came in second. The heifer, I guess, when you compare to the others out here, she gets a little frailer in her bone work, but she's certainly sound off her feet and legs. We talked about that right front foot. We'd like to change her a bit out of the shoulder and knee there. But I think that heifer's got an awful great future ahead of her. She's so nice and extended through her front end, long-sided, and just a really beautiful Hereford heifer. With that, I'll go out and select your champion and reserve of this first division. Congratulations to exhibitors.
There's your champion in our heifer calf division coming to us out of class number 3, shown by Hunter Faust, Wascom FFA. And the reserve comes out of class number 1, shown by Paisley Conroy from Chapel Hill FFA. Congratulations to our winners in our heifer calf division. Now move along to Class 7. Leading Class 7 in the ring. Class 8, we need you to the north staging area. Class 8 Hereford females to the north staging area.
Uh, so we're moving now into the second division. Miss Barber just concluded selecting the champion in reserve out of the first division. And, just the quality is still extremely deep now as we're working into this next class. And I know we've mentioned that all morning. Just quality of the kids, quality of the cattle. It's all extremely great. And just kind of a testament to the quality of the show that, San Antonio puts on here.
Yeah, no doubt. Definitely a cool opportunity and cool to get to see. Uh, it's exciting to get to watch kind of the type and kind that Miss Barber looks for, and just the consistency that she brings to the ring, and then get to experience for as early in the morning we've got a dang near full stands, or they're filling up quickly, and I think that's just a testament to the support throughout the state and throughout this industry. So that's really cool to see.
Yeah, like he had said, Miss Barber, just selecting her type and kind, and I think it's unique. It doesn't happen in every show this way, but just from her having a background in Hereford cattle as deep as she does, I think it's unique to have judges that come back and give back to the youth at these major stock shows. But I think that there's definitely just a uniqueness in the fact that they have those cattle at home and raise the same kind of breed of cattle. So, the familiarity with the breed, as well as, just familiarity with the industry, I think is definitely unique. And, just being from the same breed, she probably has her things that, she likes and that she's looking for. And I think that's seen in the first division, just matching up type and kind of females. And, something that I think is just unique for the exhibitors to be able to show their heifers of a specific breed to a judge that's also associated with that breed. It's kind of, a direct deal there. And some of these young exhibitors, I know some have breeders that they buy their projects from, and I know there's probably a wide variety of them also that raise their own projects as well, which I think is just awesome. And not sure which ones of those that are, but no matter whether you're buying your project or you're raising it, all the same hard work goes in to preparing them for the moments like this here at the stock shows.
Yeah, it's certainly a real blessing. As Blaine mentioned earlier, we're down here with the top judge program, and that's really an incredible opportunity. We've got to sit down and talk and learn and get to hear wisdom from some of the real leaders in the industry, from a judging perspective and from a show perspective, and then even from the industry side of things. People like Scott Shockey and Shane Bedwell, on the cattle side, and then Joe Cowley. Those are the kind of people that we've got to learn from, and I think that is second to none in terms of an opportunity and an investment of our time.
No, I couldn't agree more. And one thing that think it's important also just to thank Dr. Scott Griner, Mr. Dan Lane. Mr. Lane's been running around left and right throughout our time here at San Antonio, just organizing everything and making sure that the program of Top Judge is what it is. And I know that from all of us mentees that are part of the program, it's definitely appreciated on our end, just to be able to connect us with industry leaders and bring us here for opportunities like this to just experience the ins and outs of the show ring firsthand.
Absolutely, yeah. It's fun to get to sit and watch Miss Barber talk to the exhibitors and, get to know them a little bit. I think that's really important as a judge. Each of these kids has put in an exorbitant amount of effort and work, and each one's out there doing an incredible job and presenting their animal to the highest ability. And I think that's really cool. I think that's awesome, and every kid deserves the credit that they're getting for that.
No, I couldn't agree more. And Miss Barber just efficiently sorted through this next class. So she's about to get on the mic and give her thoughts. A nice lineup, no doubt. Probably one of the deeper sets that I think we've seen already today, and that's definitely fun. And it's always good when the cattle are really high quality and presented in the fashion.
An ultra high quality female to start this winter heifer class. Female that just combines so many nice things in one complete package. She's easily the highest volume, deepest ribbed heifer. She's really highly presented as well. You got to appreciate a nice hair coat this time of year for southern Texas. A heifer that just puts a lot of nice things together. She's sound off her feet and legs, and she balances as well as any of them out here today. Just really, really complete and nicely presented. 2 and 3 get a little closer for me, and I guess depending on what type of body style you like and maybe a maturity level, you could flip these. But the heifer I like today, the young lady's here in second. She's just a leaner type female. I think she's fresher in her appearance. She's more moderate framed. She just looks truer to the ground. You put her on the move, and she's got some nice structural soundness and integrity about her. Just not as powerful and not as wowy as that heifer that wins the class, but a really nice maternal look about her. The female in third is your big power female. She's chock full of muscle, and I certainly appreciate that for a beef animal. She just gets a little coarser, a little steerier about her head and neck. She gets a little more pinch behind that shoulder, but she's got a lot of power, a big foot, a lot of bone. She offers quite a bit in terms of length of side. Just like to probably tone her down a little bit in terms of her maturity today. The heifer in fourth, I appreciate that. She's definitely a nice lean female. I think she's a little shorter sided when you compare to the ones in front. Not quite as explosive in that lower 1/3 and in her stifle, but a female that's got a nice look about her. She's laid in great at the point of her shoulder, and she gets out and takes a long free stride. Just a female that's given up too much power to go higher today.
Well, thank you, Ms. Barber, for that critique of Class 7. Winning the class is William Tackett, Iola FFA. Our second place female was exhibited by
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Another thing that makes this exciting is that it's such a cool place and a cool time for the Hereford breed. We've got to talk a lot with Shane Bedwell over the last couple days, and he's high up there in the Hereford Association, and just getting to hear the things they're working on from a genetic perspective, and then seeing genetics like Churchills and Barbers and Coyers and GKB, and the way they're selling throughout the year and throughout the country is really incredible. I think it's an impressive time for the breed. They have a lot of demand and across seed stock and commercial producers alike. There's nothing better than a black quality commercial cow to raise a good feeder calf, and some of these seed stock cattle are absolutely incredible.
No, I couldn't agree more with Kellum, and especially like he had mentioned about the black baldy females. I would say one of maybe biased, but one of the greatest just replacement females that you're able to put back just with the amount of hybrid vigor and performance that they have. And on top of that too, on the this side of down here in the area we are, I know Kellum's from a little bit further north. But just growing up in this area, I've witnessed firsthand also, and being in the breed of, selling bulls to commercial producers, a lot of Brahmin influence down here, and in this part of the world with the humidity and the elements that we have down here, it's definitely a need for the breed, even in these parts of the country, for making those F1 type Brayford females that can excel, like in the coastal areas. That and the humidity and the just the heat that we have down here. So definitely an exciting time for the breed, and there's definitely demand for Hereford cattle in many areas of the country for sure.
Yeah, and I think it's a testament watching Miss Barber out here sort to how true we stay to the priorities that really make a difference within the industry. I think these kids have done an awesome job, and a lot of these heifers maybe come with a shot more style and look, and something you'd see out on a pasture, but they still have the same traits and stay true.
We hear quite a bit of difference in terms of performance and completeness today. The dark red heifer, simply just more to her. She's really high quality in her head and her neck. She's thick down her top. I really appreciate the amount of muscle this female carries in an attractive package. Would sure like to free her up a bit on both ends if I'm going to pick on her. She gets a little bit open on that front end, and she gets a little steeper, I think, throughout her hip and from her hock down. But when she gets her set up, she gives you a really nice look, and again, very, very high quality. The female in second, a heifer that I like her in terms of her condition, she's going to have the advantage in flexibility and pastern set above the heifer in first, and I appreciate that about her. She's just a little light today in terms of the groceries in her. I think with more time in feed, she'll develop a deeper rib set and balance a little better from the side, but really a nice female in her own right.
Well, thank you, Judge, for those comments on Class 8 Hereford females winning the class.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
It's been similar just the whole time. It's just the quality of the cattle and a lot of the same, like we had initially said, just great exhibitors. And it gets tough sometimes when you have these bigger heifers that are getting a little more age on them. It's a little harder to manage those sometimes. I think these young exhibitors are doing a great job of that. And that's shown here as we get into these older heifers.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's tricky to keep, a bred heifer that's been on feed and getting fed on to kind of be bloomed up and look good for the show her whole career, to keep her fresh and looking the part as she continues to go on and get bred and get closer to calving. So as we get kind of into these fall-born heifers, these 18-month-old heifers, it's cool to see how fresh and how good the kids have them looking, and I think that's a testament to the quality of the people behind them and the operations behind them and just the genetics behind them as well.
Yeah. Yep, I know one thing that's unique here to the show as well, and it's kind of a different topic from that regard, but just to brag on San Antonio a little bit. I mean, an amazing event that they put on here. A $10,000 scholarship is given to every champion heifer from every breed, and the same of that could be said for other species as well. I think that's something that can definitely motivate the exhibitors just in terms of putting in the extra work with their projects, whether it be at home or at the show or wherever that might be. Definitely something that's an incentive, I would say, is something that they can look forward to, and it gives them a goal to work towards. It's always, it's always awesome and fun whenever you can win a show because it, pays off all of your hard work. But it makes the deal even a bit sweeter whenever you can take home a $10,000 scholarship, which could be life changing for some of these exhibitors.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's especially brings into perspective me. I couldn't imagine, the opportunities. Definitely don't take those for granted. That's something that's very unique about the San Antonio Livestock Show, and I think the testament of the kind of operation they run is just in the interns, the quality of the help. Everybody's dressed to so sharp and definitely looks the part, and that just further drives it home.
Got another duo of summer-born heifers, a July and an August over here, and both with a lot of quality. The heifer that wins the class, she just puts so much more together in an attractive package. She's beautiful and elegant through that front end. She's got a nice look about her head and neck. She's sound off her feet and legs and just gives you that extra width of volume. You get down her top, and she's definitely got some expression, and she carries that into a really nice stifle. If I'm going to pick on both of these heifers, they could probably have a little more heel depth, especially when you view them from those rear two. But the females are good and they're sound, and they've got a lot of substance of bone, especially your class winner. Very attractive package and great haired heifer as well. The heifer in second probably has a little advantage in terms of that foot size over our class winner. This heifer is nice and strong down her top, maybe even some extra length of spine. She balances well compared to your class winner. She just doesn't have that extra wow factor today. She's just a little plainer about her head and neck, but I appreciate the condition she's in, and she's a real broody female to go with that.
Results of class number 9 in our junior heifer show on the Hereford side. Winning the class is Sloan Beerwinkle from Spring Lake Erath FFA. Second, shown by Riley Hollis, Calhoun County 4-H. Now leading in class 10 in our junior Hereford show. Class 13, junior Herefords would need you to the north staging area. Class 13, junior Hereford heifers to the north staging area.
Like Blaine said on the scholarship side of things, each breed receives a $10,000 scholarship, the winner of each breed. And I think just to further drive home the magnitude of the support that the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo has, and how much support they provide the youth. At the end of the day, in just the breeding cattle division, they're giving out $205,000 in scholarship opportunities.
Yeah.
And I think that's incredible.
It's really unique to this stock show, particularly. I know within the state, the only one, I believe, within the state that just gives that magnitude of scholarships and that amount, which, like I had said, could be life changing. Dr. Ferris just brought us a breakdown and over just all events with a stock show. We won't get into listing them off because the list is rather long, but $1,865,000 in scholarships is given here throughout the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo to events that range from youth rodeo events to livestock shows to ag mechanics projects, to anything just related to the youth and agriculture. And I think that's something that San Antonio Stock Show should be extremely proud of, but as well as all the exhibitors here should be very appreciative to have the opportunity to show for that kind of reward.
And I think, the quality of the individuals that grow up in this industry, I think that's why people and why, the San Antonio Livestock Show and the donors behind that are so willing to put an investment in the future because, I'm sure that that'll be just a small a small investment based on the return that each one of these kids brings back to the industry as they continue on down the line.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And I think too, it's just not these livestock shows not only give these exhibitors a place to come and show their cattle, but on top of that, they prepare them for life in a way of this these scholarship opportunities, promote the opportunity to go to college and get an education, and whether that be in agriculture or another field of study, I think it's still greatly important for these exhibitors, and I just think it's something that's pretty unique. And I know all of the exhibitors that come through the ring today, like I had mentioned earlier, they may not be taking a field of study that's related to agriculture, or they might be. And if they are, that's great. And if not, you know, the project and the process of being a livestock show and livestock kid will definitely prepare them for all aspects of life and for their careers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, just the support, it brings into focus exactly why we do this. It's something that's said plenty, but still probably not enough. We do this for the kids. This is not about the animals. It's about investing in the future. And I think it's a human development thing. It's something where they can learn incredible traits and opportunities, and that's what makes this industry so cool.
But our Class 3 winner taking the half division champion, our Texas 11041.
Got a couple of heifers here on your Hereford side, females that are quite a bit different in their type and kind. And, I guess depending on what values you're placing, I would like to change both of them structurally, but I think they both offer quite a bit in terms of their Hereford attributes. The heifer that wins the class, she's definitely got the advantage in performance, and I would probably like to tone her down just a little bit in terms of that frame size. But with that, she balances really well. She's strong in her top line. She's got nice angles from her shoulder down, and she's got a really nice up-headed look about her. She's truer from the knee down in terms of her foot and her leg placement, and I think that's where she excels. The heifer in second. Like the dark red cherry heifer, I like her moderate frame size. She's tremendous from her hooks to her pins. Where we'd like to change hers from that shoulder forward, she's just a little lower fronted heifer, gets a little open and a little coarser about her front end. But with that, she packs some muscle down the top and in her quarter, and again, offers some really nice attributes. Both of them could certainly move a little freer off both ends for me today. Congratulations to your class winner.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
But as well as in the exhibitors as well.
Yeah, no doubt. They're just about to bring the second division here. I think second division of 3 within this Horn Hereford show. And the quality's deep, and it's exciting to get to see and sort through and kind of watch the way that goes about.
Yeah, no doubt. And like we were talking about, before the break and before Miss Barber talked through the last class, just about the opportunities that that the stock show industry and the showing industry, as well as livestock judging and anything, honestly, the youth events associated with San Antonio, the opportunities that gives to the kids is something that's definitely unique to this stock show. And one thing I just like to mention, and I know Kellum is an out-of-stater, and that's so maybe firsthand he's seeing some of these things, but with me just growing up an hour and a half down the road from where I sit right here right now at the stock show, I grew up around these events and judging at the livestock judging contest here at San Antonio. So back to the opportunities that it presents for the young people, both of us here are a true testament to that. I know Kellum went through livestock judging programs and his and livestock related programs in his respective state. And, we're both 22 years old and just freshly out of, out of those events, if you will. And, opportunities that stock shows like San Antonio give are really the main reason why we're able to be here, working with the industry legends, if you will, that we are, and just gaining knowledge from them as well as, commentating the show this morning. I think a great opportunity for us. And that's the avenues that San Antonio gives to, they've given this opportunity to us, but, starts at a very young age with these young exhibitors.
Absolutely. I think one of the cool things about being in any livestock industry event is just the connections you make, the friends that you build along the way, the relationships that you build. Um, they're second to none. I went to Northeastern Junior College up in Sterling, Colorado, and was on the livestock judging team, and then continued on at Kansas State. And the people that I've met along the way, that's what's made it so fulfilling. That's what's made it such an incredible opportunity. It's the people that I've met along the way. It's the relationships I've built, and to see how those continue to grow in the future is probably one of the things I'm looking forward to most.
No, I couldn't agree more. And the opportunity, like I'd said, that we're given here through the Top Judge program prepares us for opportunities like Miss Barber has this morning, getting to come out and sort through the livestock show. And one thing that I think is unique about it is San Antonio, like I had mentioned, they put on this program and you give back almost to it. And then it puts us in a position now to where it's preparing us to hopefully give back to a lot of these young exhibitors one day, just through judging livestock shows and through, a way of us to just give back our time and hopefully share our knowledge with these young people one day is something that I think is really unique.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You know, as Miss Barber continues to sort through these and talk to the kids and get to know them a little bit and look through the stock, it's definitely very intriguing to get to see the level of just quality and the level of presentation that each of these animals has. And, I probably sound like a broken record, but you just can't drive home enough how impressive it is, the work and the time and the effort that goes in at home. We just see a tiny piece of the things that just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what these individuals have put in and the people behind them and the operations behind them and the relationships behind that.
No, that's for sure. And one thing I want to point out as well, we have four heifers from first and seconds in all these respective classes, but there's exhibitors that are, back at their stalls that might have not fallen at the top end of their class. They work just as hard or potentially even harder. You never know the amount of work that's put in at home. So I definitely think, although these heifers are out here, it's definitely worth giving credit to all the young exhibitors that come in the ring, whether that be their senior year or some of them might be first time showmen, and I think it's important. But here's Miss Barber's comments on Division 2.
This is our second division of the day. Let's give everybody that's out here a nice round of applause. A really, really strong set of females here vying for this junior division. I think when you get them back out here in their respective seconds, there's an awful lot of quality out here. We talked about the different performance levels and maturity sizes already in classes. And I think when you get them back out here, there's a couple of heifers that surface to the top of this division for me. And I think you just have to place your emphasis on the maternal strengths. They're structurally sound heifers that really have a lot of quality and eye appeal. Just bring a lot of exceptional quality to this division. With that said, congratulations to all you first and seconds out here. We'll go out and select this division champion in reserve.
And our champion comes to us out of class number 9, female shown by Sloan Beerwinkle. from Spring Lake Erath FFA. Our reserve comes to us out of class number 7, shown by William Tackett, Iola FFA. Congratulations to our
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
I know we were mentioning before we went on to the break about how, the ones that come in for the division as well as the ones that maybe, fell towards the bottom end of their class, the exhibitors put in the same amount of work and dedication to their projects. And I think that's something that, they definitely deserve credit for. Takes a lot of courage for some of these first-time showmen as well. That might be their first time in the ring, and hopefully whether it's their first time in the ring or their senior at their last San Antonio stock show, hopefully they can either take something into life in their careers that, definitely benefit them, and I know they will, or take back some knowledge from this year and, bring it back next year just to get better every year as they go along through this, through the stock show process.
Yeah, I can't help but sit here and think it's kind of cool. We've got a cow in here that's already, she's already reached that stage where she's got a calf at side. Just looks like she dropped it a couple of days ago, and that's a testament to just the maturity level and the to be fresh and for each of these heifers to be fresh and good looking and awesome presented at this stage in the game is just very, very impressive.
No, I agree. And like we had said, that there's a line with these heifers. They go from the show ring into production, and that's, the goals of these exhibitors. They raise their project up and they show them and hope for success in the show ring. But I'm sure that many of them, whether successful or not in the show ring, all of the exhibitors are successful just for, the work they put in and the knowledge that they gain. But on top of that, many of them might, begin their own breeding programs and things of that nature with their heifer projects whenever they're done, and potentially could be an avenue for them once they're done, and maybe have some heifers to give back to other youth exhibitors by potentially selling heifer projects or whatever it might be. So definitely a unique way of connecting just the showing side of things with still real world production of the cattle industry.
Yeah, and I think, the breeding projects in particular, I think that's what's so cool. Not only does it teach you the responsibility of having to take care of the animal and the like, but it also, it provides an education within the industry. That's how I got started. We never showed at a real competitive level, but we bought a couple heifers to show, and then those heifers have now turned into a small herd and selling bulls out of those. So I never underestimate the impact that this kind of deal can have on somebody's life.
Yeah, I think, you know, just as is, one thing too that comes to mind as we watch this, cow-calf pair come across, just the friendships that the industry makes as well. Young man showing, his big heifer now, or big cow, I guess you would say, finds a young has to find a young exhibitor also to help him show his calf project, and just the relationships that are made, within the exhibitors. I mean, becoming close knit friends over years of showing at these stock shows is something that I think shouldn't be overlooked as well. I mean, something that these kids will value, and build their network, if so to speak, into the future, just amongst themselves as exhibitors and friends into the future. But never know. It might end up as business partners, or like Kellum and myself here, being connected through this top judge program. There's a lot of different avenues, that could contribute to.
Yeah, and I just don't think it can be emphasized enough the importance of connection within the industry. We're social beings, and we all need that human connection. And the ability to get to come out here and, spend a couple weeks a year, if that's what you do, and get to hang out and a fellowship with people with like interests and a like mindset is second to none.
Yeah, and I know people usually will say it's a people industry, and I think that's definitely true. Yeah, just the connections you make are just invaluable. I mean, there's no way to even put a price on something like that. I mean, it's something that you can take with you, and it's easy just being good to people and having a good relationship with them. But here's Miss Barber with her comments on the class.
Got a tremendous class of yearling heifers over here and some really deep quality from first to fourth in here. The heifer, the female that's going to win the class, so complete in her design and her structural soundness. She's great in terms of her condition, and you really have to appreciate the fact she's got a really outstanding calf at her side. Her udder's balanced really nicely. She's got excellent teat placement and size, and a heifer that's got some flexibility down her top. You put her on the move, she takes a long free stride. I just think an ultra lot of quality about her in this calf at side. Taking nothing away from the big stout heifer here in second. This is a female that's probably better behind her shoulder. She's going to have a little bit more body width and forerib. Again, she's got a really nice balanced udder coming along. I like her in terms of her moderate frame size. I think she's very disciplined in terms of that size, and I appreciate that. She's a big-footed heifer that you put her on the move, and she also takes a long free stride and just on track to be a really nice brood cow in the making. Done a great job keeping her in excellent condition for this age. 3 and 4 get a little tougher. I prefer the heifer that's in third here. She's a lighter condition female. I think she's more feminine about her front end. I appreciate that extra length and depth of body. She probably plays out in terms of her muscle shape and design and true pin width compared to the ones ahead of her. But I think she's got a really nice brood look, and I appreciate her udder quality as well. The female in fourth, another really nice balanced female. This is a heifer that's got some thickness down her top and in that quarter. You put her on the move, and she's probably as big a foot and bone as any out here. Just like to see a little more depth of rib and a little more femininity through that front end to go higher, but really an ultra high quality class here.
Well, thank you, Ms. Barber, for those comments on class number 13. Winning the class is Gage Creamer from Ellis County 4-H. Second in that class, shown by Sage Bierwinkle, Spring Lake Erath FFA. Third place goes to Mackenzie McCullough, Austin County 4-H. And our fourth place female exhibited by Brighton Muir, McLennan County 4-H. Now leading in class number 14, which will be our last of our junior Hereford female classes. Conclusion of class 14 will select our senior division winners.
Well, as we move into the last class before leading into the final division here, once again, if you're just joining us here in San Antonio, Miss Terry Barber doing an exceptional job judging through the cattle, interacting with all the young students and exhibitors, and just working through a really high quality set of cattle and exhibitors is something that just real fun to watch here. And like we had mentioned early on, unique for the exhibitors to have someone of her caliber judging the show, and her connection with the breed is something that's unique for the exhibitors.
Yeah, and I think, it should be said more just how impactful this is on each of the exhibitors, past the traits of responsibility and, learning how to take care of livestock. I think one of the biggest things is just learning how, maybe it doesn't work out the first time. Maybe you don't end up quite where you want to be. And so just learning to take life as it comes and kind of learn those lessons and not get beat down and get up the next time and maybe try a little harder or try a little different. I think that's just a great lesson, a great thing to learn, and something that is certainly important as you go on and move into life.
No, for sure. And just because you don't particularly win the show or win your class, unfortunately, it's the game that we play. There's more exhibitors that might go home disappointed with the result of how they ended up in the show, but they should definitely see the bright side of just the community that they're a part of in the stock show world, and as well just be extremely thankful for the opportunity to even come out, like we said, and compete for these massive scholarships that could be life changing for students. But one thing I think that's important that all of them should do is thank their circle that's around them, because it definitely takes the team to end up where these exhibitors are at in the ring right now. That whether it's feeding cattle or whatever it might be back home, or these projects start early on from halter breaking in that phase. So there's a lot that goes into it, especially as we get into these bigger heifers in the last class. Something that is just a nearly 2-year project for these exhibitors.
Right, right. And I think there's definitely, as we just finished up our judging career on the livestock judging competitive
Nice
side.
trio of older Hereford females here on this side. Heifer that just kind of elevates herself to the top because of her presence and her show of quality. She's tremendous through her front end. She's laid in really nice behind that shoulder. Extra broody, moderate frame size. She's sound off her feet and legs. Really nice hair coat. Young man does a really nice job presenting her. 2 and 3 get a little closer for me. They're a little plainer in terms of their type and kind. The heifer that ends up second, this female is just heavier bred, I think, at this point. She's strong down her top line and she balances nice. She's a little plainer, maybe not quite as feminine and elegant through her front end as our class winner, but a really nice brood cow in the making. Then we've got a really younger heifer, appreciate her moderate size. She's nice through her front end. She's angular. She's sound. She just gives up too much power and production to go higher in this class today.
Judge, thank you for those comments on Class 14. Winning that class is Luke Hamlin.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Like I'd said, just before Miss Barber got on the mic, the perspective shift that comes with finishing up your livestock judging career, I think is something that is definitely true. And I think Blaine would probably agree. You go through and day to day and you're just trying to do the best you can. You're trying to win. And the goal of that whole experience is being at the top when they call awards at the end of the day. But I think when you get out, you realize that the purpose of all that was to learn and do your best, but more importantly, to build those friendships and relationships and get to know and hang out with people that with similar interests and similar goals for the industry and for the world and in life. And I think that's what's so fundamental about what we do and what these stock shows promote.
No, I couldn't agree more. And just like you said, the friendship and the community that it builds, these young exhibitors that are coming in the ring now, I know some of them, range in age from senior year of high school all the way down. And you never know, they might be in the ring at the same time showing with a future spouse and they don't even know it, or a future business partner, like I mentioned earlier. You never really know the connections that the industry will bring to you until you actually, like Kellum had said, like for us now, until you get to an ending point, like maybe for some of these senior exhibitors, they'll maybe experience more of that now as they move to college or their respective field of work, whatever that might be. Like for in our shoes, our connection has just been like we had mentioned with the Top Judge program, the industry leaders, Dr. Ferris, that is does such a nice job here at San Antonio Stock Show, and so many of these people that we're able to build our network with. And I think that's something that's really important. It just opens up a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, and I just, I don't think I can drive home enough how thankful we are for the people behind us. Um, but I think that's just a reflection of the people behind every one of these individuals that's backing them and supporting them. And I think it takes till you get a little older sometimes to realize just the driving force and the task force behind each one of us, what got us here today, and that's incredible.
No, I couldn't agree more with that. And, like we had mentioned as well with these exhibitors, I think it's important for them, and I know we're not talking to them directly here on the broadcast. I'm sure there's a lot of, grandparents or parents that may not be able to be here at the show, whether it be work or whatever is going on. But, what you do and what everyone listening to the broadcast here has some connection in some way, shape, or form with these young exhibitors showing. So, from us two here, and I'm sure, your exhibitors as well are definitely appreciative of the opportunities you give them. But here's Miss Barber with Division 3 comments.
Division, please give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. We've got 4 really outstanding individuals out here. We talked to them in class and about their point in production, and certainly appreciate the early gestation that this younger class winner exhibits. Just a really complete female with her structural soundness and her integrity. I like the condition she's in and the fact that she's got a really fancy calf at side, doing a great job bringing this calf on. The respective second, that was a really close placing for me, and I appreciate and admire the heifer that was in second. She definitely is a player in this division as well. And in our last class, we just talked, just an ultra high quality female, moderate frame size. She's got that depth of fore and rear rib that makes her balance so nicely. She's just going to be a nice, moderate, broody female, I think, when she's done. To me, you get into some differences on udder quality and development. Makes it a little closer for me on the reserve division, but I'm going to stick with both of the early class winners. She'll be your champion. Second place will be reserved. Congratulations.
And there's your senior champions. Both come down to class number 13. Champion is Gage Creamer, Ellis County 4-H. And second goes to...
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Barber, talked through the last division, from us and our experience, having the opportunity to be here. I know this wouldn't be possible without all the support that you parents and grandparents back home that are listening now put in to your exhibitors. It gives us the opportunity. And once we were in those shoes as well with, support of our families or mentors from a young age. And I know just from the standpoint that I was at whenever you're at a young age, these young exhibitors might not always remember just to thank their parents, on a regular basis. But I know I could probably speak for the young exhibitors that they're very thankful and appreciative to have this opportunity to be here showing, so to all the parents and grandparents that are listening, just know that you're doing something that's by supporting these young exhibitors, you're doing something that's great for the industry of the cattle industry as well as just the youth in America, to be honest.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I can't express how thankful I am to get to do this and to get to be a part of a program like Top Judge at the San Antonio Livestock Show. And and just getting to be here and witness this has been a really incredible experience. And I'm thankful for the people behind me. And I'm sure, every one of these individuals, if they don't realize it now, will at some point down the road realize just the incredible task force and village behind getting done everything that they get to do.
Yeah, and once again, before it was Miss Barber's working her way through the cattle, making her final decisions. Just like to thank everybody associated with San Antonio Stock Show and Dr. Ferris and as well as Dr. Grinder and Dan Lane for giving us, the opportunity to be here. I know it's something that I know I won't take for granted, and I don't take for granted personally, but I can speak for everybody on that front, I'm sure.
Now, please give your applause to these exhibitors that are out here in the final drive. Definitely want to thank the exhibitors for being here and your parents and agents, everyone that's kind of helped you get to this point. This is a big event, a big show, and y'all definitely brought the heavies out here today. We will go back and talk through each one of them. I just want to say that I really appreciate the quality that y'all brought. I think this breed is so important to the beef industry, and the qualities that y'all have exhibited today are second to none. I think when I select these heifers, it gets really close on some of these, and the ones that I end up selecting are ones that I would love to have in a program at home, and ones that I think will make a big contribution to what we're doing. But you've got a lot of options with these females out here in their respective reserves. I'm going to go out and select the one that hit me the hardest today, and we'll name her champion and then get your respective reserve. But again, a big round of applause for you exhibitors. Congratulations to everyone.
And there's your grand champion. Junior Hereford female comes to us out of the senior division, exhibited by Gage Creamer from Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations. Nice pair.
Miss Barber's now taking another look as they move in the reserve from that division for the reserve overall horned Hereford female. Now, once again, I'd just like to say thank you, to everyone that's given us this opportunity to be here. And I know I speak for Kellum as well with that great event that San Antonio puts on. And Top Judge is also a great event that I'm truly grateful to be a part of.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Definitely exciting and really fun to get to sort through and look through these.
And there's your reserve also coming out of the senior division, exhibited by Sage Beerwinkle from Spring Lake Earth FFA. Congratulations to our champion.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Breed 'em all, Simmental. We need you to the north staging area. Class 1, Simmental females to the north staging area. Class 2, get it on your mind.
I apologize for taking a little extra time here.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Semi Show. My name is Dylan Prokop. I'm a senior at Texas A&M from Lano, Texas, so not too far from the great city of San Antonio. But super happy to be here with you this morning for the Simmental Show. And here with me, I have Preston Rohde. Preston, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hey, guys. My name is Preston Rohde from Carlock, Illinois. I'm currently a senior at Oklahoma State and certainly excited to work through the Simmental show with you guys this morning. So real big class here in the first one. You got a lot ahead. Just wrapped up the Herefords. There's only about 30 in that breed. I think there's about 72 Simmentals in this breed, and looks like it's going to be a great start.
Yeah, looks like a lot of quality already in this first class. Only one red out there, which is kind of surprising. I don't know about you. I kind of like the reds.
Yeah. Can't ever miss a good red baldy. You want to Looks like Ravenna's doing a good job moving on the other ring on the Angus breed, and progressing through the yearlings now. You're good.
Preston, is this your first time watching the San Antonio Heifer Show?
Yep, it's the first time even a Texas major heifer show. We came down last year for the San Antonio steers, watching Blake Nelson sort through that, and that was a pretty neat deal just to look at those slick steers. But certainly the breeding heifers is where my passion is, so it's cool to see what kind of cattle look like down south.
Yeah, to me, the coolest part of San Antonio, no matter if we're watching the heifer show, market hog show, market steer show, to me, the best part is just the sheer number of scholarships that San Antonio is able to give away to these kids. I mean, everybody that wins a breed is going to be able to go out and collect a $10,000 scholarship. And that's just so life-changing for some of these young people, whether that's funding a college education or funding the next steps in their life. It just does so much for these kids. And I just think that's the coolest part about San Antonio. Kind of what separates it from some of the other Texas majors is that big scholarship.
Yeah, certainly a neat deal. Like a lot of states don't have the opportunity to give out this much money, not only in the cattle thing, but on the other side of just in terms of just ag mechanics, livestock shows, shootout challenge, cook-off competitions. There's a lot of different things that are scholarships available
Right.
for us. Pretty neat deal down here in Texas. As they begin their circle, certainly Miss Barber's starting to look at just the options and sorting through things. And there's a lot of different just types and kinds. And
Yeah,
I guess we'll see what she ties into today.
Yeah, a lot to sort through here.
We had a chance to meet with her and Miss Bloomberg yesterday before they kicked off their day, and they were just talking about just ways they go through shows and ways kind of what stuff they look for. And I think the big things we took away from Miss Barber, she liked sound, moderate, easy keeping cattle that were still feminine and fresh. Freshness was a big thing she talked about. So certainly those type of cattle we'll see her tie into. A lot of white faces and a lot of baldies in this class.
Yeah, a lot of good cattle too.
Looks like they're wrapping up another division on the other ring. Ravenna's starting to talk to some of those classes. Certainly the calf class got a lot of different shapes and sizes to sort through, so it can take some time just to work through that, especially when there's this many head in the class.
Yeah, I imagine as the man in the arena or the judge out there taking a look, that can get a little bit challenging with a few different age points out here.
For the final, especially for the year ground, I like to have the hair on the first class to be a vegan. Congratulations to her. Having a second and third class is one that I sure appreciate in terms of the body type. I love that about her with these class. If you remember back, she was one that I complimented on in terms of her functional ability there. One that's so attractive in terms of her look up front. So as we're bringing back down here in our 17 records, there's one that I really like in terms of her as a present. Her as a scouters, especially going to the ground. I like to have her the second class to be with her. Congratulations.
Looks like she's starting to make an initial short here.
Yeah. Looks like maybe pulling a top in.
Yep.
That's what it looks like to me. Pulling out her top selections there into the middle of the ring. I imagine she'll sort back through those to get a final placing.
Taking the third honored in our middle division. Congratulations to our division winner, which would be Class 13, moving into your ring at this time. Is Hereford. We have 4 entries. Born during March and April of 2024.
As we continue to progress in this class, like we talked, there's a lot of numbers in this class trying to make her top sort, and I assume that she'll probably work through her top end again, but she's going down the line, obviously giving every kid a fair shot and a fair chance. Like she talked yesterday, she wanted to move efficiently, but still at the same time, these kids worked hard all year, especially on these calves. Like I said, there's a lot of differences you can tie into, and she doesn't want to miss anything and give everybody a fair spot.
Yeah, that's something we've learned a lot about, kind of as the young guys that haven't judged a whole lot of shows yet, is that these more experienced judges are making sure that these kids are getting their fair look. They put in this work all year. These families do. And it would sure be a shame to get out here and not get a look. And so these judges are fair. Back home, if you think, that you're not getting a look, I promise these judges are doing the best that they can. Again, these are big classes and it makes it tough to work through. But as you can see out there now, Miss Terry's doing a great job giving each one of these kids a fair look. The other cool thing about San Antonio to me, from a cattle perspective, is the fact that we're showing here on the turf. I think that exposes a lot of structure flaws and a lot of structural correctness as well. They've got to be built right to get out here and go on this turf, and it makes it pretty easy for a judge to see. And so, like we talked about with Miss Barber yesterday, that's one of her top criteria here in the breeding cattle classes is structure. And to me, the turf is something that either highlights those issues or makes the better structured animals stand out even that much more.
About halfway through this class, and looks like she's going through another walk to make sure she don't miss anything else on kind of top end of things before she resorts or looks to her top ends one again.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's her top end. I guess we didn't see the Herefords go earlier. So we'll kind of see how this shakes out.
Like I said, on these calf classes, they're just so young, and there's so many things got to come to it. You got to project them out, and looks like she's talking to all the individuals now and just giving them quick reasonings why they didn't make the top cut. That was a big thing she wanted to talk about yesterday. She wanted to give everybody, even if they didn't get talked to the mic, to tell them quickly, just a 10-second brief discussion of why they didn't make in the top end. I think that's very important, especially just at this level, making sure that they knew why they didn't make it.
Yeah, right now here in front of us, Miss Terry's coming around and talking to each one of these kids. That's something else we talked about a lot yesterday is just how much power that the judge has to be the guy or gal that's actually in there in the ring, lining them up with the microphone. The kids, not only the kids, but also the parents respect you a whole lot, hopefully. And so hopefully these kids are listening to what Ms. Barber has to say about their animals and about the effort that they put in here today. And hopefully those are all positive things.
Looks like she kept 10 on this top end to rework, and looks like she kept your red baldy there.
Yeah, she did. I didn't know if she would do it. I know she's a Hereford enthusiast, so maybe that one mimics the Hereford breed a little bit more than all these black cattle out here. Color-wise, at least.
Pretty good crowd in the stands today, and everyone coming and supporting the kids in the ring. It's good.
Also so important out here in the ring is all the ring help and the interns and the people that are out here making this happen. It all, none of it would actually happen without them. So we really appreciate their help making this show run smoothly.
Like we said, this calf class usually takes a little bit more time just to sort through things. I assume when the big ones come in, she'll probably roll right through them. There's just the differences probably sort out just a little bit more as their age and their development. And these calves just there's so much projections that go into it, and their differences in the maturity pattern. It's just kind of have to play a role and kind of find out what your kind is today and what kind of fits her the best.
You know, this deal is so competitive too. There was a lot of cattle that just walked out of the ring that were certainly still high quality, certainly still good cattle. Maybe just didn't have the parts or pieces that Miss Barber's looking for today.
So make their lap here, obviously, the kind of the cattle she talked about yesterday were going to be in our top end things. They're sound, they're practical, they're modern, they're kind, and I think that kind of fits the mold of what she was trying to tell us last night.
Shout out to the ring help here for getting this first heifer, let off appropriately. I know she was wanting to hesitate there around the corner, but now she's going plenty fine. Now the lap is going to proceed. Boy, I like the top end of cattle she's got out here.
The length and extension is equal count with all there.
That's just thank you for the they all were.
Looks like Ravenna's moving right through on the Angus side of things, too. She kind of wrapping up that division, and excited to see what she picks for her champion Angus come back for Supreme Drive.
You know, Preston, it's kind of tough where we're sitting here because we really can't see these cattle on the profile. I kind of wish I could see them out there showing for the class-winning spot, but we can't really see them from the profile. But still, I mean, seeing them walk by, I mean, it's tough. I mean, there's a lot of good ones out here. To a degree, she's going to pick her favorite, and it comes down to her opinion, and we may disagree with that, but certainly we'll see one that deserves to win at the top of this class, I'm sure.
Yeah, she gets cattle parked and starting to make her final looks and her last top 10 selections. And like she said yesterday, it's very important to not only what gets first and second, but make sure she gets it right and what she feels most comfortable with all the way first through 10th. And she wants to give every kid a fair opportunity and make sure they go in the right spot, what's in her head. That's the fun thing about these livestock shows. You might not get along one day, and then you can show the next week and be at the other end of your class. So I just encourage these kids just to keep feeding, keep working on your projects, and keep at it 'cause you never know where you're going to be at a certain day.
Here we go. She makes her first pulls.
Looks like she's got her last 6 kind of boiled down too, and certainly great showman out here. Doesn't make anything any easier, especially when you get a great showman at the end of the stick, really showing off their heifer and trying to not hide their flaws, but certainly bring out what's really good about their heifer.
Yeah, no joke. A good showman sometimes can make or break, especially when it gets up here to the top end of this class. The showmen that are going to have them parked and stuck the way that these cattle need to be are probably the ones that are going to end up at the top of the class.
Looks like we got down to the last 4. Seems like she kind of knows what she's going to make her mind up pretty soon here.
Yeah, this is like a judging class now, like a judging contest class. Mark your card.
Yeah, differences in terms of kind and as a big picture, though, she's kind of sticking to the kind that she talked about yesterday, just moderate, easy keeping cattle that are pretty sound. And
I agree.
She's shaking things up a little bit, but that's all right.
You know, a couple of bigger bodied females there towards the front of the line, and then this calf here closer to the announcer stand, maybe a little bit fancier looking, but still a nice turn to that kind of rib cage. Certainly something that I'm sure she'll talk about on the microphone. All right, looks like she wants to lap these cattle again. That's the other important thing is as the judge, you got to make sure you're getting your looks, and that's what Miss Barber's doing right now. Wants to see those cattle out on the move again before she makes her final call.
I tell you what, I don't know about you, Dylan, but when I rode in the van this morning, I thought I was getting geared up to mark a couple cards and go to another judging contest. The relief of walking on the grounds and stand behind a mic, just in terms of just watching the show, is a lot more just relaxing, certainly, instead of marking a card for a judging contest.
Yeah, the stakes aren't quite as high, it seems. Yeah, it was a lot nicer to hop out of that van this morning and be in some comfortable shoes rather than boots all day. Yeah, last time we were both down there on the turf, we were out there competing for the collegiate livestock judging contest. And certainly last year was a tough contest, but there's one thing you can always count on, and that's the San Antonio contest being one of the highest quality judging contests that you'll see as a competitor all year round.
Yeah, I just remember the market classes, regardless of species, they were good. They were really hard, and that's certainly what separated all the individuals that day. But
they were tough.
That was one thing I took away. I didn't have a chance to come here when I was at Blackhawk to judge it and as a sophomore, but when I came back as a senior college individual at Oklahoma State, that was one thing I took away from this contest was the market classes were really good and they're really hard. Looks like Ravenna's wrapping up another class on her side of things and continuing to progress through the Angus breed. It's kind of neat for me. My two favorite breeds I have passion for, the Simmental and the Angus, and they're both here on both sides of the rings. And they're a little different from what you'll see from where I'm from, but in the end, good cattle are good cattle, and certainly at the top end of things on both rings, both young ladies are doing a nice job finding them at an efficient rate. Looks like we got to the last two, and we'll see how she sorts down these two, which are different in terms of type of kind. One's a little bit more size and stretch. The other one's a little shot more moderate, and we'll see what she does here, and she kind of goes with.
Also a little closer in the way as we blaze together. Opening her shoulder, a little more conditional in terms of her look up front. Let's get around out the class. I like her front end. I like how she ties and is extended there.
That's what we're talking yesterday about, just quote unquote kinds, and they both said that like they have a certain kind they want to kind of look for, but no doubt, especially you never know what you're going to be dealt with. And no, looks like she got a gun place. She went with
looks like she made
young man. The cowboy had to win the class. She's taking one more last look before she grabs the mic. And
yeah, I like that female as she was taking the lap, Preston. Yeah, pretty moderate compared to a couple other ones that she had out there in the top four. But I think one that kind of checks all the boxes. We'll listen to what Miss Terry says here in a second about the class.
We've got a tremendous class of first Simmentals over here on this side. And again, my congratulations to all 19 exhibitors. And unfortunately, we had to cut this down to the top 10. And I think for today, these are my top 10 out of this class. And here's why. The female that wins the class, I think she's just the most fault-free. Composition-wise and structural integrity elevated her to the top. She's expertly presented. She's smooth at her shoulders. She's got that feminine, nice angular look. She's moderate frame size. She's flawless when he puts her on the move. And again, I just think she has the least problems of any heifer out here today. I think she's very elegant and she has a lot of show ring presence. The heifer in second, big, powerful female. She's tremendous in terms of her hip and her hind leg. She does get a little bit steeper, I think, in that shoulder, right behind her shoulder compared to your class winner. And I think is in terms of her frame size, I'd like to discipline her in her maternal look just a little bit. But there's a lot of power in that female. She's probably one of the heaviest structured, biggest boned, and biggest footed heifers. Just like to tone her down a little bit and give her a little more structural integrity on the front end. 3 and 4, really good heifers in their own right. I think the structurally sound female of these two out here is this one here in front. She's super deep-sided. She's not the heaviest muscled. She's toned down more in terms of her frame size. She's got a little more elegance through her front end, like her in terms of her foot structure and her length when you put her on the move. Just a lot of nice things about that female. Big, powerful female here is the one in front. If you like a muscular and heavy structure, then this is the one to tie to. She just, for me, she gets a little outside of her feet today when you put her on the move. She's got a little bit shoulder, and right there behind her shoulder. I'd like to just make her a little smoother, clean her up in that brisk. But that's a beautiful female from the profile. Young lady does a really nice job presenting. Heifer coming in next, the brockle face here. This is a female that's extracurricular in her line. She's strong in her top line, and when he gets her set up, she gives you a really nice look. Just not quite as much power, not quite as true from the knee ground as the heifers in front. Big, bold-bodied heifer here coming next. Heifer's probably a little shorter from her hooks to her pins when you compare her to her contemporaries out here. Would like to make her a little sounder, again, from the knee down. But this is a really nice balanced female, and she's really nice through that front end. We've got a long-sided heifer, the solid black one. A lot of femininity. She's very elegant about her front end and her head and her neck, and I love that sleek design. She's just given up too much power in that lower 1/3 for me to go higher, but I appreciate her leanness and the condition, and she's ultra fresh out here. Then we've got another white-faced heifer. Again, I thought she was very complete. She's a moderate-framed female. She balances nice because of her fore and her rear rib. She's maybe not just quite as powerful in that lower 1/3 as the heifers in front of her. Another really nice black heifer here. She's sound off her feet and legs. I like that about her. She's elegant. She's got some extension through her front end. Again, just give her a little more power in that lower 1/3 to go higher. And the red heifer gives you a really nice look. This is a deep-sided female. She's good off her feet and legs. She's just not quite as elegant as extended through the front end to go higher today. But for a class of 19, this is a heck of a lineup for your top 10. Congratulations again to the class winner.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
From Gray County 4-H. 7th place Simmental female, shown by Macy Kirkendall. Era FFA 8, shown by Parker Davis, East Bernard FFA. 9th place was shown by Carson Wagner, Mineral Wells FFA. And our 10th place heifer, shown by Noah Rim from Santa Fe FFA. Now leading in Class 2. And our junior Simmental show on the north side have 8 females in this class. Class 3, we need you to the north staging area. Class number 3, Simmental's north staging area.
An interesting class over here on our Angus side. Maybe not just that one to tie to and run with like we've had.
Nice class, and obviously that was a really good lineup there, and it's a really strong class coming in again, and it was interesting to see what kind of type and kind she was going to kind of tie into, especially on that top pair of things. And certainly she stood for some, and she wanted to go with something that was more a little moderate and punchy, and that's what we were just talking to Mr. Bedwell. It's just interesting to see what she was going to tie into.
Yeah, it was cool yesterday. She specifically kind of talked about, preferring maybe a little extra shape behind the shoulder, a little stronger hook up there. And that's exactly something that she talked about there in that top pair of cattle. But once again, extremely high quality out of that first class. Congratulations to those kids. Much smaller class we've got out here in the second class. Only, 8 records it looks like. Yeah, so only 8 head in this class. But as you can see on the initial walk-in, Miss Barber kind of stood there on the corner and watched those cattle go directly away. That's something else we talked a lot with Miss Barber yesterday, kind of in our top judge session, was talking about viewpoints, and maybe one of her favorite viewpoints is of those cattle going directly away, because not only can you see just a lot in terms of their total width and dimension and power, but then also seeing them go directly away is going to highlight any structural flaws that they might have. So certainly a viewpoint that you can get here on these cattle in this ring that really shows just a little bit of everything on these cattle, and I think that's really what Miss Barber's out here looking for, kind of a viewpoint where she can get a little bit of everything.
This last class.
So yeah, I know. Wish there were. I thought about looking up the. I guess we could look at
They're starting to make their first lap here, and again, there's a couple really nice ones, a really strong class, but certainly ones that she's really looking at to kind of tie into. And it looks like she doesn't need to make an initial sort with just 8 in this class, so she'll just place the top 8, talk to them.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think it gets easier when you've got less of them to sort through. Even if there's still some close pairs out there, it certainly makes it, a lot more efficient if you don't have to sort through 19 versus 8. Kind of just speaking some common sense there, I guess. But to me, that's the way it's going to shake out here in the second class compared to the first.
First class for in class 1 to make their way.
Already starting to make some of her pulls here, and starting to place 8th and 7th. Looks like she's got 6 left out here to kind of work through.
Again, only one red one out here.
Once again, there's a lot of just differences in types and kinds, and I think she's certainly looking for the happy medium and what kind of fits her mold the best within the class. And you never know what you're going to be dealt with coming through the ring as a show judge, and you just kind of have to work with what you got. And she certainly should be pretty pleased, especially on the top end of things in this class, and work through with a lot of quality. Sorting down to the final 4 here. Like I said, in the calf class is going to take a little bit longer. Just a lot of differences and shapes and sizes and colors in this class. You got 8 that kind of fit the same mold, and she can work through these a little bit more efficiently and find her kind to tie into pretty quickly. Yeah, that's what we're trying to. You got down to the final pair here. 2 young men do a nice job, and certainly want to make one last look before she makes her selection. Which one to bring back? And looks like she made her placing. Young man up front's going to win this class. Young man in the cowboy hat's going to be second.
Just left them in their order there standing, but both those young men once again doing an awesome job there on the stick.
Simmies over here on this side. I think these top four heifers are just extremely high quality, exquisite in terms of their design. The heifer that wins the class, she has the decided advantage in length of body. Over most of these here in the class. She's sound off her feet and legs. She's got good structural integrity, and she balances really, really nice. She's got that sweet front end. And she's laid in nice at the point of her shoulder. A heifer that's just got a lot of quality and elegance about her. Second place female, I really liked her, and I really gravitated to her when I first saw her in class. She's just so tremendous from hooks to pins. She's got that beautiful shape to her quarter and her stifle. She's got the depth of rib that balances really nice. She's just not quite as long as extended as that first heifer, but she's a tremendous female I like quite a bit. Our third heifer, I think, just falls in this particular placing here just because she's very complete. She's sound. She's not the longest sided or the deepest, but she's certainly moderate frame. She's fresh in her appearance. She's rugged in terms of her bone and foot size. And I think just a real complete individual to go in that third hole. The heifer in fourth is probably one of the heavier designed ones. She's structurally heavy boned. She plays out, I think, a little bit in terms of her levelness from hooks to pins. She's got a little more set to her hock, but she's sound off her feet and legs, and she's got that extra length through her front end that you really like. Just a real competitive heifer in this class. Next female, heifer that gets a little plainer about her front end. Would like to just give her a little more extension and elegance through her head and neck, but she certainly gives you a nice look from the side. She's long spine and she's sound off her feet and legs. Our black heifer here, again, this is a really heavy muscled female. I like her soundness and her structural integrity. She just gets a little plainer through that front end and not quite as attractive from the hock down when you ask her to move. Red heifer's really nice. This is a high quality female. She's just not as powerful in that lower 1/3, and you'd like to give her a little more integrity off her hind legs on the move. Heifer that rounds the class up, long sided. She's a high performing female, just needs to be freer off both ends to go higher.
Results of class number 2, winning the class, Landon Wampler, Randall County 4-H. Second goes to Eli Gandy, Johnson County 4-H. Third, Carly Hine, Foster FFA. Fourth, Kennedy Powell, Erath County 4-H. Fifth, shown by Tyler Hammond, Pearland FFA. Sixth, Alexa Gill, Ed Couch, Elsa FFA. Seventh, Wiley Kirkendall, Era FFA. And eighth, Sophie Hebert, Longview FFA.
Well, another good class in the semi show over there. Preston, I don't know about you, but for me, one of the coolest things about being a part of a collegiate livestock judging program is being able to give back to the kids in your state. So here in Texas at A&M, we've got a big judging camp every single summer. And Mr. Eli Gandy, that was second there in the last class, always comes to judging camp, is always making friends with us collegiate kids. And it's cool to just see him back out here with their projects, to see the work that they do on a day-to-day basis, see that play out versus just seeing them at camp. But it's certainly cool to make those connections and offer mentorship to those kids that we see back out here in the ring.
Yeah, likewise. I'm not familiar with a lot of the Texas individuals that show here in the state, but in Oklahoma, we got a really strong the support group and certainly a camp there that we give back to in the summer there. All the kids come back and compete in our summer camp, and then they go on to the Big 3 contest and continue to work at that. And again, likewise, in the state of Illinois, we have a camp there at the university that and there are a lot of different camps that the junior colleges put on, and excited to see all the young kids come through the program same way as I did.
Another smaller class here. Only 6 entries, but nonetheless still competitive.
Yeah, listen to the last class, and I really like that top pair of things and the way she kind of talked through, and certainly can follow along what she's saying. She's short and brief in her conversations with them, but she's really, really good in just the way she breaks things down, and you can really listen to hear the passion that she has for cattle, especially breeding cattle, like she talked about yesterday when we were meeting with her briefly last night, and can really follow along the type of kind she sees. You know, as a Simmental breeder, always really interested to see what kind of wins and what kind of going on in terms of the breed. And the last class winner was an Eminence out of a loaded up cow on the warning side of the bottom thing. It's certainly strong in terms of pedigree there. And Eminence has had a lot of success for a lot of different programs there for the past couple of years now. And a really nice effort to win that class.
Same area. We'll be thanking for our grandstanding with all of our divisions here.
This class begins to start their circle, and looks like we got 6 entries in this class. To continue to progress through the Simmental breed, and they just keep coming, keep getting better every time they come in. And again, I think the top end of this thing, Miss Barber's going to be awfully excited about her class winner. And there's a couple in here I think she's going to tie into that fits her kind of really good.
Yeah, this is the February of 25 calf class. The last class was the March class. Certainly, as a whole, we're getting bigger just across the board. A lot less variation in terms of frame size and maturity. Barber starts making her first pulls. Back to the top 4. Once again, just like a judging contest class. Got a market card.
But certainly, as we get to these smaller classes, she starts working just a little quickly and identifies her kind, just nickel more, and finds what she likes and continues to progress. Come a long day, sorting through a lot of cattle, and she doesn't want to take any more time than she has to. At the same time, giving every kid a fair shot and a fair look, and she kind of boils it down to the top 2 pretty quickly, and kind of what the quality reads. And even in this class, 1st through 6, you can kind of shake these things up quite a bit, but certainly these top 2 stick out, and for different reasons. And again, we'll see kind of what she ties into.
Yeah, like Preston said, it's certainly a lot easier to be more efficient here in these smaller classes, but nonetheless, these kids are getting their looks, and they'll learn a little bit about why their female ended up where she did today. But certainly, again, it's just an opinion, so those things could change later on down the line. But still, kids are getting their looks, even though she is being more efficient.
Looks like she just made her place in here. Young lady in the blue vest is going to win this class, and certainly a good pair you can go either way with. And wait for Miss Bloomberg to wrap up her division comments, and we'll hear Miss Barber on the mic and giving her reasons on this class here as we get into the older heifers. Just looking across the ring, the Angus breed certainly really strong, and it'd be interesting to look at the pedigrees and these things, and just seeing kind of what people are using down here, because certainly they fit just in terms of type and kind, and how the Angus breed is continuing to progress and make cattle better. And like we said, she's working through really efficiently on the other side of the ring and quickly identifying the kind that she likes. And personally, for me, it's really neat to listen to her on the mic. She's her husband Blake was my coach there at Blackhawk, and now since they moved back home, her neighbors only live 10 minutes down the road to them, and it's certainly really neat to listen to her on the mic and hear her comments as she progresses through the show. And I'll have a chance later on the day to listen to her side of things while I'm watching the key breed and get a firsthand look and seeing what kind she really ties into.
Yeah, and the cool part is Blake's actually judging the steer show, so that's pretty cool. Husband and wife getting to line up both sides of the cattle deal here at San Antonio this year. Certainly something that we don't see a whole lot.
Yep. Looks like she wrapping up her breed, and we'll hear Miss Barber on the mic here in a second and hear her comments about this real stout class of older heifers.
Got a really nice class of springborn semis here, and quite a bit of difference in terms of size and performance. And I guess weight per day of age for not more than about 20 days spread on these. The heifer that surfaces to the top for me today, she's just the most complete. She's the most fault-free in her design and her integrity of structural soundness. She's got a great substance of bone and a big foot. I think what I appreciate most about her is she's probably the levelest from hooks to pins, and she's strong behind her shoulders. Still got that great extension and femininity about her front end. And you get behind her, and there's definitely some body width. I think she's just very, very complete. Young lady does an excellent job presenting her. Then you get into 2 and 3 here, and these heifers are plenty growthy for me, and I appreciate that about them. I realize on these continental breeds you're going to have a little more growth, and certainly I'd maybe like to see a little toned down frame size for both of these, but very extended front end on the second place heifer. I think where she excels the 1 and 3rd, she's just got a little more depth of fore and rear ribs. She's extended through her front end. She's great from hooks to pins. But a heifer that gets a little more pinched, I think, behind the shoulder than our class winner. But again, a really high quality female with a lot to offer. The next heifer, again, she's just really complete in terms of her type and design. She wants to run downhill ever so slightly. I'd like to maybe just change her up there, give her a little more extension through that front end, but more than anything, maybe just tone her down in frame size for this age of a calf. Then we get some more moderate framed heifers in here, deep four-ribbed. Heifer maybe not quite as clean and balanced in her neckline as the other heifers in front, but she's certainly clean in her lines. She takes a long free stride, and she's structurally sound from the ground up. And then we've got a white-faced heifer, again, really deep-sided. She's not as good through her front end. She's got a little more leather, and it kind of detracts from her balance today, but she's certainly sound off her feet and legs and gives you a nice look when he gets her presented. Heifer that rounds up the class, really thick. I appreciate her in terms of her muscle mass. She just simply needs to be cleaner about her lines and freer moving to go higher today.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
This was shown by Kennedy Ashorn, Brenham FFA, placing 4th in Class 3, Callie Smith, Brazoria County 4-H. Our 5th place entry shown by Tuck Bialis, Needville FFA, and 6th place goes to Ryder Coker, Liberty FFA. Now bring in our last class of our heifer calf division, class number 4. Following the completion of class 4, we'll pick our division winners from our heifers. Then we'll start on class 7. So class 7, bring it to the ring. We only got one entry in class 7. So class 8, Simmental heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Class 8, Simmental heifers, north staging area.
Some neat pedigrees there from the top 2 of that last class. The class winner is a Woodford back on a Rebel cow. And then Preston, you want to go ahead and talk about the second place in that class?
Yeah, like you said, it was a good pair of heifers, and the class winner Woodford there. Obviously, he's gotten a lot of use. Steam hook operation kind of pushes him along, and certainly has got a lot of use the past couple of years. And I like those type of cattle, like as well as Miss Barber in that last class. The second place one, raised by Sullivan there in Dunlap, Iowa. She's copacetic on the stunning Rose cow, going back to the famous Sam Piney lineage, and certainly there's a lot of them out there, and for a reason. They're good cattle, and got a lot of fame, and they got a lot of traction to them, and certainly cattle you can tie into pretty quick, just in terms of their type and kind. So a really good pair there, obviously, backed by an awesome pedigree, and pretty well known in the Simmental breed.
Another smaller class here, just 8 entries. I think the first sock-footed one we've seen all day.
Yep. Another good class. What age are we on here? I guess it is.
These are the January babies.
Yep. Again, it's fun to see, especially in these heifer calf classes. And obviously, this is not going to be their last show. They're going to continue to feed them next year and get them bred and show them again at the Texas majors, but bringing them out for probably the first time for some of these kids, and getting them through the ring and seeing the projects and seeing how they can continue to feed and progress them and make them awesome junior yearlings. I think there's a couple or handful in here in this class that exhibitors should be awfully proud of their projects to continue to make awesome junior yearling heifers next year for them.
Yeah, that's a point we haven't made yet. It could very well be the first time out here for some of these exhibitors, but certainly still doing an incredible job out there if it is their first time. Sometimes these cattle don't want to behave first rattle out of the box, but really all of them are doing a great job.
This one?
Yeah.
Yep, as they bring in their lap here, and certainly Miss Barber's got her stance, or she likes to stand behind the cattle. That's a big thing we talked about in our meetings yesterday, of where you want to stand in the ring and make sure you get a good look. And I've been taught by both Blake Bloomberg and Parker Henley, when they take their circle, you better park there right behind them and see how genuine and how sound they are, because that's where you get the look at cattle. And that's where they're really at in terms of just structural correctness and how much width they have at the surface. And certainly Miss Barber makes that emphasis to stand there and make sure she gets all her right looks. And likewise, it seems like the other ring, Miss Bloomberg's doing the exact same thing and making sure she gets her look behind the cattle and then stepping off from the side and make sure everything balances up nice. And obviously, both young ladies do a nice job finding the kind they like.
It's interesting in some of these classes, maybe just a click more variation in terms of frame size and maturity, but still representing a lot of quality out here. Almost had one get away there in the corner right after I bragged on how well the cattle were behaving, so I guess I won't talk about that anymore.
As we were talking about the steer show right before we got on the mic for the class winning, where she got started talking her class comments, and certainly going to be a good steer show. And I talked to Blake there last week, and he's really excited to work through that with Kendall, and talked about just how the slick steer thing's obviously different. Him and Kendall judged a Denver there not too long ago, and get into a Texas major, and they'll look for the same type of things that they want to tie into, but certainly different in terms of presentation that they'll be looking at.
Again, Miss Terry's going to make her initial selections here, pulling from the bottom. Still really good cattle that are going to end up there at the bottom of this class, though. I mean, it's tough. Tough to compete.
Yep, getting down, boiling down to the final three and making her last lap and seeing what she likes to bring back into the champion breed. And like we said at the start of the broadcast, she said it was very important for her to not only find the top two that was right for her, but make sure that third, fourth, and so on was where they need to be in terms of a spot. She knows every spot for these kids is very important. There's no throwaways at all. We'll get to the last two here. Again, we got that white sock heifer up front, the young man's got, and then appears to be a solid black heifer. And
real competitive, but I don't know about you. I saw that sock-legged heifer walk around, and I thought she'd be pretty hard to beat.
Before we get into this first division, there's quite a bit of give and take on these females out here, and if I could maybe take some combination pieces from a few and make the perfect one, that would be ideal. But I think the one that offers the most in terms of true maternal look and muscle and balance and style and eye appeal is this white-faced heifer that's going to win the class. She's super long-sided. I really appreciate the amount of muscle she has, and yet she's still refined and elegant. She's sound off her feet and legs. She's probably not the largest in terms of her performance, but I don't think that's important. I think these are all adequate in terms of their frame size. And certainly the advantage to growth and frame size is the heifer in second. This female's, she's just a little more awkward to me in terms of her udder for a January, but I really like the way she's made from her hooks to her pins. She's got that extra volume. She's extended through her front end and still very elegant when you put her on the move. Just a female that, I think you'd want to keep her toned down in terms of her overall maturity and give her a little shot of frame size there. The heifer in second or third here, I think another female that's really long-sided. This heifer's certainly got the growth advantage over a few more in her class. She just kind of plays out in that lower quarter to me. I'd like to give her more width through her pins and just give her a little more tone down in that front end, but really a nice female with a lot of femininity. The heifer in next lineup here, this is a female that's really robust in her volume and her rib shape. She's probably not as extended from hooks to pins. She's not going to have that extended front end like the heifers in front of her, but a heifer that, again, you appreciate her for her structural integrity and her length of side, and he does a nice job presenting her. We've got a heifer that's a little more compact in her design, probably not as feminine or as fresh through that front end, but yet still has a lot of rib and a volume, a lot of shape to her quarter when you look at her and analyze her, but just got a little bit outpowered out here in the top end of this class. Next female, really elegant and refined about her head and neck. I like that about her. She's strong in her top line. She's got a nice set to her knees down, and when you ask her to move, she's got a lot of flex on both ends. She's just not as deep-bodied, not as well balanced from the side when you compare to the ones in front. So we've got a heifer again, high growth, high volume. Just like to see more of her from that lower standpoint. You put her on the move and she kind of crosses those hind legs, which really detracts from her width. Just like to tear her apart there in that pin shape to go higher. And then we've got a female. You appreciate her maternal ability. This is a real beefy type animal. She's just a little too early mature and too quick patterned and a heavier conditioned female for me to put any higher. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Results of Class 4 winning the class is Buddy Cameron, the Vera.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
We got a really good class there on the January side of heifers, and certainly all the way through. I thought there was heifer even down the line that was really nice, and certainly was in there to compete, and will continue to progress into the next age group. And Ravenna's wrapping up her first class on her side of things of calves, and likewise on this side of the calf class, a lot of sizes and differences that you sort through, but certainly boil it down to which one you prefer. And as we get the next class in the circle and in the ring, Miss Barber's getting her first looks and her first impressions, and we got some pedigrees on the last class winner. Class winner on last class was Woodford on a copacetic cow. Certainly copacetic and Woodford we've already kind of talked about today, and both bulls that are well known in the Simmental breed and continue to get some traction and some banners hung.
Yeah, actually a very similar pedigree to what we've seen coming out of some of the previous classes. And then once again here, the second place in that last class is at a Coping with Destiny, which is a copacetic son. And then out of a bulletproof, cow on the bottom side of that pedigree. But copacetic kind of having his way here in the calf division of the semi-breed here in San Antonio.
Yeah, you kind of see that bull that could continue to work, and he's getting up there in age, but no doubt, and just in stamping him in terms of type and kind, and really a maternal use bull. And there's bulls out of him now. The Coping of Destiny, his famous son, a new young sire people are using and tying into, and no doubt, copacetic's been working for a lot of different operations across the country. bring all the class winners back out for a division drive. And like we talked yesterday, they don't all need to be cookie cutter in terms of type and kind, but as they circle here, honestly, they're a little shot more moderate cattle that got some femininity to them, got some body. Stout made cattle in a stout group of 4 class winners, and match up pretty nicely. Got subtle differences. It'll be interesting what she sees in her champion, which one she wants to tie into, but certainly go a number of different ways in this first division. Circling back around and making sure she hasn't missed anything, looking at the second places again, and all heifers are really well shown and presented today, and a no-fit show today, obviously, and no doubt, and can't hide the fact that these kids are working really hard and prepared at home. These are well-fed heifers that are fresh, good-haired, and certainly presented to a high degree, and they came to win and came to grab a banner. Like we said, it's a calf class, and she certainly prioritizes. And again, we'll see, continue to talk later. We'll see her comments on this division.
The first division here on the Simmental side. Let's give everybody out here your appreciation in terms of applause here. Really nice division. We've got some really high numbered classes that we sorted through, starting with that first one. And you get these heifers back out here, and there's a little bit of difference in terms of their frame size and their build and type, but structurally wise, these all have a lot of integrity. They're beautiful fronted females. I think they're sound off their feet and legs. They've got that good bold rib shape, and they're tremendous from their hips to their pins. And again, I think they've got quite a bit of bone and foot size. Just a really nice lineup, and the respective seconds, obviously deserving to be out here. There's a couple of heifers that hit me pretty hard when I first saw them in class, and I still like them out here in division. I'll go out and show you who those two are. Congratulations to exhibitors.
There's our heifer calf champion coming to us out of class number 3 in our Simmental show ring, showed by Katie Thomas, Hockley County 4-H. And also coming to us out of class 3 is our reserve heifer calf champion, shown by Siley Shulock, a member of the Hill County 4-H.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Cattle that are a little bit more moderate, maybe, but still have some look and balance from the side. And I thought she found those cattle incredibly well.
Got just a single entry November heifer coming in, young lady bringing around the ring, and certainly heifer that could stand some competition. I assume that she'll Miss Barber will say that in the comments, and it's kind of heifer that kind of fits her kind of being a shot more modern and having some power, still being feminine up front.
Again, we want to congratulate the champion and reserve champion out of the calf division. So your champion, once again, out of Class 3, Katie Thomas, and then your reserve also out of Class 3, Siley Sulak. So congratulations to those girls.
So we get into the older classes, probably a little smaller on numbers, but quality certainly won't drop. There'll be some big heifers come to the ring that are awfully impressive. And see Miss Barber's comments on this single entry class winner.
Got in November, just a single entry here that's a superior animal in her own right. She's very collected in terms of her presence and her structural integrity. Female that's long-sided. I really like her depth of fore and rear rib that helps her balance from the side. A female that's got some pin width when you get behind her. She's moderate in terms of her frame size. Young lady's done a really nice job of keeping her fresh and in show ring appearance. It'd be nice to have her come back out here later on for division. Congratulations on your single entry.
And our winner in Class 7, shown by Grace Collins from Aubrey FFA. Congratulations to you. Let's bring in class number 8. Class 9, Simmental Heifers. We need you to the north staging area. Class 9 to the north staging area, Simmental Heifers.
Well,
Class
from a
10,
judge's
get it on your
perspective, it
mind.
certainly gets a little easier when you only have one out there. But still, I think that was a heifer that, like Miss Barber said, represents a lot of quality. That female belonging to Miss Grace Collins is an Insurrection back on a wheelman cow. So Insurrection on a wheelman cow.
High quality kind of a heifer here to win the class. Heifer in second is one that just kind of grows on me the longer she.
Yeah, that bull cow side of things certainly has been dominating across the country, and the famous Roxy cow, and obviously he sold a pair of bulls this past year at Denver, caught a lot of money, a lot of attention. Certainly family lineage on the cow side of things, especially, is going to be getting a lot of attention on these heifers that have been dominating the show ring, and I think those two exciting sons, and certainly the brother that one just was sired the class winner there, is going to be getting a lot of use here soon, and certainly good kind of cattle there.
Here, once again, we have 8 records in this class. This is the October and September class. Preston, I don't know about you, but I'm a September baby myself, so I'd be out in this class if I were a calf.
Yeah. Another really strong class and continue to progress, and good cattle just keep coming in. And again, a lot of differences in terms of just kinds, but we'll see how Miss Barber sorts through this class. Got a few numbers and begin to work through it.
A lot more variation in this one in terms of maturity and frame size, and I guess that's to be expected when you've got a couple different age months listed here in this class.
Thank you for the overview. Wait for class 2, our next grade first way honor going to 19,847. The Kidney Division, the Dividend Central SSA and all check. Second going to
We talk pedigrees on this class winners. There's a lot of just similars in terms of just backgrounds and genetic wise, but I tell you what, the Simmental breed I think does it best as any in terms of being able to spread out and still having some diversity. But a lot of cows still have to go back to the same power in the blood, but there's a lot of good bulls out there that a lot of the Simmental breeders have access to and be able to tie into, and I think it's awfully exciting, especially like we just talked with those two brothers sold at Denver. There's some new exciting sires out there this next calf crop, and excited to see how these new sires are going to begin to impact the Simmental breed in a positive way.
I mean, Preston, you know more than me, but it's just so hard to make them good out here. And I mean, the semi breed's come a long way over the last couple decades.
To be in their circle here, Miss Barber, like I said, standing behind the cattle and really getting a good look at just how they move away from her. And she talked yesterday, she liked genuine cattle, and where she's standing right now, she gets the best angle and the best shot of them as to go away from her. Another really strong class. Got a couple baldies up front, a snip-nosed heifer in the second lineup. Saw black heifer coming around next, another baldy heifer right behind her, and no red ones in this class.
Yeah, no reds. We haven't seen a red since what, like the second or third class, maybe?
You
Not many reds.
looks like 3 more saw black heifers to wrap up this class. They come in and wrap up their circle for their initial look.
Maybe some different shapes and sizes, types and kinds than what we've seen before. Really some neat looking ones out there just in terms of extension and levelness of design.
And certainly an age group not everybody kind of finds or buys in for, but certainly a different type of age group where these heifers are finally becoming into their own. They're not in that awkward growing stage no more, and they should be bred by now, and certainly can make a nice senior yearlings for these young individuals come time next year as well. Begins placing her bottom ones and starting to work towards the top. Looks like we got a final 3 we're working towards, and kind of got her mind made up pretty soon here what she wants to tie into in this class. Certainly enjoy hearing Miss Barber's comments on our class winners and on down the line, and very brief in her comments, but certainly really accurate in the way that she sees cattle, and explains that just these cattle got to go out and work for her, especially they're very famous in the Hereford breed there in Texas, and they want practical, good doing cattle that still got a good look to them. And obviously they got a lot of success in the ring, and she pulls her third, and she just placed her top 3. Young man in the cowboy hat here in the back is going to win your class, and certainly a nice heifer to win. We'll hear Miss Barber's comments.
These fall-born semis, and just a lot of depth and quality here on this top end. Definitely some differences in size and performance we'll talk about. But the female that wins, she's certainly big enough for me. I'd like to maybe give her a little more discipline in her mature size. That's something I would want to, watch as she continues to mature. But what a phenomenal silhouette she presents. She's got that extra depth of her fore and rear ribs. She's got a really nice shape to her rib cage. She's beautiful from her hooks to her pins, really upstanding in her front end, and you get her out on the move and she just glides around the ring. Just a lot of quality, a lot of show presence to this class winner. 2 and 3 get a little tougher for me. The second heifer, I think, probably a little stronger behind her top line, behind that shoulder compared to your third heifer, a female that probably balances just a hair better. Because of that, she's square through her hip and her hind leg, maybe a little wider through that front end, but she's got that really nice, elegant, feminine look about her front end as well. And I appreciate her in terms of her moderate frame size and her condition today. The heifer in third, you really like. She's got some really nice pieces. She's so deep-bodied and so high volume that it almost kind of takes away from her balance, but she's not short-hipped. She's got a lot of stoutness behind there. She just overpowers you in terms of that overall volume. As a result, it makes her look a little pinched behind that shoulder, but there's a lot of width in the body, a lot of maternal cow right there. But then we've got a long-sided female, really like her in terms of her strength of top line. This heifer just kind of plays out in that lower quarter in her stifle. She's not as wide pinned. She's not as deep in that lower 1/3, but really a nice female that's in good condition. Then we've got a heifer that's a little bit more pounds light. She's probably lacking the amount of groceries of any of them out here. I like her in terms of her line. She's got some nice angulation to her shoulder. She's ultra feminine about her head and neck. She just plays out in that lower 1/3. Would like to see more length of stifle and quarter. for her to go higher today. Then we've got a heifer that's coming in next, and she's really rugged in her design. She's strong down in her top line, and she does have the muscle in that lower third. She just plays out in terms of her depth of side, kind of detracts from her balance compared to the ones ahead of her. We got a heifer next that really sound off her feet and legs. She's probably got a little extra set from that hawk down. The female that you like in terms of her length of side, her femininity through the front end. She just gets a little weak topped and a little bit shorter hip compared to the ones on either side. And then a nice rugged heifer to bring the class here. Long-sided. He's done a great job of feeding her. She's in really good condition. She's fresh. She just doesn't have the power to go higher today. Congratulations again to the class winner.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
7th, Jalen Rodriguez, Grand Oaks FFA, and 8, Shane Riley, Huntsville FFA.
Good class over here. I like this class winner a good deal. I think that she's one that's looks like a female should in the sense that her functional traits are correct. She's good from a structural standpoint. Her body type's right. She offers you extra presence. When we think about it from a show ring aspect, she has some of those extras. She's got the extra look. She's got some length and some style to her front end. She has the right kind of presence out here for me. And at the same time, she's highly attractive when you get off her from the profile. From there, I think you can sort some differences maybe. For me, the one that's just the next.
Again, a really nice class there as we wrap things up. And again, pedigree-wise, we got a lot of similar things we've been seeing already. And Dylan's got the class winner here.
Yeah, so the class winner, bred by Sarah Sullivan, is a remedy back on a copacetic cow. So once again, more copacetic in these pedigrees.
Yeah, neat deal. One of my good buddies there back at Oklahoma State raised that remedy bull, and he's had an impact on the Simmental breed. And that cow on the bottom side of things, the Angel, is the new cow within the breed, and certainly he's been working really good, making a lot of high sellers there for the Sullivan cattle there in Dunlap, Illinois. The second place, she's a Copeland with Destiny. So again, the Copacetic on the top side of things, out of the Miss 4B, Relentless cow, and a Relentless, no doubt, one of the top bulls in the Simmental breed, and certainly one that's going to be go down as one of the greatest bulls, in my opinion, that has a big impact in the Simmental genetics. Just a trio heifers in here. We got a Baldy up front, a solid black heifer in second, then a kind of chromed up heifer in the back, and certainly, honestly, 3 heifers that kind of fit together. I think a pair of them that really go together really nicely, and we'll see how she sorts this trio. But just get into the summer division of things, and like we said, as we get older in the classes, maybe won't have as many numbers just as they continue to develop, but certainly the quality is still here in the stout trio heifers.
Division of the Outdoor Championship. This will be your last call for Class 7 to staging from the Elizabeth Show. And first place honor here in Class 4, Glenn Biggers, 24-64.
This is our July and August class, so there's only one August female in here and 2 Julys. Makes her first pull, second first. Solid black female there in the middle is going to be first.
Over here and just an absolute truck to start this class with. Love the design and the makeup, the structural integrity, the balance, and just the overall high quality. This female that wins the class, she's just really fault free in my opinion. She's probably one of the stoutest we've seen out here today. She puts everything together in a really nice package, well presented and perfect in terms of her condition. Congratulations. Second place, very logical. Again, a really high quality female. She's going to be strong in her top line. She's got some depth of rib. She's sound off her feet and legs. She just doesn't have that extra pizzazz and that extra power to get around this class winner today, but she's going to make a really nice brood cow for you. Our heifer in third just kind of ran into some real power in this class of 3. I like this female from her strength down her top. You can see the muscle working in her. She just needs to be freer off both ends and more skeletal security today to go higher, but really a nice class winner.
Results in Class 9 in our junior Simmental show. Winning that class, Sophia Garza, Edinburgh Vela FFA. Second, shown by Alan Cox, Wise County 4-H. And third, Kaylee Kristen from Weimar FFA. Now leading in class number 10 in our Simmental Junior Heifer Show. Following class 10, we'll pick our junior division winners. So class 13, Simmental Heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Class 13, Simmental Heifers, we need you to the north staging area.
Like we said, a good trio of heifers in that class, and the class winners a double down of a Due North cow, and no doubt, again, Due North had a big impact on the Simmental breed there years ago, and obviously you can still see a lot of the bottom side of these pedigrees. He still has a major impact, and double down, really good Cavanese sire bull that a lot of people use. I loved him on first calf heifers, and certainly made a really, really stout heifer to win that class.
Yeah, and then the second place from that class is a Troubadour, who is, to no surprise, a copacetic son on the top side there. And then on the bottom side, we've got a Paramount cow, Miss Temptress there on the bottom side. But another really high-quality class there, even though only 3 entries. Once again, that class winner really fit Miss Barber's type and kind, as we've talked about before. Really a more moderate, more powerful kind of a female that still ties it all in with the right kind of structural build and look from the side.
Looks like we got 4 entries in this class. A couple baldies, a solid black heifer, and a red baldy. Got another red heifer here in class, but
this is the May and June class here, Preston.
Gotcha. Yeah, you're going to start seeing heifers got a little further along in calf, and obviously you can tell just in terms of udder development, they're going to be pushing a calf here in not too long. You still got a little bit to go if these are May babies, but 4 good heifers in this class. Again, you got differences in kind, and let's see how they shake out in Miss Barber's mind. You can tell all these heifers are well taken care of at home. They're good haired and good conditioned, and looks like they've been.
Man, it's hard to keep the hair on them down here, though. When the winter winter weather is getting into the 70s and 80s, it does get pretty hard to keep the hair on these females. But yeah, obviously doing a great job back home, taking care of them, trying to do the best that they can. But certainly not what you're used to up north.
Yeah, not too long ago, a couple weeks here in Illinois, we had snow on the ground. Was talking to the family, so certainly a different type of environment. OSU were shorts and t-shirts before we headed down south here, so certainly different. As the cattle are making their first lap, and really nice heifers on the top end of things, and we'll see again what she ties into. But I think there's going to be a couple that she really likes and should fit in her type and kind. Star-headed heifer kind of leading the pack here. A young lady in the pink shirt doing a nice job getting that heifer shown. Baldy heifer shown by a cowboy in the second hole. And a young lady with a solid black heifer in the third hole here. As they wrap up their initial circle as she begins to start placing these 4. This is certainly be a fun class as you get back into a judging contest mindset to sort through and talk. And some of our mentors were on the panel there listening to at Louisville, and have been fun to give them one more last set of reasons on this set of class.
Yeah, a lot of differences to talk about here from a judging contest perspective.
She begins getting another look at these, and again, a good 4 heifers that maybe not all just, again, cookie cutter, but they're good in terms of different areas, and see what she ties into. She begins to start placing her class bottom up there. She places fourth and third, and going to take one more look at her top two heifers. Got the young lady's baldy up front, and the young gal there in the purple shirt with the solid black heifer left out there for decide which one's going to be her class winner. Nope. Young lady in purple is going to win this class. Yeah, that one. Class winner.
Simmental heifers over here, good judge in class of 4. There's definitely some give and take, especially from the structural standpoint. And, you know, ideally, this heifer that wins the class could definitely move a little better for me today. She gets it done, but she labors just ever so slightly, I think, when you ask her to move. A little bit stiff in her joints, but boy, she gives you the nicest look. She's got the most good going for her today in terms of her top line and her depth of rib, super extended through that front end. And she just got that really nice maternal brood look about her. Young lady does a really nice job presenting her, and appreciate the condition she has her in today. The heifer in second, I think, in terms of her soundness, she's probably a little better in her pasterns and from the hock down. This heifer gives you a nice turn and nice shape. She's probably not as extended and as angular through her front end as the class winner, but I think this heifer is very competitive in her own right. She's strong in her top line, maybe just not quite as true from the knee down compared to the class winner as well. But this is a really nice brood cow with an awful lot of quality. The red Hereford colored heifer, she kind of grows on me the longer she's out here. I really appreciate her moderate frame size. She's really balanced. She's strong in her top line. She just simply needs to move better for me today. I appreciate her udder development and the quality she has there. And I think she's going to be a tremendous brood cow as well. Just need to free her up on both ends to go higher. Really growthy, high-performing female that rounds the class up. Appreciate her volume and her depth of rib and that shape that she gives you. Would just like to free her up on both ends. She kind of dragging that right rear leg today, and certainly would like to give her a little more udder refinement and teat spacing there. But appreciate the maternal look she gives you and the growth as well.
Thank you, Judge, for that overview.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Top pair. Preston and I were talking off microphone. We thought that she might have used the young lady that was leading off the class to win, but she ended up switching that pair from us. But in our minds, we'll call that a 2-point pair. Call it close. Both those cattle are really good, represent loads of quality. Miss Savannah's heifer that's going to go ahead and win the class. Congratulations to her. That's Miss LWD Michelle out of Fort Knox, who's a bankroll son. Everyone in the Simmental industry knows Werning cattle. Both those bulls are Werning cattle bulls. And then there on the bottom side, we've got a verdict cow. But again, a really nice pedigree there for the female that's going to go ahead and lead off the class.
Yeah, no doubt. Bankrolls had another big impact on the Simmental breed, and he's had a lot of sons go out there and work for a lot of different people across the country, and he's been a staple, no doubt. Especially across breeds, he's worked really good just in terms of on the key side of things, implementing some muscle and some power back into the breed. And the second place was King of Diamonds, the Jack of Diamonds, a King of Diamonds son on a counter intact bull. On the bottom side of things, again, two bulls. Obviously, that King of Diamond bull goes back to the grade, a diamond cow that Bloomberg showed there years ago. So a really good Simmental cow and genetics were back in that side of things. So two good outstanding heifers on the side. I assume those two heifers will get another look back out for the grand drive for Miss Barber. Seemed like she liked those two quite a bit. Looks like Ravenna's wrapping up on the limousine side of things. And just looking at the class winners, glancing across the ring, there's some really nice heifers out there. Certainly could have a shot later in the day for the Supreme Drive. And see what she goes back out and selects. What we got now? Like I said, looks like she picked a really nice heifer to win that particular division. We got back on the Simmental side of things, though, back out for in the division. We got 3 class winners and 2 second place in the respective classes, and I think there was a couple of heifers that she really liked in class, and she can see how they compare and stack up with each other, but certainly could go a different number of ways. And honestly, these class winners kind of fit together in terms of kind. And
yeah, I think these all fit the mold in terms of Ms. Barber's kind, what she was talking about yesterday, and then the cattle that she's used so far today really all fit in the same mold as far as body shape and structural integrity, but still being maybe a bit more moderate, but still cattle that are very, very doable.
Excuse me, there's 4 class winners. We missed 1 class. 4 class winners and 3 second place.
Now, this makes a little tougher judging contest class here with the top 4.
I tell you what, that limousine drive was really, really good. I thought,
yeah, those were stout over there.
Were nice.
I'm pretty sure it's Mr. Blake Jansen from Texas Tech, and then Mr. Shane Bedwell with the American Hereford Association that are doing the commentating over there on that broadcast. I'm sure very entertaining over there.
Just make sure that last lap, looking at the second place heifers, give them the chromed up heifer a good look. They're out of the third class. I thought last division I kind of had a good idea where she was going to go. I thought there was a pair of heifers that she thought was pretty close in class, and in that division, I think there's another pair that she keeps going back to. So we'll see how that stacks up again here. Looks like she's got her mind made up and grabbing the mic.
Folks ringside on your semi side, please give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. This is a great division. Got a lot of power when we bring these class winners back out. We had the single entry on the November, but these heifers all very deserving to be in a champion division lineup. I won't talk them all again individually, but just know that I think they're very respective to be out here in this lineup. They're sound. They've got some integrity about them. They're maternal in their look. They're very eye appealing and have that extra show ring quality and the wow factor. There's one heifer that hit me pretty hard when she came back out here, and I think I can find her pretty easily, and then I'm going to look again on their second place for the reserve. But again, congratulations to everyone out here in the ring.
And there's our junior champion female coming to us out of class number 9, shown by Sophia Garza, Edinburgh Vela FFA. Congratulations. In reserve, coming to us out of class number 8, that heifer is shown by Holden Hawkins, Rivercrest FFA. Congratulations to our junior winners, along with all the youngsters that showed in our junior classes. Class 13, we need you at the staging area. Class 14 as well, junior Simmental heifers.
No doubt a really good pair, and figured, especially out of class 3, that was one that she was going to tie into and really liked, just by her comments on the mic and the way she really liked her within class and came out in division and tie into that heifer.
Yeah, again, congratulations to those winners there. The champion junior heifer belongs to Miss Sophia Garza, and that came out of class 9, so the third class in this division. And then your reserve champion junior heifer, Holden Hawkins, and that came out of class 8, which was the second class in this junior division. But again, congratulations to those young people.
What age you got next? April's?
March.
Yeah. Well, let's begin the April-March division. Like I said, just continue to progress throughout the show, and starting to see heifers with a shot more maturity on them. And we're getting really close to actually going out and working for these kids as brood cows and seeing what they can really do as making the next generation better. Starting to get a look at them going away, and some of these heifers are starting to get some udder development and getting further along with calf, or at least hope they are, and be getting closer to calving and having a bred known for the exhibitors for next year. Got a couple baldies up front. White flanked heifer comes in the third hole. She comes in the ring, and a solid black heifer, a tall young man's got here wrapping up the class. Four really, another heifer comes in, another solid black heifer. 5 outstanding heifers. This class might take just a little bit longer for Miss Barber for 5 real stout, good heifers. Certainly a lot of differences you can tie into and make a case for to win this class, or how you're going to line them up. And as a show judge, just to be really wanting to get fired up about.
Yeah, this is one of those classes where every cattleman's going to have his opinion. And, at the end of the day, it does come down to an opinion as far as the class winner goes. But, again, 5 really, really good ones standing out there right now.
So Miss Bloomberg just finished up another class on her side of things and got a big round of applause for her class winner. So must have some fans there. It'll be interesting to get all the grand drive. We get in the grand drive, all the division winners back out and see how they stack back up and then line up and see just the differences in terms of kind and breed, and how Miss Barber, Miss Bloomberg line them up, and how they see cattle and which one fits the mold. And certainly can be a struggle probably landing on one, and when they're all really nice, just trying to find a champion. But at the end of the day, good cattle are good cattle. And certainly I think both young ladies, how they talked last night, like cattle the same. So. As we make an initial circle on these, and certainly a good class.
She's not at the knee. It's just a little flatter the way that she's assembled on her front. She's a little more refined.
5 really well shown heifers are presented very nicely, and obviously, like we said at the start of the day, that aids into just how they look from the side, and certainly they do a nice job hiding some flaws and really bringing out what's good about their heifer, and makes it challenging on the judge and as she sorts through things.
And especially now as we get into the top end of the senior division, some extra freshness I think is going to be important, especially as these cattle get older. We're getting a lot of these show heifers pretty fat today, but honestly, I think all 5 of these are in pretty good condition. I don't know what you think, Preston, but all 5 represent the right kind of freshness that it's going to take to win, just in terms of their overall condition.
Right, some big terms that she's been saying just in terms of just freshness. She's starting to talk about this udder development. It's a big thing, obviously, for her and what she wants to be looking at. And looks like she's starting to make her initial pull here and kind of tying in 2 moderate-sized heifers. And what she kind of talked yesterday. She didn't want cattle a lot of size, especially it all depends on where you're from. And obviously, they're in Texas. She's talking about moderate, big body cattle work better for her, and that's what she wants to tie into.
Yeah, boy, this heifer that belongs to the young lady in the yellow sweater that's doing an awesome job getting that one showed. Man, that thing is stout. We're kind of getting the rear view of her right now, and man, that's a big hip kind of a female. Huge bone. Still really sound and big body, though.
Nice pair of heifers on top end of things, but still 3rd, 4th, and 5th. You can argue to work up in this class as well. It's just one of those classes you get a different opinion, and especially get some different one of our mentors in there, and it can maybe just shake things up, just different opinion of things. And but these are the 2 heifers that fit the kind of Miss Barber just a shot better.
Yeah, we'd also like to take this time to, I guess, give a shout out to the Top Judge program for allowing us to be here today and selecting us to be a part of the program. It's certainly an honor. But huge shout out to Mr. Dan Lane and Dr. Scott Greiner for helping spearhead this deal and kind of coordinate it. It's only the 2nd year of this program's existence for us kids, but we certainly enjoyed it so far. Certainly having the pleasure to be here with you today. Got to give all thanks to them, though.
Yeah, I really appreciate for all them giving back their time, and certainly they're not getting paid for this. It's all volunteership, and these are industry leaders that we're working with, and certainly really appreciate the opportunity for them coming down to San Antonio and spending the week with us and working through classes and working through how they go through a show, and just kind of picking up little pointers from them, and how to really handle things if things get tough, or how to handle things throughout a show, and really appreciate their time.
Yeah. Those guys also did a lot of work to get the sponsorship money to put this program together. We don't have the sponsor list here with us, but we'd also like to thank them as well.
Yeah, those are certainly guys I grew up listening to on the mic, and you just almost look up to them as your middle school and high school, as you're judging shows, or I mean, going through judging contests. And here we go with Miss Barber. Here's your comments.
Amen. Those two young ladies doing an
Well,
incredible
we've got a tremendous top end here in this class. A lot of heat between these two. These heifers are different, and I love them both for different reasons. It's very, very close to me, and I'm looking at their structural framework and the integrity when they get out and track in this ring. And then just some added balance and refinement and elegance about this class winner. She's the most moderate framed. I love her condition. She's just beautiful in terms of a silhouette. She's got a beautiful udder coming on. She's developed really, really nicely. It's really hard to get one with that much power and that refinement in a really neat, attractive package. And I think her structural soundness and her clean joints are what elevates her above this powerhouse in second. Not to take anything away from the female in second. If you're looking to tie to one that's going to add a lot of balance and muscle and depth of body, then this is the one for you. Again, I think she's a little coarser about her joints. She's not quite as refined about her head and neck, but that's not taking anything away from the balance and the style and the eye appeal. Again, another really nice condition heifer. Young lady does a tremendous job presenting. Then you just get into a set of females here that this is probably the most powerful class with the most quality and depth from end to end. This heifer, again, I'd like to just kind of free her up on both ends. She's having trouble getting around on those rear two. She's got a little bit more brisket, but still she's long and extended through her front end. Beautiful in terms of her volume of rib shape. She just ran into a couple of trucks in front of her in this class. And then our Brockle heifer here, another really high volume female. She's stout and sound on her feet and legs. I appreciate her in terms of her femininity and her balance. Just heifer that plays out a little bit when you look at the overall balance and width compared to the ones in front. Another really nice heifer to round this class out. Heifer that's probably just carrying a little more condition. She's a little more moderate. I like that about her. She's going to have a good mature size weight. She's just not as extended and powerful in that front end. Again, a really nice top end. Congratulations.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Cashdale, Rains County 4-H. Fourth, shown by Madison Mosley, Brown County 4-H. And fifth, shown by Addison Corpus, DeWitt County 4-H. Our last class of Simmentals coming in is class number 14. There is no class 15. So the completion of this class will move into our senior division drive.
Well, like we talked in class, they're a really strong class of 5 heifers, and just pedigree wise, and certainly that class winner's got some power in the blood. And personally speaking, some of my favorite genetics on both sides of things. She's a reckoning. She obviously is a son of Relentless, like I talked earlier, one of my all-time favorite Simmental bulls in the breed. And on the bottom side of things, again, one of my favorite bulls, Quantum Leap, that her dam's out of. And on the bottom side, my favorite cow of all time, Proud Mary, that Sullivan crew has there in Dunlap, Iowa. So no doubt, power in the blood on that heifer. Really, really nice way to kick things off. And I think that's a heifer that's going to come back and get a lot of attention from Miss Barber.
Yeah, and then the second place from that class is a Woodford. And like Preston talked about earlier, Woodford's another bull that's had a ton of influence as of recent in the semi breed. And then on the bottom side, we've got a right time cow. So again, that's a Woodford back on a right time cow there in the second place female. But another really, really competitive class, even though they're only 5 deep, still an extremely tough class to be in.
Yeah, certainly a pair of heifers that were bred with some intention and bred to make a high quality female, and excited to see how maybe a couple of them make the next generation better and see how those kids decided to utilize AI or what bull they decided to choose to breed on those heifers. I think they both can make tremendous cows for them long term. Wrapping up the last class of the Simmental show, got a January and February heifers, and the last little heifer just came in the rings, got a calf inside already, and heifer come in, a red chromed up heifer, and a few baldies, a couple solid black heifers. Again, a really solid way to wrap up the breed.
Man, that's an old school semi color. You don't see that very often anymore.
No, got some extra splash, got some extra red. Honestly, kind of surprising the amount of numbers we got here in the older class of January and February.
For sure.
Most of these heifers, again, obviously very, very close in calving, or at least hope they are, and starting to show some age and maturity, but still, it's a nice thing about these breeding heifers. The good ones, the older they get, the better they look, and I think there's a couple out here that are really still fresh for their age and still move very nice. I think there's a couple in here that are going to fit her kind very good and make it line up extremely strong coming back in for division drive. Looks like there's 8 entries in this last class. Like she's been talking, some of these older classes, she gets down and looks at udder development and makes sure the size and the spacing is correct for her and what she looks what she wants for back home, so they can go back out and work for her particular Hereford operation. So Ravenna's continue to progress on her side of things. You got a single entry on hers and rolling right through her ring, and no doubt doing an outstanding job.
Also, a big shout out to the Taylor Fort webcast for having us here. We've certainly enjoyed it. All the Taylor Fort live streams for the show are available on YouTube. Always do a great job here in San Antonio.
Crowd's really starting to fill in the stands, and I assume longer the day goes on, we get some more breeds in here, more people are going to continue to fill in, but there's a standing room only on the side of the rail. There's not much space in between. People are kind of trying to climb over to get a good look in the class, and a lot of support here for the Breeding Heifer show. Again, to pull up to the rail and make their final lap within the breed, and a couple really nice heifers are going to strengthen the breed and strengthen the show, and excited to see their pedigree and what they're out of. Pretty sure that's the Reba. What's the Reba that? They wrap up their circle here and get on the side profile. She's making her last look, and class that kind of falls together, I think, in her mind pretty good. She's going to begin pulling here.
I got Jed over to help. Jamie's on her way. I just don't know.
It's fun as big junior yearling heifers to remember a lot of these calves when they were shown last year and see them come back as heavy breds and see how they continue to progress. And there's a couple that are obviously pretty impressive the way they continue to develop and had a lot of success in the show ring as they're beginning to wrap up their careers. She's beginning to make her last pull or her beginning pulls here for towards the bottom of the class, and certainly some nice heifers at the bottom end as well, and a real stout, good way to wrap up the breed. I think we have the Shorthorn breed up next. As we conclude this, Mr. Colton Lake, the high individual at Louisville, will be on the mic alongside Skylar Ward, who attended K-State there as well as a high individual of the beef cattle thing there at Louisville. So two great young individuals that you'll have to listen to next. Getting a lot down to the last four. Just pulled her fourth place, getting the last three here. Again, three heifers that all fit what she's been trying to just tie into all day. And I think she's going to be awfully excited about her class winner as she gets things wrapped up. And
because I think they're good. Nobody maybe will kind of gravitate towards a little bit more extra power that you see the heifer that I'm going to use to win. I think she's the one that's genuinely has more width in her veins. You use that up the deep side of the skeleton. At the same time, she goes to the surface because she only structures this little bit. Heifer that's going to come in second, I like the way.
looks like she got her top two placed and just waiting on the mic for Miss Bloomberg to get done. And certainly an outstanding pair to wrap things up with. I think she's going to be awfully excited to see back and the division drive with her. So we're going to line up here the last class again. We'll see Miss Barber's comments on her top end of things and throughout.
Really nice class, a lot of quality in these older Simmental females. Heifer that wins the class, she just kind of sorts herself up and above everything else, in my opinion. She's the most fault-free. She's the most structurally sound. I love her design and her eye appeal. She's just ultra feminine and refined about her head and neck. You love that about her. Strong in her top line. She's tremendous from hooks to pins. Love the udder development and that balanced teeth spacing she has. She just has a lot of elegance and presence. Very, very well presented. Congratulations. 2 and and 3 get a little closer to me. The second heifer, I appreciate her because she's further along in development. And production agriculture is what you want to see at this age. And I think this female most closely follows our class winner. She's carrying a little bit more condition, a little bit fuller in her brisket, takes away from the attractiveness from the front end when you compare her to that class winner. But that's a really nice female that's long in her lines. She's elegant and she's sound off her feet and legs. I appreciate that big bone and foot she has. The heifer in third you really like from the silhouette. This female is highly presented. She's got a beautiful hair coat. I appreciate that about her. And she is cleaner fronted than the one in front of her. Where I'd like to just change her is see her a little further in production, see some teat development and udder, but really like her balance. And you've done a nice job getting her really full today. The heifer behind her, this is a great production agriculture example here. I appreciate the early development here. She's doing a nice job. She's got a full udder. Would probably like to balance her udder just a little bit, give her a little more ideal spacing between those teats, but certainly can't argue the fact she's got a live calf on the ground and she's doing a great job. She's in good condition, and you've done a really nice job getting this calf here too. The semi-looking heifer here, that's the traditional color pattern. Love her in terms of her production. She's got a really nice udder that's developing. She's a moderate framed female. She is a little coarser about her joints. She doesn't have that flex off both ends as the heifers in front of her, but she's done a really nice job of feeding her and keeping her in good condition. I appreciate the expressive muscle she possesses, and she's ultra feminine through that front end. Just a really nice brood cow in the making. We've got a bigger heifer that's stouter in terms of her joint and her footwork coming next. Heifer that's just not quite as attractive from the hock down. Would like to give her a little more flex off both ends to go higher. Young, light conditioned heifer here next. Again, appreciate her in terms of that udder development. She's just where she needs to be. She's in a good condition. She's long-sided, just giving up some power to the heifers in front. And then we've got a really nice, balanced, attractive female here in the bottom of this class here. She's made really nice. She's smooth at her shoulders. She's strong down her top line. She just doesn't have the volume and the rib and the capacity, and we'll like to see her further along with calf at this age, but really nicely presented.
Thank you, Ms. Barber.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
FFA 7th, shown by Iris Kelton from Bellevue FFA, and 8, shown by Tucker Clark from Godly FFA. We'll now bring in our class 13 and 14 first and seconds. From these 4 females, we'll select our 2 senior division winners. After that, we'll go into our grand drive. So you Shorthorn heifers, Shorthorn females, class
Being our time to gather all in our Simmental show. And the pick our team with the friends where we all
Well, a really good way to wrap up that last class. And again, just a couple pedigrees on your first and second place. Dylan's got your class winner here.
Yeah, here, congratulations to Miss Riley Smith from Brazoria County, bred and owned that female, so big congratulations to her. That female is a sugar daddy, who's a Prophet son there on the top side. Prophet, another great bull in the Simmental industry. And then on the bottom side, out of a bankroll cow. So another very influential pedigree there, in the class winner.
Yeah, your second place, J. Soul Reba heifer, certainly really good just in terms of breeding on that female. Relentless, Sam, daughter out of obviously the Relentless son, out of the famous Reba cow, a lover boy out of the famous C85 who's made a big impact in the Simmental breed. A lot of these pedigrees got a lot of C85, and especially when you have the Proud Mary and C85 cow in your lineup, you're certainly going to have a really nice heifer. So really strong way to wrap things up in this breed. I was very excited to see the class winners come back out and what Miss Barber's decision is going to be.
Yeah, it has been an incredible show. Getting ready here to pick your senior division champion and then pull all those division winners back out in contention for Supreme Simmental female here at the Junior Heifer Show.
Once we're waiting for the next division, or the class winners come back out for division, Ravenna's on the other side, wrapping up another strong division in her breed. Again, really good on the mic and easy to listen to, and likewise with Miss Barber today. And just as we talk about pedigrees and genetics and the Simmental thing, obviously as a Simmental kid's excited to see a lot of the genetics and sires being used, and obviously that very heavily used in the Midwest and still being very popular down here. A lot of the class winners share a lot of the similar background.
It gives us something to talk about. It's like
Wrapping up a division drive, last few class winners come back out, and again, I thought this was a really strong drive. About her comments on the mic, there's a few that she really liked, and as they come back out here, a really stout lineup. Like we said, the breed after this is Shorthorn. You got a couple of really good individuals to talk through that breed, and excited to hear their opinions on classes, and as they talk a little bit about the awesome program that we've been through the past week, and really looking forward to continue to meeting with our mentors virtually these next couple of months, and certainly guys that we can lean on for a while now and make a great connection with, regardless that's judging a show or career-wise. Very good asset that this program's given all individuals.
Yeah, that's right. This Top Judge program is giving us resources not only to be successful in the show ring as judges one day, but hopefully help set us up for life. Just through the connections and the mentorship that we're being provided with has just been incredible. Only two out here in contention, but extremely stout, extremely high quality.
Please put your hands together for the four individuals that are back out here for this particular division. Really, really a lot of quality in these classes. And we get these four heifers back out here and these class winners in respective seconds. I mean, they brought the power to their class and to this division, and rightfully so. I think these class winners are very much alike. You know, we've got some difference in length and maybe depth of side, but these females are just ultra, ultra high quality, in my opinion. I'd be honored to have either one of them in a breeding herd because you could do so many good things with them. And I applaud you, juniors, and your parents and your families and your ag teachers or your 4-H groups that you represent, because y'all are definitely making them look good with these females out here. With that said, I'll go out and select your champion in reserve, and congratulations to all four of you out here. This is a tremendous, tremendous lineup for the senior division.
Similar comments we were saying, four outstanding heifers. I think there's a pair of females that she likes quite a bit, and we'll be awfully excited to come back out and breed drive and certainly have a chance at Supreme Honors. Looks like your champion's going to come out of the
and
first
there's
class.
your champion coming out of class number 13, exhibited by Madison Moore, Robinson County 4-H. And our reserve female in our senior division comes to us out of class number 14, exhibited by Riley Smith, Brazoria County 4-H. Congratulations to our champions in our senior division, as well as all the youngsters who showed in those senior classes. We'll now bring in to our ring, get staged for our champion Simmental drive. We'll need our two calf division winners, our junior and our seniors.
As we wrap up the last division,
Well, fun class here. I think the
we'll certainly be really excited to see all the division winners come back out and see how the calf classes and the big heifers all sort up and match up with each other. But certainly a really, really strong Simmental show. The Simmental breeders that bred these things should be awfully, awfully proud of them.
Yeah, and I think Miss Barber has done an incredible job at sticking to her type and kind throughout the show. I mean, they'll all come out at different stages in their life here when we get them out for Supreme Drive. But still, I think they all fit in the same box as far as some of their traits go in terms of some body shape and some structural correctness and those kinds of things. So once again, Miss Barber just done an incredibly good job at staying consistent with her type and kind throughout the show.
Yeah, like you said, you can certainly tell that her kind is she sticks to it in terms of just moderate, easy fleshing cattle that can get out and move with a feminine look, and certainly sticking through it the entire time. To bring back all the division winners, certainly a really, really good lineup, and again, not cookie cutter, but certainly quality, no doubt.
We'll go ahead and highlight the champion and reserve champion exhibitors out of that senior division. So your champion came out of class 13. That would have been Madison Moore. And then again, your reserve champion senior heifer here at San Antonio this year was Miss Riley Smith from Brazoria County.
Like we said earlier, there'll be a pair of us, regardless of breed, that'll come up and talk to classes and divisions, and be sure to tune in and hear what they got to say throughout the classes. A lot of great minds a part of this group, and certainly young leaders within the industry. Miss Barber's starting to evaluate class winners. She's up front on the first two division, champion and reserve. Certainly a really good good way to start out the Simmental breed and working towards the middle divisions. Young lady there in the blue sweater had a nice heifer, a really, really competitive class, and a female Miss Barber really tied into just in terms of just being stout and cowy. You could really hear just how much she liked her on the mic. And like she said, out of this last division, it was a really good pair of older females that did a lot of unique things for an older female, still being fresh and well taken care of and being feminine and good looking. Six very well shown, very capably shown heifers out here and doing a nice job. Certainly be a hard showmanship class to be a champion. Here's Miss Barbara comments.
The Simmental side, this has been a tremendous show. I've really enjoyed evaluating. Let's give all these division champion and reserves a nice round. I think all these females are definitely worthy of being in this champion lineup. I really enjoyed sorting the individual classes and then getting these division champions back out here. You guys have really brought a lot of power to the San Antonio show today, and I commend you for breeding and raising and getting these cattle in tip-top shape. You've all got tremendous hair coats. You've kept them in great condition. I think they're very sound and functional. They offer some femininity and a nice look. There's a couple of heifers that just still kind of stood out to me when I first saw them in class, and I get them back out here, and they certainly don't disappoint at all. But I just want to tell you, y'all have had a tremendous show, and it's been a pleasure to evaluate them. With no further ado, I'll go out and select your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
She puts the mic down, certainly excited to see who she picks for champion overall, and a really strong breed. And I surely expect the champion out of this breed is going to be a strong consideration for Supreme.
And there's your grand champion Simmental female 2026 San Antonio Junior Heifer Show, exhibited by Madison Moore from Robertson County 4-H. Congratulations.
that heifer came out a really strong class and a really nice heifer. Like we said, he's going to have a really good shot of the Supreme Honors later on in the day. Congratulations to her.
Yeah. Once again, that was Miss Madison Moore out of Class 13.
Well, 2 entries over here.
Looks like she's starting to make her final lap and keep those 2 big heifers together. Really neat deal there. Pretty sure that's a bred known female for that heifer, for that female. So a nice way to wrap up the Simmental breed with 2 big females that make awesome cows.
Again, big shout out and thank you to everyone that made it possible for Preston and I to be here with you today for the Semi Show. It's truly been a pleasure, and hopefully you stay tuned for the rest of the shows that we have coming today. Up next on this broadcast should be the Shorthorn Show.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Okay, there we go. All right, well, they just finished up the Simmental show here, so Colton and I are taking over for Preston and Dylan. My name's Skylar Ward. I'm from New Paris, Ohio, and I'm here with Colton Lake if he wants to introduce himself.
Yeah. Yeah, so my name's Colton Lake. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm from Laramie, Wyoming. Originally, now I live there in Stillwater, a student at Oklahoma State, part of the judging program there. Real excited to be here in San Antonio and be a participant of the Top Judge program. It's a pretty neat deal that they're putting on, so it's definitely an honor to be here.
Yeah, for those of you that are just tuning in now for the Shorthorn show, Colton and I are here for the Top Judge program, and they're letting us sit here and do the webcasting for the shows, which is a pretty cool opportunity. It's basically we have some mentors, some pretty big industry leaders that come here and mentor us, and we got to talk in the classroom yesterday about just situations when we're judging, how to handle them. We did a little closing speech activity, just a lot of good discussions with them, and it's been a really good opportunity.
Yeah, just like Skylar said, to echo, we get to deal with industry leaders here, not only pick their brains about what it's like to judge the big shows and situations that you get put in, but then we get to sit here and experience what it's like from the judges in the ring's mind and get to see how they handle different things. Definitely a pretty neat experience.
So we got our first class of Shorthorns coming in the ring here. I don't know about you, Colton, but being from Ohio, we don't really get to experience shows like this very often. So it's been pretty cool to see how they run things down here in Texas, and it's a little different than up in the Midwest.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm from Wyoming, so it's definitely a different scale down here. Pretty cool experience.
Yeah, I think the scholarship thing is a really really good thing too. You win your breed, you get $10,000 in scholarships, and I'm pretty sure it's they run all these different competitions, and you get $10,000 every time you win one of those, which I think is a really really cool thing.
Yeah, it's a great way for the kids to sort of build a reputation here, and a great motivator for them to strive towards success. And I think it's also a great opportunity for them to strive to keep kids in the state of Texas. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that's very smart by the majors here. Is those kids can only use the scholarships in the state of Texas, which is very strategic on keeping kids in the state.
Absolutely.
Seems like a pretty big class here of the calves. So we got 11 entries here in this first class of Shorthorn heifers. It was a really cool experience. We got to meet with the judges the night before, so last night, and we got to pick Terry and Ravina's brains a little bit about how they prepare for these shows and what kind of goes through their minds when they're out here sorting through the livestock, which was really, really cool.
Yeah, like Skylar said, it was a pretty neat experience to just pick their brains and see what goes through their head when they're getting ready for these shows. And one thing that we discussed that I may not have thought beforehand is getting in physical shape. They're out here all day long and they walk several miles sorting through these cattle. So it's a pretty different take on that you have to be pretty physically fit, pretty mentally fit, because this is definitely something that can be tiring if you're not ready for it.
Yeah, hopefully our mentors aren't listening, but they're a little on the older side, and they told us these couple day long shows really wear on their body, and it's hard to be on your feet all day for 2, 3, 4 days in a row. But yeah, definitely a little easier for us younger folks. Yeah, we've been watching Terry all morning, and she's doing a really nice job sorting through the breed. She had the Herefords this morning, and then just finished up the Simmental show. So as a Shorthorn breeder and a Shorthorn exhibitor myself, excited to see kind of how they do it down here in Texas with the Shorthorn breed. A little different than how we do it up north, and it's exciting to see how they do it. It's a little different. Down south, the Shorthorn breed maybe isn't built for the heat, so I think they do a really good job keeping these Shorthorns managed well, and making them look presentable and keeping a nice hair coat on them, especially for being down here in the south.
Yeah, I gotta imagine that's gotta be pretty challenging. A breed that's known for their hair coat, known for their show ring appeal. I guess in the Midwest or northern states, I gotta admit that's pretty challenging down here.
We actually we had the opportunity to raise and sell the champion Shorthorn heifer last year at San Antonio, so that was a pretty cool experience. But Terry's been pretty efficient today. We talked a little bit about how we, as judges, can be efficient through shows, but still make sure that each kid gets the opportunity and a fair chance to be sorted. So I think she's doing a really good job making sure all the kids get to park and get a fair look before she starts selecting.
Yeah, I think that's something that she does an excellent job of. You guys may not be able to tell on the video because it's not always on her, but she does an excellent job of giving every single calf that steps in the ring a fair look and a fair chance. That's pretty special. For those of you guys that are just tuning in, this is our first class of Shorthorn heifers. April. Well, they're April. Yep. And there, how many did we say there's in here?
We got April's and May's in here, and I think it's 11 entries.
11 entries.
Yep. She's starting to sort them off. Got the first half of the class placed now.
Don't take it now. I just leave it to sell.
I think we're down to the top 4 here in the first class. I don't know about you, Colton, but I personally am a sucker for a red one, especially here in the Shorthorn breed.
Yeah, I do prefer, or probably am more drawn to the darker pigmented ones.
Yeah, you get some of those roans, and you get some colors and some spots. It starts to make things. It starts to play with your eye a little bit.
Yeah, this Shorthorn breed, you really never know what you're gonna see. They come in all shapes and colors here.
Oh yeah. Terry went ahead and circled the first 4 here. We've honestly got a little bit of all different colors out here in the final 4 of this class. We've got Finley Jones up front, Kenzie Thomas there in the second spot, and then she just went ahead and pulled Indy Sykes there in the third. Maybe.
Been a really nice class of Shorthorn heifers here on this side. Quite a bit of variation on their structural soundness, and I didn't find one that just put it all together perfectly for me this morning. And the ones that have rose to the top of this class, I think, are the most fault-free. This one that wins the class, she's just really elegant in her frame size and her length of side. She's got that great depth of fore and rear rib, but balances her really nice. I think in terms of movement, she's adequate. I would like to give her a little more freedom from those hind wheels when you set her in motion, but frame size, femininity, and just overall show appeal and style, this heifer's really hard to beat today. The roan one here in second's a really nice female too, and if she moved better, she would give this first one a little more run for her money. But I think where she excels the ones behind her is that spring of rib, that depth of side. She's got some flex in her spine, and I like that about her. But she's really striking from the side. She's got that extra extension through her front end. She's maternal in her look, and she's got plenty of flex once you put her on the move and put those pastures. You can see the big size foot she has and the bone. Just a really nice second heifer here. The one in third, this female, when she gets her set up, she gives you a nice look as well. She kind of wants to throw those hind wheels out when she gets on the move, but when she gets her parked, she gives you a nice look. She's not as robust in terms of her volume or her rib shape, but she's strong in her top line, and she's got some muscle and some width of pin to go with it. Another nice roan heifer here in this place. Female that's long-sided. I think she fit right here because of her soundness. She's a little bit longer-sided. Would like to change her from hooks to pins and give her a more attractive look from that hawk down, but still a very broody, feminine female in her own right. The dark red heifer, very striking from the side. I like this heifer in terms of her depth of rib. She gets out and tracks pretty well. She's not a really long-sided heifer. She's just more moderate in terms of her frame size. I like that. You've got her in great condition today. She just maybe not as attractive through the front end to go higher for me. The white heifer here, she's probably one of the youngest out here in the class, and I appreciate her light conditions, her freshness today. She's sound off her feet and legs. She just needs more volume and more lower quarter for me to go higher today, but I do appreciate the soundness and structural integrity she possesses. The other roan heifer young man has, he's doing a great job showing. Beautiful hair coat on this female. Really like her in terms of her strength of her top and her spine. She just needs some more depth of rib and in that lower quarter to balance better today. Got a nice dark red roan. Again, a high volume, high performing heifer. She's a little frailer in terms of her footwork and her bone work. Again, would just like to body her down to go with that much frame. Then we've got a really nice kind of a clubby heifer, if you will. When she gets out and moves is where she runs into trouble. She's just too straight off both ends and she's coarse fronted. But I do love the look that she gives you when he gets her set up. She gives you as much profile as anything out here. Obviously an earlier maturing type female as well. Then we've got a couple of heifers bringing up the class. We'd just like to give them a little more structural integrity from hooks to pins, give them a little more lower rib to balance out better. But really nice job and congratulations to your class winner.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, we got the second class of Shorthorns coming in here. These would be March borns. I think the top end of that last class was pretty nice. Got the dryers in here. They won Shorthorn Junior Nationals this summer. Family that does a really nice job.
Represent function, the ones that represent durability.
You know, I might be in the Shorthorn breed, but when we come down south here, I don't know a lot of faces.
Yeah, you would still probably know more than me. There's not very many Shorthorns in Wyoming.
Oh, I doubt. Not built for the terrain.
No, not quite.
We got 10 entries in this class. These calf classes tend to be a little larger than our older ones.
But I think they're quite good. I can put my focus on that big heifer. I talked about her being so bold and so opened up in terms of power and dimension. Well, that's still her advantage out here in this lineup. You're going to get critical on her just a little bit. I know she's a big spread. Just starting to kind of come apart just a little bit right there behind her shoulder as you view her through her part there just a little bit. But again, that's all nitpicking on one that's so stout, so powerful, so open up, and still good in terms of her functional traits.
You know, one thing I really like that we've been talking about here at Top Judge with all of our mentors and even Ravina and Terry last night is, you know, when you start judging and you're out there in the center making the decisions, it's easy to kind of fall into the power and make it a little bit about yourself. And one thing we've focused on is it's a lot bigger than that. It's about the kids. We've really focused on making it a little bigger picture. You know, everybody wants to win, but at the end of the day, it's about giving these kids a good experience in the ring. And I really like that perspective that they gave us.
Absolutely, Skylar. It's been pretty refreshing and eye-opening for me because, when you talk about us younger guys that are getting calls for shows, we get pumped up ourselves. We get excited, but it's good to stay pretty grounded and realize that why we're judging and remember the reason that we're there is for the kids, it's for the exhibitors. So that's been pretty cool about this trip.
We're circling the cattle now to park them on the side here. I really like how Terry, she stands at the end of the ring when they're circling, so she gets to watch these cattle walk away. I think that's one thing that maybe not a lot of judges do, but it's a pretty good view to get. Colton, what was your favorite breed to judge?
Probably Simmentals. That's what I grew up showing. That's what we've got back home, along with a couple Angus. But those are the ones that are probably near and dearest to my heart. But I really, my years in judging have given me appreciation for all the breeds and what they all do and specialize in. So yeah, but probably Simmentals.
Definitely, yeah. I love the Hereford breed, but I've got to say that was probably one of the hardest ones to get a hold of.
Yeah, there's a lot of depth in that breed, and they can get a little tricky sometimes.
Yeah. Where Terry's doing, she's starting to place her bottom end here. Just finished up the Lemmy show in the other ring. So they're about on the same track here. She's down to her final 3 here in the second class. Got Kai Hayes, Paisley Dryer. Not sure what this last one is here. And Eli Sharos. I probably butchered that. She's got her place in here, so we'll see what she has to say.
Got a really nice Shorthorn spring heifer calf class over here, and I think just an awful lot of quality on these first couple of heifers. Young lady's female that wins the class. She's just got the style and the eye appeal. She's got the power to go with it. Female's pretty flawless in terms of her structural design. She's as deep as you could make them, and yet she still gets out and trucks along out here. Super good fronted. Just a really fun show heifer to have at that age that I'm sure is going to continue to be very competitive and very well presented. The heifer in second most closely follows this class winner. She doesn't have that extra umph in her, the center portion of her rib cage, but she's maybe a spine a little bit longer. She's good off her feet and legs as well. She's just not as angular and as long through that front end, but I think a very logical second in this good class. The third heifer, a female that you like from her angulation. She's super clean fronted, very feminine and elegant about her front end. She plays out a little bit in that lower 1/3 and that depth of rear quarter to balance in front of these two powerful heifers in front of her. But she's got a lot of nice looks and angle. She's got a big, stout set of feet and legs. And again, she gets out and moves well. The heifer next, this heifer, if you study her, she's got so much length and depth of body. I think her color pattern kind of throws her off over there on that loin, but she does a nice job of getting her presented. She's long and level through her hooks to pins. She's probably got a little more flex off of her pastern than the heifer behind her, but still elegant through that front end, just not quite as powerful when you get behind her. The roan heifer is a nice, moderate framed female. She's laid in nice at the point of her shoulder. The heifer that's got some depth of rib. She's got some stoutness to her. She just plays out also in that lower 1/3. We'd like to give her more depth. Same for the big heifer here coming in next. Heifer's been a little ornery for her, but she's getting her shown and well done. This female's got a lot of frame, a little more than I prefer to go with that depth of body. We just like to tone her down a little bit in terms of that mature size. And then we've got a nice heifer here. Again, a really light condition female. She's sound off her feet and legs. She's just not as stout when you get behind her. She's not as deep rib, which throws her balance off. Next female, again, a long-sided heifer. She's stout on her feet and legs. She gives you a nice look. She maybe gets a little rounder on her shoulder, but again, another female that you like would maybe like to just make her truer from the knee down and give her a little more straightness on that front end. White heifer really stands out. Love her front end. She's beautiful from the shoulder forward, and she's got some nice spring of rib. You've done a great job with her hair. We just like to level her from hooks to pins and give her a little more looseness on that rear too. And then the heifer that brings the class up, again, a real moderate frame female. She's probably carrying a little more condition, not quite as heavy muscled as the ones in front, but again, a really nice maternal look to her.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
From Anderson Shiro FFA, showing our 6th place female. 7th goes to Jace Nelson, Victory FFA. 8th place female shown by Bailey Whitley, Salado FFA. 9th goes to Todd Kerr, Montgomery FFA. And our 10th place female shown by Kenna Davis, Conroe FFA. Now leading in class number 3. Need all Class 4 heifers to the north staging area.
Well, as we get Class 3 back out here in our Shorthorn Heifer Show, for those of you that are tuning in to support these kids that may not be quite as familiar with what's happening, Terry, our judge here, is selecting through these cattle on our own personal preference, placing them based off how she believes that they will prove as not only valuable cattle, but then little things like balance, structure, and just functionality. She does a very nice job. She's a very successful judge. So yeah.
Yeah, I thought the top end of that last class was really, really nice. I like how concise she is when she gives her reasons, and she doesn't go too far into depth, which is something we talked a lot about this past week.
She does a very good job of giving every kid a chance, but also being exceptionally efficient and making sure this thing stays rolling.
Definitely. We got a little bit of a smaller class here of 4. These are February borns. You know, one of the coolest things I thought we got to experience yesterday was we had all of the major stock show guys that run all those majors down here come in and talk to us. And it was kind of crazy just to think about who was all sitting in the room at that one moment, especially with our mentors in there. It was hard to wrap your head around.
Absolutely. I found it very interesting listening to those guys and talk about their list of people and what it takes to be hired to judge one of these shows. It's a pretty big process, so it's a pretty neat honor for these ladies to get out here and judge this stuff.
Definitely. You know, it's crazy for them. They basically told us that they don't care how we place the classes, and they know we have the talent to do it. They worry about all the other things that go into picking judges. A lot about integrity and you know, more of who you are as a person than how you like your cattle.
Absolutely. That they also touched on kids. They like to hire people that are good with the kids and recognize that the main reason we do this is for the kids, which is pretty important.
Absolutely. Terry sorting through the top two here.
She's one that's good from the things, appreciate that. There's times where she kind of wants to look a little pixie, depending on how she's set, and she can kind of run downhill just a little bit. But the young ladies are good handoffs because when she gets her pulled together and kind of pull back in her and stuff, I think she's one that you're kind of command your being down here. Young man that's going to be in second, I love the basics of this type of. I think that he's one that, in terms of painting a picture from the outside, the lines are right. He's the other one, the guy. He's still clean and attractive. She's good. Her body depth. She's more like
Got Evan up there up front, and then
her shoulder. She does.
and then Clear here in the back.
Then like, and I think if we could change that about her just a little bit, and also when she gets out of travels, because he wants to follow through with just a little bit to her spin.
A little bit of a smaller class here, but a definitely nice class. All these kids are real good show.
Yes, definitely.
You see her in the, she can twist a little bit thicker in terms of her neck. She's off just a little bit into the top line of the blade.
I think Terry's got her mind up. We're just waiting on the mic from the other ring here. You know, these shows where you have to share the microphone, it's you got to have some patience. I will say one thing here. I think the San Antonio does a really good job with their volunteers and their interns and the ring help. It helps move things along pretty efficiently.
Definitely, they have a very, very good group of volunteers. Those people sometimes go unlooked, but it's really what makes a show like this possible.
So,
here on the Shorthorn side, we've got a really placeable class today. I think very logical. Our top heifer, she's just the most complete. Composition wise, she's sound. She's got the structural integrity that we like. She's feminine and good through that front end. Great condition, moderate size. Get behind her, and she sure doesn't disappoint you. But I think most importantly, she's one of the soundest ones out here. Just a very, very complete package. Young man does a nice job presenting. The roan heifer here in second most closely follows her. She's a longer sided heifer, perhaps. She's probably not as neat and trim in that lower brisket as our class winner. And maybe the thing I'd like to improve on her today is when you see her going from behind, she gets a little close in at the hocks. We'd just like to give her a little more pin width, which will most likely come with some maturity and some size, but really nice balanced heifer. And again, just striking from the side. The white heifer here, the roan, she's a really beautiful female as well. She's probably cleaner fronted than the two in front of her. She's very clean about her joints. It's a heifer that you like from the side and the profile. She just kind of plays out in that lower 1/3. Again, you'd like to give her some more pin width and a little more body depth to go with that frame size, but really a nice fronted female that shows really well. And then our heifer that's bringing up the class here, really appreciate the great condition she's in. This is a striking female. She's got a lot of maternal look about her. She's sound off those front two. We'd maybe just like to stouten her up from her hock down and give her a little more depth of body to place higher today. But she ran into some really powerful heifers in this class, but great job presenting.
Results in our third class.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Division, so you exhibitors in Class 7 Shorthorns, let's start bringing your heifers to the north staging area. Class 7 Shorthorns, so need your heifers to the north staging area.
We're still muted. Well, we got a class 4 coming in the ring here. We've got 5 entries here. And then we're going to move on to our first division. No, I thought it was pretty cool to hear Terry, how she kind of prepares for the shows. She talked a little bit about having, what the perfect animal in her mind is. And as those calves come through the ring, she tries to pick the one that fits her mold the best. And I think that helps move it along a little faster as well, knowing what you like.
Definitely, and I know we touched on it earlier, but it just resonated with me on that last class. Terry does an awesome job of describing the livestock, being very clear, eh, being very clear on what she likes about them and what maybe she would like to see differently. It leaves no doubt in the exhibitor's mind on why they placed where they were.
Yeah, we got to do a little bit of an exercise about what our type is and what we prefer. It was kind of funny how we all kind of agreed in our group, which Colton, you were in our group for that activity. But we all like them. Well, we all like them perfect, but we don't get to get that all the time. Carrie's making her placings here. We've got the top 3 left. What do you think about this turf, Colton? We don't have turf up where we're from in all of our shows.
Yeah, no, it's definitely something new. Well, I guess Denver has it now, but before that, I think this was kind of the first turf show. Uniquely enough, in Wyoming, we don't even show on shavings; we show on grass outside. So this is definitely something different.
It's probably a little cheaper doing it that way.
I bet, yeah.
And I like the turf. I think you can definitely read structure a lot easier. You don't have to read through the dirt and the shavings. What's right there in front of you is what you get.
Right. It definitely makes it a lot easier to analyze foot quality in the cattle when they're not buried in the shavings.
Here at San Antonio, you don't see a lot of the cattle don't they don't slip on the turf or have trouble with the turf as much as there was in Denver. We're circling the top 3 here. You mentioned showmanship in the last class being good. I think through the first 4 classes, the showmanship has been really, really good.
Yeah, it's been exceptional.
Definitely makes it easier as a judge when you get good showmen on them.
Definitely.
She's made her placing here.
Really competitive class here on these January spring calves. The top end, we could correct a few of them on structure, but I think the sound or two of the trio are out here. Certainly like to give some discipline to mature cow size on this class winner. She's plenty big for me for that age. But with that in mind, she has so many good things going for her. She's got the depth of rib. She's tremendous in terms of her muscle shape and her dimension down her top. And again, you put her on the move, and she's probably one of the longer, freer strided females out here. Appreciate all the balance and the quality that she brings in a really nice hair coat. Very, very well presented. 2 and 3 get closer to me. I think 2's a better moving heifer from the front end anyway than our heifer in 3rd. She's got that extra extension through her front end. She's soft in her top line that gives her some more flex. A female, you like that extra depth. You get behind her and she almost like grabs the turf when she walks on those hind 2. I'd like to free her up from the hawk down, and I think that would give her a little more attractive look from the move when you're behind her. But that's an ultra high quality female as well. Definitely deserving of the 2nd place here. 3rd place heifer, I appreciate her moderate frame size. I think that's her advantage. She's just a really elegant female. She's good in terms of her moderate size. She's strong down her top line. She's probably not as long from hooks to pins or as wide and explosive back there behind as the 2 in front. But I think she's going to play all year and as a yearling and a mature cow because she's just got a great maternal look about her. You've done a really nice job. We've got a pretty roan heifer here that, as far as her expression of muscling and then that depth of forerib, she's as strong as any out here. Where we'd like to change hers or hooks to pins and then her hawk down. She just doesn't have that attractive look. Just a female that I think as she continues to mature and keep her in good condition, she's going to be a nice maternal piece for you. And then we've got kind of a larger framed heifer, like her length of top and her extension. She's just given up too much in terms of depth of rib for that frame size for me today, but really a nice class of heifers.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
From these females, we'll select our champion reserve in our heifer calf division. So class 7 shorthorns, class 7 and 8 in our shorthorns, 7 and 8. Start making your way to the north staging area.
Nice class over here on our Charlotte.
Well, we've got our first division in here for champion heifer calf. I think all four of them are really good representatives of the Shorthorn breed.
Things without this happening, just represent me out here. Two thirds for the bull run for me and get the other. First, the keeping made, but the one that keeps coming back to in terms of being a solid keep out is opened up at her base. She maintains that same endeavors to the top side of the skeleton, while at the same time being flexible, still looking like a female, and just being in the right kind of rate for being more just in a second out here. There's a few little things that it's unique about this ever. There's times he wants to kind of be all clear and get they kind of round out just a little bit more. He like a presence out here. The way he's sliding that 21st spot. Young lady here is going to end up in third. There's times at the stand she's a good stick because she keeps us separate together at the stand and can make her a really nice mixture. When I get in on her, she gets just a little bit narrower up top in comparison. And when you get in front of the cattle, she's not quite right in the way that she comes down there in terms of her toe set. But again, that's being nitpicky on one that I think is quite good because she's a very competitive class. And from there, I think we got to have this horse hold in terms of the body. He's stout out of her hip. I appreciate. To the plate. Keep one with just a little bit too low all the way through. I'd like to draw the more down with my weapon. I'd like to run the back and the angle to the shoulder as well. As we work on down here, we got some depth.
Well, as Terry's walking around our drive out here, a very exceptional group of cattle. All these kids are doing a great job. We've got everything from our April born down there on the end with January on this end. She's walking around looking at all the second places now.
Yeah, I think we're waiting on the mic over here from the Shar ring.
Yeah, I'd expect she probably already has a pretty good idea of which way she wants to go here in our drive. Just waiting on the mic. That's probably part of the challenges that you learn to deal with when sharing a ring.
Folks ringside on our Shorthorn side, please give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. It's our first division, and it's been a heck of a set of females from the first class to this fourth one here. We get our class winners back out here, and I think just an extremely eye-pleasing set. These females were all structurally sound. They're very maternal in their look, ideal in terms of their foot size and their body shape. I think composition wise, these females are going to continue to be extremely good, competitive in the show ring as well as a donor pin when they're done. But there's a couple of heifers that kind of hit me pretty hard earlier when we came out and saw them in class. We're going to go out and select your first division champion in reserve. Again, congratulations to all 8 of you out here.
There's your winner in our heifer calf division. Comes to us out of Class 3, shown by Evan Autry from McKinney FFA. And our reserve heifer calf comes to us out of class number 2. That female's shown by Paisley Dreyer from Toller FFA. Congratulations to our champion in reserve in our heifer calf division.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Division there of heifer calves, and winning that division was Evan Autry, I think is how they pronounced it. That heifer was a TMF Queen's Ace deposit. And then reserve in that division was Paisley Dreyer with Soul Emerald's Dreamy 1184. We're moving on here to class 7, which we've got 8 entries in this class. And these are Novembers, and we've got 1 December. You know, Colton, one thing that's going to be hard leaving here down in Texas is the weather. I'm going to Indiana, and the high, I think, is about 32 for the weekend, so not really looking forward to that.
Yeah, that's definitely a little change of pace. It's been beautiful since we've been down here.
Yeah, yesterday we were in the classroom most of the day, and we stepped outside to go get a picture at the backdrop, and took my eyes a little bit to adjust sitting in that dark room. It was about 80 degrees outside.
I will say when it's this warm outside, this facility does a very nice job of staying cool in here. I know the cattle appreciated it, and as a northerner myself, I do appreciate a little breeze blowing here. It stays pretty cool.
Definitely, just sitting here, it's you wouldn't know that it's hot outside.
Here's a hammer that's a good enough for the green legs, here in terms of structure, and the way he gets out and travels, like there, working and her design. You know, when we get to compare her back to that after the wins the class, she's not quite as good as us or a little bit of all the way through. But I think there's a lot of good to that and effort to kind of drive our future. Everett Girl is one that I like to see a body that's represented here. I think she's good from that standpoint. She's a good
We did our initial circle here, and we're parking them on the profile. One thing I liked about Terry is she told us she likes to give every exhibitor an opportunity to stop and get their animals set up, especially when they're not acting good, so every kid can get a fair look. She's starting to make her placings here. Well, Colton, I think we picked a bad time session here because I think we're missing out on lunch.
Yeah, we just got a text that says to meet over there for lunch, but I think we're a little preoccupied at the moment.
Talking about that, our old buddy Preston Rohde here just delivered. Terry's down to her top two here out of this class. We've got Tyson Carr and Hallie McCauley. She's made her final decision here.
Another really stout Shorthorn class over here on this side. Two powerful females surface to the top here. Top 3 or 4 are really, really high quality. The female that wins the class for me today, she's just more moderate and more angular. I love her through her shoulder and her front end. I think she's got an advantage there in terms of just eloquence through that front. Front 1/3, she balances really, really well, and I like her on her feet and legs. When you ask her to move, she's got some body width. I think she just blends all of her pieces really, really well in a nice structural frame size. Really nice hair coat. Young man's done a nice job in her condition. The big power heifer here in second, if you like length of side and big broody hip, then this is the heifer to tie to. To me, she gets just a little bit piecier than our class winner behind her shoulder. She wants to break ever so slightly there. She gets just a little cut up as well. Maybe make her a little leveler from hooks to pins, but another one with a really beautiful hair coat. Young lady does a very nice job presenting. Our third heifer, the roan, just a beautifully presented heifer. She's strong in her top line. Appreciate that about her line. She gets a little straighter to me in her shoulders and then from her hock down. So if we could give her a little more flex off both ends today, she'd move up. But a really nice, high quality female young lady's done a nice job feeding. The red heifer here, this is a really heavy muscled heifer. I appreciate her for her shape. She's moderate size. She's a little more steery, if you will. She's a little more compact. She's going to have a good mature size weight and not be too big. I just like to give her a little more femininity and give her more flex off both ends to go higher. Our roan heifer coming in next, another really pretty heifer that's gives you a nice look from the side. Really like the flex she has in her pastern. A heifer that I'd like to change from her hook stout and give her more stoutness from behind. She gets really pinched. And then when you get behind her, you'd just like to give her more base width. But really a nicely conditioned heifer young man's done a good job with. We've got a big roan heifer with the stockings coming next. She's really striking from the side. Appreciate her length of side, and she's got really good depth behind that shoulder. We just need to stouten her up in that lower 1/3 and give her some more depth of rear rib to go higher. Another really nice roan heifer, dark cherry red and striking in her own right. She's beautiful from her shoulder forward, sound off her feet and legs. There's just not as much power there to go higher today. And then the class here is being rounded up by just a really green heifer. I think with time and some feed, she'll come on and be a really nice show heifer in her future.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
George, Japster County 4-H. Our 6th place females shown by Easton Taylor, Natchez FFA. 7th place exhibited by Kinley Maxwell, Bellevue FFA. And our 8th place females showed by DeJorius Mason, Marlin FFA.
Well, we got our next class out here in the Shorthorn ring. We got 8 of them, October and September borns.
I thought the top end of that last class was really nice.
Yeah, there was certainly a nice pair of them in there.
You know, Colton, since I've got you here, and I'm not sure who's listening, but if anybody doesn't know, Colton was the high individual at our national contest this fall. And well, you're the only person I get to ask this, but how did it feel?
It was a pretty special experience, a very fulfilling way to wrap up. We spend a lot of time in the judging van over the years, even back in 4-H. A lot of time, a lot of effort. So it was a very fulfilling way to wrap up that career.
Absolutely. What's your favorite memory from the judging van, Colton? It's PG, of course.
My favorite memory. I'd say probably back in junior college, we were actually headed down here to San Antonio for the contest that they hold here. And a teammate of mine, Lucas Crutcher, he jumped out of our van and jumped in a different team's van. And we didn't see him for about 2 hours. But he finally made his way back with us and went through the contest. So it ended up fine.
Say he was tired of you guys, was he?
I'm sure.
Yeah, ours, Peyton Dahmer, our coach, we got to sit and eat dinner with his mom and dad when we were through Nevada on our Kansas City trip. And Peyton is a big Power Rangers fan, apparently, as his parents told us. We were sitting at the table and they were telling us all of his embarrassing stories, which was I really enjoyed, so we could give him a hard time about it. But he liked to hold his wrist up to his mouth, and he'd go activate like the Power Rangers do. So I thought that was super funny. And then we started this little trend every time before we went into the reasons room. We'd hold our wrist to our mouth and we'd say activate as we were about to give our set of reasons. So gave us a little chuckle every time before we went in and gave a set. It was actually pretty nice to just have a little laugh in a serious moment.
That is pretty funny. What about you, Skylar? What was your favorite contest?
Favorite contest? I'd say from a quality standpoint, I really enjoy San Antonio and Kansas City. I really enjoyed San Antonio until the results. But it was a very high quality contest. From being from the Midwest, I really enjoy Louisville, and I grew up showing there, and I just resonate more with the cattle that are there. But yeah, San Antonio, from a market standpoint, I think does a phenomenal job. And you probably don't see slick steers either, but coming down south for these contests was kind of the first time I got to witness them. And so it was a little bit different, a little out of my comfort zone. But once you get the hold of them, they're pretty easy and pretty fun to judge.
Yeah, they're definitely different and take some getting used to. But once you get adapted to them, they can be pretty fun.
And, Kansas City, they're always known for their quality of contest. Maybe not always the easiest one. They definitely have some challenge, and I mean that comes with having four good animals in a class. You really got to step away and break them down, and makes you think a little bit harder. But I think that's what's fun. If the four animals were easy to place, not everybody would do it.
Right. We'd all have a good day if they were easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think San Antonio kind of fits in that category as well, and I think that's why, historically or typically, they tend to be pretty high drop contests. But because there is such immense quality, it's pretty easy to maybe not agree with the officials, but that's just part of it.
I also really enjoyed Denver. I think just the history with Denver, the stockyards, even though they're not there anymore, I think that contest is always super enjoyable.
Yeah, I that one's up there for me. Being a Northwesterner, that one's kind of my home contest. That was really the only like big national show I ever showed at. So yeah, Denver's definitely got a special place in my heart.
What was your least favorite contest?
Least favorite contest. Well, I don't want to say it because we just hyped it up, but I had my worst day here in San Antonio.
Yeah.
I did not get along too well.
I'm right there with you. I was unfortunate and counted my cattle card backwards, so I thought 4 was 1 and 1 was 4, and it happened to be the easiest class of the day, so the cuts were a little heavy. Coach wasn't very happy with me. Wasn't a very good day for me either, but I still really enjoyed the quality of the contest up until that point.
Yeah. You said once you get a handle on them slick steers, they can be pretty easy, but I guess that's where we're different because I definitely did not handle them super well in senior college.
Yeah. Well, I didn't say I had a handle on it, but that's what our mentors say is
Yeah.
once you get them down and get comfortable with them, what you see is what you get with them. And the Indiana State Fair actually has a slick steer division, which I think is pretty cool. I think most state fairs should maybe start to incorporate that.
That's probably a pretty unpopular opinion where you're from. They tend to like their hair up.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think we've got our class placed here. We're just waiting on the mic from the Charlet ring.
Really nice set of Shorthorns over here. This was a challenging class because we've got a little bit of everything in it, but for the most part, the top end I thought had a lot of quality. This heifer that leads the class, she's just the most fault-free. She's compositionally probably the most pleasing for me. She's moderate in her frame size. She's got a nice maternal look about her. She's clean-fronted. Young lady does a really nice job presenting her. I just think she's a great place to start. Then we've got a high-volume, high-performing heifer here in second. Female, you appreciate that about her. She balances really well from the side. She's probably not as clean and as an elite fronted as that class winner. Maybe not quite as expressive in that lower 1/3, but a heifer that I think puts a lot of nice things together. If we'd like to give her a little more flex, maybe off of her pasterns when you ask her to go, but a really nice growthy female that logically fits in second. Third's probably one of the most moderate framed ones in this lineup. I appreciate that about her. She's light in her condition. She's got some strength down her top. She's just not as powerfully made. She's not as deep in that lower 1/3. Her volume's not quite as high, but she's a really nice heifer that's moderate in her frame size, and young lady does a really nice job presenting. There we've got another high performing heifer. She gets a little straighter on her front end for me, and I'd like to give her more flex off both ends to go higher. But I think the heifer that logically fits here in this class would maybe just like to give her a little more strength in that loin, give her a little more looseness. Like I said, she's a little bit fuller, and her brisket kind of detracts from her balance today. Young man's heifer coming next is a dark red heifer that could certainly have some more substance and a little more power. I think where she elevates over the other two behind her is she's sounder off her feet and legs. She's made nice. There's nothing just blows you away about her, but she's a good, moderate framed, light conditioned heifer. Young man does a nice job presenting. And then the two heifers bringing up the class, they're just coarser in their appearance. Would like to give them more flex off both ends. We've got kind of a coarse udder on this roan heifer here in front. Would maybe just like to clean that up a little bit at this stage, but I think she's a really nice female with some great attributes. The roan that brings up the class, again, a light conditioned heifer. She's just not as much powerful from end to end and just needs a little more structural soundness to go higher. Great class. Congratulations to your class winner.
Thank you, Ms. Barber, for those comments on class number 8.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Entries in this class, and then I think class 10 is only a single entry before we get into our champion junior heifer calf division. So we talk a little bit about the top judge program and why we're here, and we've got mentors that came in, and we got paired up into groups with them so that it was a little more one-on-one time that we got. And my mentor was Joel Cowley. He runs Calgary up there in Canada. He used to run the Houston Stock Show, but very grateful that he came down here all the way from up north and has spent the last day or two with us. It's been awesome to get to pick his mind and kind of how he sorts through livestock and what goes through his mind when he's out in the ring and all the experiences that he's been through. So a great opportunity there. And Colton, you had Shockey, I believe, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I got to spend the last couple days with Dr. Scott Shockey there from Kansas and get to pick his brain. It's been pretty cool. He's not only a pretty cool guy and a renowned livestock judge, but back in kind of in your area or where you go to school, he's kind of a legend there at K-State.
Yeah, absolutely. He actually was my dad's judging coach, and my mom was the assistant coach at the time there with Molinix. So pretty cool that he's back here and kind of mentoring me now. And then our other cattle mentor was Shane Bedwell from the Hereford Association. So I know Shane pretty well before I got here this week. But it's great to catch up with him and kind of pick his brain on a more professional basis, I guess.
Yeah, it's been a pretty cool experience and very neat of the program to bring in such renowned people to kind of mentor us and allow us to pick their brains and kind of lead us in a way um, as we start judging some of the bigger shows, just getting to see their side of it and making sure that we can learn from their mistakes.
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool experience.
Yeah, we even got to I like that we got to talk a little bit with the other mentors from the other species. Just sometimes we get thrown into those four species shows, and although cattle is really what we are passionate about, we still might have to judge some sheep and goats and pigs. So it was kind of cool to listen to the swine and small ruminant guys talk about their experiences and kind of a little different perspective from a different species.
Absolutely. Yeah. And perspective is the word I was thinking of, when there's so many different mentors that they've brought in that are all very successful and all have been doing this, not to knock on their age, but quite a long time. So it's pretty cool.
I think Terry's got her placing here with this class, and she's pulling them in. We've got two left out here. The Elliot Wilkinson is here in the back, and then I believe that's Maverick Beeman right there in front of her. Little boy doing a good job showing that heifer.
Got a really challenging class here on the Shorthorn side. Female that's going to end up winning this class she's just the most fault free, and she's sure giving this guy all he can handle. And when we finally get her out and she moves, she does cover her stride well. She's just a little reluctant to be out here in the limelight, but he's doing a great job. Really like her angles and the femininity of this female. She's not as bold rib and as deep bodied as I would like for with the size that she has, but she's very fault free. Again, she's just made really nice, and she's highly balanced and highly presented. The heifers in second, third, and fourth, more challenging in terms of their structural composition. This heifer that ends up second, she's going to be a little coarser fronted compared to this class winner, but I do appreciate that extra depth of rear rib she has. This female, she's got some substance of bone and some foot size to her. She's just not as attractive from hooks to pins, and then from the hock down, you'd just like to elevate her a bit. And again, clean her up a little bit in that front end to run with that class winner. But I do appreciate her depth of rib. Heifer in third, she's a more tubular female. She's a little straighter off both ends. If we could just flex her off quite a bit, give her a little more flex from that hock down, and then drop down in her lower flank and give her some boldness of rib, she'd be higher today. And then the heifer in fourth here, beautiful haired female. I appreciate her big stout bone and foot. She's just a little coarser made, a little ill structured. She's rounder up through that front end, and then she's a little bit off from her hooks to pins. But we get those two things fixed up, and like I said, she's got a beautiful hair coat and a lot of depth of rib. Be a really nice female for you. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Results of Class 9 in our Junior Shorthorn show. Winning that class is Maverick Beeman from McClendon County 4-H. Second, shown by Elliot Wilkinson, Aubrey FFA. Third goes to Josiah Vega, Crosbyton FFA. And fourth, shown by Savannah Moore, Cayuga FFA. Got a single entry in Class 10. So you previous winners, 7, 8, and 9, be ready. We're about to come in for our junior heifer division. So class 13, let's start bringing your heifers to the north staging area. Junior short.
Well, we've got a single entry here from Winston Dreyer. His sister was reserve in the first division, Paisley Dreyer. Terry's having a little visit with him. Gonna circle him around here, and I think we're gonna talk him.
We got a single entry here on the Shorthorn side here. A really nice May female, ultra high quality. Young man's obviously spent a little time in the barn getting this one ready. She puts a lot of nice things together. She's sound off her feet and legs. She's got that great angle from her shoulder down, maintaining a good condition and clean fronted. And you get behind her, and she's definitely got that pin width that you like to see. Really nice spacing coming along on her udder development. Just a really nice female. Hard to pick holes in her. Congratulations on your class winner.
And winning class number 10 is Winston Dreyer from
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
We need you to the north staging area.
Well, another nice class over here. Young lady brings a real soft.
Got our second division coming in the ring here for champion junior heifer. Should be a pretty good lineup.
Well, as we get our first and seconds back out here for a drive and let Terry take a look at them, Skylar, I'm going to pick your brain a little bit. Tell us a little bit about, what, as a Shorthorn exhibitor and enthusiast, what is special about this breed? What are your favorite parts?
Yeah, the Shorthorn breed, I kind of fell into our lap, especially where we live. We've got some pretty big Shorthorn breeders right there in our backyard. So I really got to say my favorite thing about the Shorthorn breed would have to be the people, and I'd like to think that anybody would say that about their own breed, but I got to get really close with Mr. Tyler Cates. He's about 30 minutes from me back home, and got to show a couple heifers from him, and he's being mentored by him has really helped me develop myself as an individual in the cattle industry. Docility, they're super tame. I can't tell you that I've ever really had a crazy one. I think they do a great job of blending some traits. I think they can have some maternal traits and terminal traits together. I'll tell you, they sure have their problems that we need to fix, but I think the way the breed has been going is in a positive direction. What did you show growing up, Colt?
Mostly Simmentals, mostly percentage Simmentals, a few purebreds, a couple Angus heifers, a little bit of everything, but mostly Simmentals.
Yeah. We got a couple Angus growing up, Hereford every now and then, and maybe a Shar maintainer every once in a while.
Yep.
Dabbled a little bit. Did you showed some other species, didn't you?
Yeah, so we mostly showed heifers. That was kind of our main gig. And then we had some steers on the side, just kind of at the state level. And then towards my
Exhibitors for this division, a nice round of applause. Really, really good show here. We've got three class winners and then a single entry from that last one. And you bring them back out here, and you know all four of these heifers are very functional. Their composition's ideal, good frame size. They're sound off their feet and legs. Heifers that I think will go on to continue to be really good breeding herd pieces and show animals for these young people. There's a heifer that I think kind of wins this division fairly handily, in my opinion, and then it gets a little closer for me for reserve. I'll go out and select your champion of reserve at this time. Congratulations again, exhibitors.
Terry's going to go out and select her champion here. It's going to be the single entry out of
And
the
there's your
last
junior
class.
champion comes to us out of class number 10, exhibited by Winston Dreyer from Toller FFA. Congratulations, Winston.
Very nice heifer there.
Reserve division comes to us out of class number 7, exhibited by Tyson Carr, Lamb County 4-H. Congratulations to our division winners in our junior heifer division, along as all of the youngsters who showed females in classes 7 through 10.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
And Carr, and his heifer would be TPC Remy. You know, those single entries, it's hard to not get, you know, it's hard to be critical on them when they're out there by themselves, and you get them back out there in a lineup, and you get to see where they kind of compared to their contemporaries. But that was a nice heifer there. And I might be wrong, but I think that heifer was actually in the top 5 at junior nationals. I know the Dryers put 2 in there. They had champion, and then I think they had 4th or 5th.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you're right. Young man certainly does a good job getting those ones shown. In that last division, I recognized a lot of young kids out there, and certainly doing a very good job. It's impressive. A 10-year-old is dragging around 1,000-pounder, 1,200-pound heifer, and not any fear in his eyes. So they definitely do a good job at home, making sure that they can trust those heifers.
Definitely. We've got class 13 in the ring now, and there's 4 entries here, 5 if you count the little calf down there. You know, it's cool to see these show heifers out here with a calf on their side. You really appreciate them, especially in the show world.
Yeah, it's kind of a full circle moment almost, because these things are pretty pampered most of their lives, but to see them actually be in production and prove as valuable production animals, it kind of makes it a full circle moment.
Yeah, so back to what we were talking about before the drive there. What other species did you get into?
Like I said, mostly heifers, couple steers, and then towards the end of my career, I got 2 little sisters that got pretty into the small ruminants, so I showed a couple goats as well.
Yeah, we back home we primarily showed cattle at the county, state, national levels, and then just at the county we like to do little sheep and goats and pigs and a little bit of everything, because why not?
That's right. The goat deal's getting a lot bigger than, well, even when I was in high school. But it used to It used to be you could find a pretty cheap one, but now, I mean, they sell those things like crazy now.
Yeah, I don't think you can find a cheap anything in the industry now.
That's true. Skylar, one thing I think, I'm not trying to tell you your own breed, but one thing you kind of brushed over is hair quality. I've noticed a lot of these Shorthorns are some fuzzy creatures.
They definitely are. They you'd be surprised. They lose most of it in the summer, but in the winter they definitely have a good coat on them, and they definitely need a good home in order to maintain it. But like I was saying down here in Texas, I've been surprised with how good all of them have looked from a management standpoint. We've got some Aprils up there up front. The first three are Aprils, and then the one with a calf by its side is a March here. About right on time there for the calving.
Yeah.
Looks like it's about a week old. I think Terry's got her place in here.
In your show career, did you ever get the chance to show a pair?
My brother and I, we showed a Shorthorn Plus pair. It was one of the first junior nationals I went to. Take a lot of work.
Yeah.
Got a really impressive female or calf here at side to win this Shorthorn class. Just an ultra elegant female. She's so good in her lines. She's strong in her top. She's great from you get behind her. In fact, she's so wide. She's almost a little wide when she's tracking when you get behind her. But I'd rather have one wide like that versus the opposite. And really appreciate the calf she has at side. She's got a nice balanced udder and good teat placement and size. But just her ultra high quality. Elegance around the ring and just her moderate size elevate her to the class. Always appreciate when one has a good calf at side at this age. The big heifer in second, appreciate her in terms of her growth. She's got a great front end too. She's laid in nice at the point of her shoulder. Female that gives you a nice look with that depth of rear rib. I appreciate where she's at with her udder development at this point. She's a little bit high frame for me. I'd like to knock her down just a little bit in that overall frame size, but she's got an awful lot of good to go with that. She's long from hooks to pins. Again, just maybe not quite as attractive through the front end as our class winner, but appreciate her in terms of her production. The third and fourth heifers, I'd like to see them further along at this age, and that's why they're down here. I appreciate the moderate frame they possess. They're good-looking females with nice hair coats, and you young ladies have done a really nice job presenting them. The third one's just going to be a little bit more extended through her front end. She's got more elegance about her head and neck, and she's more feminine. She's probably on a little stouter foot and bone, but again, a female that's just giving up a little bit of power to those two in front. And fourth, just a really rugged, nice made female. I really like her type and kind. She's probably the most muscular of all of them out here, and I certainly appreciate that from a production side. I think she's going to go on and make a really nice donor cow or female for this young lady. Really, really nice class, first to fourth. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Judge, for those comments on Class 13. First place in blue ribbon goes to Isabella Bomar, Ector County 4-H. Our second place award goes to John Wells, Van Alstine FFA. Our third place heifer, exhibited by Lauren Krennick, Harris County 4-H. And fourth goes to Rayleigh Rhodes, Alvord FFA. Leading in Class 14 in our Junior Shorthorn Heifer Show, North Side.
Got a class 14 coming in the ring here, and we've only got 3 entries in this class. We've got two Februarys and a January. I know I asked you earlier, but what's your least favorite breed to judge?
I don't know that I necessarily have a least favorite. I think it depends on what time of year, where you're at, how big the show is. But I would say Simmentals are definitely my favorite.
I'll tell you, I wouldn't be too comfortable judging some of these eared cattle just from where I'm from. They're pretty cool, but you know, when we went on our workouts down south here with the judging team, I didn't really turn in a lot of cards that my coach liked.
No, I'm right there with you. I would say my comfort level is definitely the lowest with some influenced or eared cattle.
Got another calf in this class here. Getting these things broke at a young age.
No kid.
I think we've got this class and then one more division, and then we're picking our champion here. You know, you really got to appreciate the people that bring these senior yearlings out. It's not easy to manage them. Especially, we were talking a little bit about the cow calf pairs. They take a lot of work, but it's pretty cool when you get them back out here.
I personally never showed a pair, and I can imagine that it's pretty challenging to keep one fresh after she's calved. I mean,
Definitely. I interned for the Simmental Association a couple summers ago, and I thought one of the coolest parts of the show was the cow calf show that they had there at Junior Nationals. It's usually a pretty big deal there for the Simmentals, and they bring some heat to that division.
Standpoint, quite as nice, but again, those are two very different.
Looks like she's gonna leave them exactly how they came in the ring here. So it makes it easy when they line themselves up.
Got a really nice trio of older Shorthorn females over here, and some differences certainly to separate the class winner from third. And all three of these females, I think, are exemplary for maternal ability. The heifer that wins the class, to me, she's just a little more extended through that front end. She's stronger down in her top line from hooks to pins. I think she's more elevated in her pin setting, and you get behind her, and she's got that extra width. In fact, she almost throws those hind legs out a little bit when you put her on the move, but she's just got so much volume and depth and rib, and she's ultra good on her pasture, and she's just super sound and on track to have a good calf here when she's due. But I think just a really high quality female, nicely presented. The heifer in second, a big, powerful female. Again, strong in her top line. This heifer's got a lot of extension through her front end. She's maybe not quite as attractive from hooks to pins or from that hawk down as our class winner, but I do appreciate her maternal ability as well. She's got a nice udder that's developing, and a female that he's kept in really nice condition for this age and beautifully presented. Taking nothing away from this pair, this is a really nice calf that this young female's raising. I appreciate her udder development. It's really taken its toll on this female, though. She's in pretty thin condition. I'd just like to see her a little more oomph to her, a little more body condition and score, but I know she's doing a great job with this calf, and I appreciate the fact she's got one on the ground. Really nice job with this pair.
Results in class number 14 in our junior Shorthorn Heifer Show. Winning the class is Cason Corley, Montgomery County 4-H. Our second place ribbon goes to Rick Arielano from Veterans Memorial FFA. And our third place award goes to Marley Smith, Santa Fe FFA. Bringing in our last
Adams Fab.
Dean.
Like you said here, we've got our last class. We've got 5 entries in this class here. And then we're going to move on to our division and then pick us a champion and reserve Shorthorn heifer. Got a couple more calves in here. Got a decent size one here. That one looks like it's about a month old. The one behind it looks like it's about a week old.
Definitely some variation in here. You know, as we get these senior yearlings out here, they tend to spread them out a little bit. We've got a range from September to December of 2023. So when they get bigger like this and a little more mature, they tend to spread them out.
Definitely. You got any shows coming up there, Colton?
I do have a couple just local jackpots and local shows, and then a pretty fun one in Montana in April that I'm pretty excited about.
That's not too far from you.
No, well, on the map it's not super far, but it's still about an 8-hour drive.
Yeah.
So Preston and I just got back from Las Vegas doing a jackpot there. That was pretty fun.
Oh, I can imagine. What cattle?
It was, yeah, yep. The steers were exceptionally high quality. Not quite the numbers in the heifer show over there, but still really nice. Neither one of us had ever been to Vegas before, so it was pretty cool.
Pretty cool experience.
Yeah.
Did you hit the town?
We did not. No. I did go sit at a blackjack table at the airport there for a little while, but I did not make any money, so I was not there very long.
Smart to walk away.
Yeah.
Next, instead of scratching out of the front end, I appreciate him. He's just a long neck, high down at the point of his shoulder, one that gives you really up there, and just from the front end, stand there, from the shoulder back, I'd like to stand a little bit. A little further in terms of a line time, I'd like to stop them. Give them a little more practice or a little bit of utility. From that standpoint, it's still one that I appreciate. I rather look up front on the goal and this one with these still. Speak up next year is one that has some station up front. I think of the two remaining heifers, he's the one that makes it.
The old calf in the back of the lineup is being a little stubborn here. We've got them parked over here on the side, and Terry's going to start placing them. Pulling Aubrey there in the fifth, I believe. Or nope. Kaylee in the fifth. Aubrey is fourth, third. I think we've got Kaylee fifth, Letty is fourth, and then Aubrey is third there, and we have Piper and Peyton out here still.
Older division or older class, just a powerhouse individual that's going to win the class. She's getting close to her Kevin date, and I appreciate that about her. I think what really elevates her apart from everything else in this class is just her overall power and quality. She just has that show ring presence about her. She's tremendous from her hooks to her pins and down from her hock to the ground. Probably a stout of foot and bone work as we've seen, and yet still refined and elegant about her front end. Just a really nice high quality show heifer. Your young lady does a good job presenting. Our second place heifer, I really appreciate the old or the age of this calf. It's an older one, obviously of the two pairs in production here. Really appreciate her petite udder and her teat size. I think she's balanced really, really nicely. And, you know, this cow probably was a lot of fun to show when she was a calf as well. And she's maintained her body weight and condition. She's certainly not the most robust or the heaviest muscled out here, but certainly got a really nice calf at side. And I think that's what makes her pretty hard to get out of that second hole. Same for the dark red female here. This is a really nice calf at side two, a younger one. This female's probably maintained her body condition a bit more than the one in second, but I still think in terms of overall quality and the fact that she's got a calf on the ground, I think composition-wise and structurally-wise is what puts her here in the middle of this class above the two that are going to bring the class up. These heifers just need to be structurally sounder, more complete from their hock down to go higher for me, but I'd also like to see them further in production at this stage as well. Again, congratulations, really nice class winner.
Well, thank you, Ms. Barber, for those comments on our final class of Shorthorn feet.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Arena. From these females, we'll pick our champion and reserve in our senior division.
I think we're moving on here to the division, and then we're gonna move on to our grand and reserve champions here.
I'm curious, Skylar, tell us what's been your favorite part of our trip down here in San Antonio?
Yeah, I think I talked about it a little earlier. I think just sitting with the guys that run all the majors down here and our mentors and all of us sitting in a room together and them sharing their thoughts and opinions about judging shows, and not only judging shows but how they pick their judges and kind of how they run their shows. I think that was really, really cool. Just to think about who was sitting in the room at that time was pretty awesome. What about you, Colton?
Yeah, I mean, the same deal. It's been a pretty neat experience to get to hear their point of view, just to get to see the other side of what they look into when selecting judges, as well as getting to just spend time down here with all the participants. We were all competitors at one time, and I think we were always cordial, but getting down here and getting to become friends has been pretty cool.
Absolutely. I talked to Shane Bedwell a little bit about this, but it's nice to do this and not have any stress, and we don't have to worry about turning cards in or anything like that. It's pretty low stress, and I like that a lot. It gives us an opportunity to just be ourselves and share a passion of the industry with everyone, and exactly what you said, to get to not only be competitors, but build our friendships a little bit further. We're all gonna be judging shows together, and go through the industry together. So I think it's cool that we get to spend this time here. Got our division out here in the ring, and Terry's gonna walk down the lineup and make her decision. I thought one of the cool little exercises we did, which it was a little weird at first, but we all kind of stood in a room, and one side was Canada and one side was Mexico, and we kind of stood in the room where our state would be, and we got to share about what agriculture looked like in our area of the world, and it was very eye opening to see that not everybody needs the same thing when it comes to picking livestock. It looks a little bit different for everybody, honestly.
Absolutely. Yeah. It was pretty interesting to hear, not only where everyone's from, but kind of how that area of agriculture impacted them, and it's now where they lie their priorities on. It was pretty cool.
Absolutely. And, Ohio definitely has some bipolar weather.
For sure.
I think Terry's going to grab the mic here and talk this last division.
Ringside, once again on the Shorthorn side, please give our exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really, really high quality senior division out here. And, I think it makes it interesting when we've got some cows that are in production and have calves out here, and it kind of, it adds to the excitement of what's the best one out here today. And I think all three of these class winners are just exemplary females. We talked them in class and we get them back out here, and this is a really, really nice lineup. Again, I think when you've got cattle that are already in production and they've still maintained their body weight, they look exemplary and like donor cows and really high end, high quality show cattle that they are. I think it just kind of elevates them to the top. Taking nothing away from these older two females, though, they're just beautifully presented, attractive females. They're super good in terms of their front end, their feet and legs. I think it just comes down to what you prefer today. And for me, I'm going to use the youngest in the pair to win that. I'll go out and select your reserve after that. Congratulations.
And our champion in our senior division, if I'm right, coming out of class number 13, and that would be Isabella Bomar from Ector County 4-H.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Champion and reserve overall show heifer. Colton, what are your plans here after we graduate this May?
That's a good question, and I would love to know the answer to that. I still have not decided. I've decided on I will be going to grad school. Where is the question for me?
What's your focus going to be?
Probably beef nutrition.
Gotcha.
Ruminant nutrition.
Yep.
I'll maybe do some help in terms of coaching with some judging teams. Probably both, no matter where I end up. I just need to focus it and probably decide here pretty quick.
Comes up quick on you, doesn't it?
It does. You know, I kind of pushed it off till we got done judging, and now that we're has-beens, I probably need to figure out and make a decision.
Definitely. You know, up until Louisville, I kind of just brushed it all off, and as soon as we were done, I was like, man, we don't have a lot of time to figure it out.
Right. The real world's about to start, and we kind of need to figure out what we're going to do.
Yep. I think just staying in school a little longer doesn't just sound like a bad idea.
I agree.
If you would have asked me that 4 years ago, I probably would have said you were crazy.
Yep.
Got our division winners coming back in here now. You know, maybe not the biggest show, but I think the quality definitely speaks for itself.
It's certainly been a very deep show. I think San Antonio a lot of times gets its prestige from the market side of things, but I've been impressed with the breeding cattle we've seen here this morning.
Absolutely. We've got everybody in the ring now, and Terry's gonna start sorting them. I like how yesterday Ravina and Terry both told us that they're not big on talking a long time for their final speeches. Well, we'll see if they stick true to that here.
Well, as we wrap up, Skylar, I think Mr. Mason Allen and Paige Lemonager are going to be helping broadcast the Hereford show next.
Absolutely. Some individuals that grew up in the industry, the Herefords, so they should have some good comments for the show.
Absolutely.
Folks, again, ringside for the Shorthorn show. Let's give these division champions and reserves a nice round of applause. This has been a tremendous show. I knew your quality would be exceptional, and these 6 animals out here are nothing but. I think they go together really, really well. Probably more uniform as a lineup of some of the other breeds we've actually seen yet today. But really pleased with the quality and the maternal look, the soundness, the functionality, and everything that these females have brought to the show today. There's a couple that kind of stood out to me again in class and division, and we get them back out here, and I think they're certainly worthy of this division and this breed award today. So, with no further ado, I'll select your champion in reserve. Thanks again, and congratulations to all of you in this show.
There's your grand champion Shorthorn female of the 2026 San Antonio Junior Heifer Show. Comes to us out of our senior division, exhibited by Isabella Bomar from Ector County 4-H. Congratulations on our grand champion. Leading in our reserve out of our senior division for contention for reserve grand overall in our Shorthorn Junior Heifer Show.
We got a nice division over here on the sharp.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
For those of you still listening, they've decided they're going to give the judges a lunch break. They will reconvene about 1:15 with the Polled Hereford Show.
Hereford exhibitors will start judging the
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Charlotte show we've had here this morning. If you would please.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Junior heifers to the South Staging Arena, classes 1 and 2, Red Angus heifers. We need you to the South Staging Arena. Need class 1 and 2 polled Herefords, class 1 and 2 Red Angus. To the show. We need you. Time to start. Polls and Red Angus. We need exhibitor number 22390, Emily Stone from Madison County 4-H, and exhibitor 29039, Cameron Fontenot from Brazoria County 4-H. Emily Stone and Cameron Fontenot. We need your polled Hereford heifer now to the North Staging Arena. We're about to walk in. You're going to miss the show. Emily Stone, Cameron Fontenot. We need Jolie Lester, exhibitor number 20858, to the South Staging Arena. Jolie Lester from Gonzales FFA. Entry number 20858. Jolie Lester, we need you to the South Staging Arena. Red Angus. All right, polled Herefords need class 2. All class 2 polled Hereford heifers, we need you to the North Staging Arena. We're walking in class number 1 in our junior polled Hereford heifer show. I'd like to take this opportunity while we're bringing in class number 1 to reintroduce our judge today. Worked with us this morning and went through our Simmental, our Shorthorn, and our our Hereford heifers this morning. Be working with through our polled Herefords and our main on Jew females this afternoon. Miss Terry Barber from Corrales, New Mexico, and Channing, Texas. She's a territory manager for Elanco Animal Health and the managing partner in Barber Ranch. She attended Texas A&M University and received a Bachelor of Science in Animal Science in the industry option, and also is a graduate of Clarendon College, where she received her Associates of Science degree. Many accomplishments she's had over the years. She's been president of the American Hereford Association, the Texas Hereford and Texas Junior Hereford Association. She's worked with the livestock marketing director for Texas Department of Ag, helping facilitate millions in Texas ag products marketed worldwide with former Ag Commissioner Susan Combs. She's received the Golden Bull Achievement Award, the John Wayne Memorial, BC Snowdo, and Future Cattleman's Award, and winning the National Junior Hereford Showmanship Award. Of interacting with the hardest working, most passionate group of young leaders and appreciating and evaluating the best livestock amongst today's competitive genetics. We're certainly proud to have Ms. Terry Barber with us to share her time and talents with us here today in San Antonio.
Well, if you just heard me over there on the Charlet side of things, I'm sorry for getting bored with my voice. But me and my co-star here, Paige Lemonager, are going to go into our Polled Hereford side, and they just talked about our Judge Terry Barber, a woman that is no stranger to the Hereford ring and just the junior breeding cattle ring. There in Channing, one of the most accomplished and respected Hereford ranches and just purebred breeders of cattle in the country. I know Barber Ranch has had a lot of success for many years, been around well over 100 years, and truly respected individual that comes from a great family. And with that, her nephew, Bryden, would actually be one of my childhood best friends. And then her brother, Brett, would have been with my dad there at Texas A&M alongside Terry. And then they would have gone to Michigan State together under the likes of Harlan Ritchie and Dave Hawkins and a lot of great guys that came from Michigan State. And we got to be around one of them there in Dr. Griner this week. So between Dr. Griner and Joel Calley, and then we got Terry here, it's just a lot of things that have come full circle. And I'm excited to sit down here with Paige and just kind of cuss and discuss this show and see what happens and how Terry goes about evaluating what's going to be a super deep Polled Hereford show.
Well, it's certainly a great way to get us started off, Mason. We've got 10 entries here in this first class, and we had the privilege of talking with Terry here briefly, getting her emotions and kind of a vibe for things on her side of it. And she just said she was filled with excitement. It's very reassuring to know here, as someone who's going through the Top Judge program alongside people like Mason, just understanding how these judges stay fresh, how they keep their mind in check, and really talking about body language as a judge, too. And I think you can see it on Terry's face. I think you can see it by her movement throughout the ring that she's excited here, and I think the same holds true with Ravenna over here on the south side too. But just a fun fact for anybody that's watching and listening here, actually Terry's niece here, Miss Aiden Barber's in the ring with her as an intern, and I visited with her over at the Next Level Images backdrop just a little while ago, kind of talking about her responsibilities as an intern, and I think this show's just got such a great reputation for the people that they support through the junior livestock programs, but I think they also do a great job in terms of getting great teams and interns and personnel that really go to the best depths that they can in terms of managing this show. Just got the utmost respect for the execs that we've had the chance to meet thus far. And you can see the passion for this show just on even an intern level. And those guys have had to work early mornings and late hours. So a lot of respect for Aiden out here. She was a high individual or champion showman, excuse me. I'm talking like I'm talking a judging contest here. But no, she was champion showman this past summer at Hereford Nationals. And much like her aunt, a passion for great cattle, a passion for treating people kindly, and have a lot of respect for these two gals. We actually snapped a quick picture of them here in the ring, and we'll have to send that to Aiden's grandma and Terry's mom there, Mary. I think she'd enjoy that, wouldn't you, Mason?
I think so. A true legend within the beef business. I know her alongside Dr. Dale Barber there in Channing, two just very well respected individuals that have had a big impact on my life. And both my dad's life as well, and a lot of people throughout the industry. We've got a big class here, ranging all the way from July up there to April, and it's so fun to see this Polled Hereford show. I know this is an event that I grew up exhibiting cattle in the Hereford show here in San Antonio. Was lucky enough to have some success, but we got a very Hereford rich state, all the way from the very top of Texas there, Dalhart through Channing and all the way down to the Rio Grande Valley. And where we're at here in San Antonio, we're just right by the hill country. And I know there was a lot of great Hereford breeders that have come from West Texas and down into the hill country, and just a lot of history within this breed in this area. And it's just so fun to see coming back now as someone who has graduated through this program to be up here and on the mic. It's just a full circle moment, and I'm honored to be sitting here alongside Paige to see what Terry's going to do.
Yeah, most certainly. Just kind of narrowing things down here on the top end of this class. It's a very decisive personality. I got a lot of respect for that.
For sure.
We were laughing a minute ago, just kind of girl to girl conversation for any gals that are out there listening. Terry was describing how she's tired of having to brush the hair out of her face. And she said she wished she brought a can of hairspray with her to the ring. We've got these great fans above us here in the ring, but it does move a lot of air on our female judges here. But I think that's another great talking point. We had the privilege through top judge to sit down with both Ravenna and Terry last night at the hotel and just pick their brain a little bit about what it means to them to be two strong female leaders in our industry. And I think it's awfully unique that they're judging side by side. You don't hear of that very often, but when you do, it's certainly notable. And two gals that I think have also seen cattle eye to eye, and I think they're starting them from the ground up. Got a lot of respect for that and be very curious to hear their thoughts when they come back together here in a little while.
Well, she's reaching for the mic. She's got our class place, so let's hear what Judge Terry Barber's thoughts are.
Really a nice class of polled Herefords to start this good show off with. Top two females, I think, are just ultra competitive. They're really complete heifers. This is a youngest class we'll look at, and these heifers got a lot of grow to them. I think the heifer that wins the class, she's maybe got the advantage in length of side today. Tremendous through her front end. She's got that nice clean look. She's good in her joint work. She gets out and takes a long free stride, level down her top, and just has that fresh high show quality look about her. Same with the second heifer here, a female that's deep. Appreciate that behind her shoulder. She's got that extra rib shape. A female that's ultra clean through her front end. Maybe comparing her to that class winner today, she maybe doesn't have that that extreme depth right behind the shoulder, but she's a young heifer with an ultra classy look about her. I love her head and her neck. I like the way she's tied in at the point of her shoulder. Two really good heifers that are going to have fun in their show career. Congratulations. We get into the third heifer here. She's a deep-ribbed female. She's big-footed. She's got some timber under. I like that. She's not as elegant through her front end. She's probably not as level from hooks to pins, but when he gets her set up, she gives you a nice look, and she's got some really good flex off her pasterns and her rear hock. The next heifer, I really like this female from the side. And from the shoulder back, she's very complete. She's sound off her feet and legs. She maybe plays out a little bit, I think, from hooks to pins, maybe a little shorter hipped. Would sure like to give her a little more elegance and cleanliness of front end to run with those ahead of her today, but really nice brood cow look about her. Big high volumed heifer here, heifer that's a little dingier in terms of her face and her look today. She's maybe not quite as feminine. She's got a little more of a steery look about her. Would like to just level her out her tail head, give her a little more elegance from that front end to go higher. Another really nice high volume female that's light on her feet. She's good condition. Clean fronted. Maybe today would just like to drop her down in that lower flank just a hair to give her a little more balance. But that's a really nice heifer with a very bright future. Then we've got more of a plainer fronted heifer here, this dark red one. Appreciate her in terms of that thickness down her top. She's heavy muscled. She gets a little lighter and frailer in terms of her bone work, and we could sure elevate her from the top of her shoulder to go higher today. But really nice condition and nicely presented. Then we've got some heifers here, a female that's just a little bit rougher over the top of her hip and her hook bones. We'd just like to kind of blow her apart in that area and give her more depth and spring a rib. Female coming next, again, we'd just like to clean her up in that front end. She's certainly pushing plenty of condition, going to be an easy keeper. And then the heifer here that brings up this class, appreciate her in terms of her light condition. She's fresh in her appearance. Just really green at this point. I think when she gets some more groceries in her and gets some more belly and depth, she's going to be running for the top end of that class as well. Very nicely presented. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Well, that was a good way to start over here on our Hereford side, and we'll have the results to you here quickly. I'll have Paige kind of go over those for us.
All right, Class 1 results with 10 entries. We had no scratches in that class. First place went to Cashlyn Blaine Geardy. Second place was Westland Austin. Oh, Mason's already corrected me. We're only 5 minutes in, folks. Cashlyn Blaine Geardry was first place. Second went to Westland Austin. Third place went to Holden Raider there. Fourth place was Grant Michael Green. Fifth place went to Cameron Fontenot. Sixth place went to Luke Williams. Seventh went to Emily Grace Stone. Eighth place went to Sage Johnson. Ninth place went to Samantha Lay Losh. 10th place went to Adeline Kimberly Jackson. Congratulations to our exhibitors there in our first Hereford class. We had no bumps there. Everybody acting pretty good. The cattle are settling in pretty nicely. We've got good airflow here and a pretty packed crowd here on the north side of the ring, and the same holds true over there on the south side. We've got other top judge participants sprinkled throughout the stands there. We've got industry leaders who are helping coach these young people as well. It's great to see a lot of red vests out here and passionate Hereford enthusiasts. I think these kids have handled the move-in process extremely well. I'd say it went relatively smooth from what I heard. How about you, Mason?
Yeah, it's gone smooth and a little different here the past couple of years in San Antonio with our waves ever since COVID. And it's a quick turnaround time in terms of getting in with your tack and your cattle yesterday, filling them throughout the day and then showing them today. Because I know growing up for me, when we come to this show, you'd come here on a Monday or Tuesday, and then the whole entire show would take place from Wednesday all the way through Friday, and you had a little extra time if you weren't showing a particular breed that started the show off to kind of get them filled. But I do think with the waves and what they have done now, you got so much more space in the barn. It's a lot easier on the cattle, and it's a lot easier to just maneuver around this facility. I know it's very difficult regardless of where you're going in terms of going to a show, keeping these cattle healthy and filled. And when you do this with waves and have a little extra space and ability to work around the area, those cattle just do so much better. So as an exhibitor that grew up in Texas, I like the waves. I like having a little extra space because I think it makes it easier on parents and the exhibitors alike. Working into another big class here on the Hereford side of things, and I talked about it. I talked about it on the Charlotte show over here, but it's an interesting time of year here in February because you got a lot of people that just went and purchased new springborn heifers there in the fall, and then you got a lot of people that are at the end of their kind of senior heifer or junior really kind of female's career and getting closer to calving, or if not close to calving, they're just a couple of months away. So it's fun to see the differences in terms of what exhibitor is bringing what, and then as a judge, what you're going to do when you get right there in the grand drive, because there's a lot of high quality heifer calves that show here that are presented by some of the best families in the country. And as a judge, you got to make a decision whether you're going to go kind of put your stuff on the line and go on a calf and kind of project her out and see what's going to happen, or just kind of use the safe option and use one of these real high quality bred heifers that a lot of these people are bringing. Then you got the people right there in the middle in our junior division where it ranges there from December all the way through May. And that's kind of a mixed bag of chips because you got fall horns that are kind of a little younger and going through some different stages in terms of getting bred. And then you got some May heifers that are getting pretty close to dropping them back down and then laying down and having their calf. So I think that's always a fun division. And like I talked about, we'll get here in our grand drive later in the day. And it's a nice gradient there from your calf division all the way to your senior yearling. Then you'll see some pairs as well. So it's a fun show, and it's a fun show to sit around and watch, or whether you're at home or right here on the grounds. It's just such a high quality heifer show. A lot of great people bring great cattle. Well, while we're on, I just want to give a big shout out to Taylor Fort and the job that they're doing here. I know there's a lot of great webcasting programs, but they do as good a job as any, just in terms of giving you the right angles, getting you literally right up on these cattle and kind of what the judge is seeing, how she goes about it. And then their team here behind the scenes is just doing a phenomenal job. And I know for the people at home, it makes it so much nicer when you don't have a camera there kind of parked in the corner of a ring and you can actually get an experience like you're right here, even if you don't have the capability. And for the grandparents, the aunts, the uncles, the siblings, just family friends watching, I know that makes it a lot easier on everybody. So huge shout out Taylor Fort and the job they do. Just want to commend them.
Well, and talking about experience, I think we've got an awesome staff in here. They've done an excellent job in terms of keeping things filtering through smoothly for these kids. Not only the people collecting results there on the northeast side, but we've also got great photographers here too, capturing the memories with next level images. They get my personal favorite backdrops. I'm sure Mason's theory holds true. He was wearing a next level images pullover yesterday. They've got a great staff and people that have bred great cattle, show great cattle, and I know there's an awesome group out here that are really trying hard to get these memories for these young people. But just as a point of reference from our last class, we had 10 entries that ranged in age from July all the way to April. So we had some size variation in that class. We're a little more consistent here in class 2 of our polled Herefords. We've got all March born females here, and these kids are doing an excellent job.
Yeah, like you talked about in the last class, we had cattle ranging from July all the way to April. Then you kind of get into these marches, and there's only 17 days that separate the 9 cattle that are out here. So unique and different. But it just kind of goes to show you kind of the calving windows and periods of these breeders across the country and kind of, what fits them best. And I do know March is a great time of year just with weather in most parts, pretty mild. And that's kind of why we kind of narrow up and gets all these entries here in these Februaries and down in these Marches.
Here's Terry's with her remarks.
Got a really nice class of poles over here and just some beautiful females here on the top end. And, depending on what you're focusing on, you could talk these different ways today. I like them the way they're set up. This lighter yellow heifer, she's just kind of flawless in her design to me. She's moderate frame size. She's fresh in her appearance. Beautiful through that front end. She's got ample substance of bone. I think she balances really, really well. And she's got a nice fresh hair coat. I love the extension through her front end. I think it adds to her femininity and her elegance out here. Young man does a really nice job presenting her. The big power female with the most amount of bone and big foot that you appreciate is this dark red heifer here in second. Female that's just really, really stout in terms of her makeup and her dimensions. She gets a little weaker in her top line. She's probably not as attractive from her hip and hind leg as that class winner, but that's a powerful, powerful female that's going to be fun to show. We just like to give her a little bit more strength behind that shoulder today, but really, really nice female. Heifer in third, I think she just logically fits here. It's a female that just puts a lot of nice things together. She's very attractive for her front end. She's got some good flex to her pasterns. She maybe gets up a little bit in that loin when you compare her to the 2 in front, but I appreciate the strength down her top, and she's a heifer that balances nicely, just not as powerful as the 2 in front of her today. And then we've got a really big, long-bodied, growthy female young lady has. This female's got a lot of brood characteristic about her. I like her flex on her pastern. She's good from the hot down. She's just not as attractive today from the front end, I think, and that takes away a little bit from her balance. But she's a really long-sided female that I think is going to be a really young, fun show heifer for you. And you've done a nice job presenting her. Then we get into a younger heifer here that's maybe a little bit lighter boned. Female that's long-sided. She's strong in her top line. a heifer that's clean through her front end. We just like to loosen her up. She gets a little bit up under herself when she wants to walk. Just give her a little more flex today and depth to go in that rear rib. Really nice heifer here. Again, another stout bone, big footed heifer. She's really rugged in her appearance. Maybe just like to lay her in a little smoother at the point of her shoulder, give her a little more length of neck to go with that balance, but really a stout made, stout featured heifer. And then we got another light yellow heifer that's really long sided. She's feminine through her head and her neck. She just gets a little uneven for me today. She's a little lower at the point of her shoulder there. I think if we gave her a little more depth in that rear rib, it would balance her out a little better. Another really nice heifer here that's growthy. She's just a little more ill-made in terms of her structure. We'd just like to give her more flex off both ends and drop her flank down as well. And then a heifer that ends up the class, really nice hair coat, good condition. She just needs to be smoother shouldered and more powerful from that hip back to go higher. Really nice class winner. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Ms. Barber.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Jeffrey Cockrell, Bells FFA 8, Jesse Rios from Liberty FFA and 9th, Tyler Belk, Marble Falls FFA.
Good class over here. Nice trio.
I think Mason and I've got a system down here. I'm using as best records as I can, and I'm jotting down what their placings are. And Mason's going to be the one to read those names off because he is the Texas native, and I'm still from Illinois. So here's Mason with our Class 2 results.
Yeah, so first would have been Camp Love there from Callisburg FFA. And second would have been Lena Ottmers from Gillespie County. And third was Cheyenne Feller. Then fourth, we had Isabella Garrett. And fifth, we had Macy. Ooh, man, that was hard. Mervick. That sounds right. We're going to go in sixth would be Caden Gersh. Seventh would be Jeffrey Cockrell. And then in eighth would have been Jesse Riojas. And then ninth would have been Tyler Belk. So that was a phenomenal class there. Class 2, Class 3 maybe just a little smaller, but we're not slowing down in terms of quality. And I know you could hear some murmurs over there on the Red Angus side. And I do think it's neat to see these two breeds getting shown at the same time, because two breeds I think that hold a ton of relevance within the area throughout the state of Texas, both commercially and then in the show side of things. I know Herefords are popular just about everywhere, especially in the state of Texas. And then you get into the Red Angus, and boy, where I'm at now there in North Texas, kind of Fort Worth and North and West, the Red Angus breed is pretty much king. And you go around pasture to pasture and you'll see a ton of cow-calf fairs that are just full of Red Anguses everywhere. So two super relevant kind of breeds out here in the ring. We got two incredible evaluators doing a great job in Ravenna and Terry. So fun show. Stay locked in, and hopefully don't get tired of our voice.
Well said here. On our Pole Hereford side of things, we're in Class 3 right now. For those of you just joining us, I saw some more folks hop in here. We've got 5 heifers in this class that are only 5 days apart in age. These are our February-born heifers. And Mason made a great point later. These are fresh new projects for these folks that they've bought this past fall. And you can tell they're in good homes. And just walking throughout the barns, it's exciting to get to see the exhibitors getting all amped up and the nerves waving over them. You can tell they're putting a lot of effort into these projects. And I don't think that's left Terry's mind. And that was something she shared with us last night. We kind of talked about what goes through her mind before a show. And she made a great point. She said, if you're not nervous or anxious before a show, then you kind of need to check yourself at the door and check your pulse, I think is the words that she shared. And just a great leader in that regard. And she shared her background, and she was chuckling with us about her years of experience. And Joel Cowley, who would be one of the mentors here for the Top Judge program, he was the coach of Terry back in her A&M days. And they were just sharing stories, going back and forth, and really giving us some situational training, which I think is one of the main objectives here of Top Judge. And it just so happened that the San Antonio Stock Show hired, again, great judges here for us to not only learn from, but just be a resource for us in the future. And I definitely think these two ladies are going to continue to get to do some larger shows. And it was fun visiting with Ravenna as well here on our south side of the ring here, evaluating our Red Angus. She was visiting with us about how she's enjoying getting to be away from her household. They've got 4 kids there in Midwest Illinois there. So in Central Illinois, she keeps her kids in line, and her husband Blake, and they've got some amazing projects. And those kids have had such an awesome show career at such a young age. And I know that starts with great leadership and just having awesome parents like Ravenna and Blake there. And I know the same holds true for Terry. She expects a lot out of the families that she does business with. She holds herself to a very high standard, and she's incredibly professional here today. It's been a blast getting to watch her interact with kids. She's a very genuine personality, no question.
Yeah, to echo kind of the same sentiment on both of our judges. Two very well respected ladies. I know they've done some different things in terms of Terry working there for Elanco, a couple breed associations, and Ravenna held some jobs, and now she's full-time show mom, and she is as good at what she does as anybody. I know they show some great cattle. They would have had the reserve supreme female there in Denver. Also was named the champion Simmental. But on the flip side of things, they show some of the best pigs in the entire country, and she's the one at home that is making those feeding decisions. She's buying those pigs. I know Blake might have just a little bit of input, but it's mainly Ravenna that is in there in the trenches and getting some of the best stock in the country ready. So hats off to her. I know Terry does something a little different, but just as respected, done some of the biggest shows in the country. And like I said, comes from one of the most historic families that have shown cattle, raised cattle. I have a tremendous bull sale there in San Saba, and now another bull sale here in the spring with GKB, and just a lot of multifaceted kind of a ranch that has their hand in just about every segment of this industry. So super cool to be here, to be around them, and like Paige talked, just picking their brain and kind of see how they go in and judging a show of the magnitude of San Antonio.
You bet. Terry's really getting the most out of this ring here. Just for a point of reference here, the camera is facing the northwest corner of the show ring here, and Mason and I are a little far away from the cattle, so we'll try and get you our results as fast as we can. But as decisive as ever, Terry just placed this class, and we'll get her remarks.
This may have been one of the most challenging classes I've had all day. Not a lot of numbers in here, but a lot of differences to talk. And, if we could combine a thing or two with one and make the perfect animal, would have a clear shot class winner. I like these 2 moderate framed heifers that are right in terms of their condition and their type and kind, fundamentally sound. I think the heifer that wins does so with just more eloquence. She's ultra refined about her head and neck. Love the femininity and the pigment she has. She's good on her feet and legs. She's got some depth of rib. I just think she balances really, really nicely. If I'm going to pick on her a little bit, maybe like to see her a little truer from the knee down, but this female is very functional and very sound, nicely presented, and I think a clear class winner today. The one that most closely follows her and maybe has the advantage in terms of depth of that rear rib is this heifer in second. No, she's not as fancy through that front end or that front 1/3, but she's as long and as deep as any out here. She's almost got a little extra set to her pasterns, which makes her super sound when you put her on the move. And she's got some pin width when you get behind her. I just think a very functional maternal type female. The heifer in third's the one that gives me the most grief on where to put her. If you're looking for something really powerful with muscle and stoutness, then this is the heifer you tie to. But along with that, I think she's a little too steery for me. She gets a little round in her shoulder, a little round out through that hip. And with all that muscle down in her stifle and quarter, it almost makes her look short-hipped, which she's not, but she's just got a lot of power. She's got a great haircut, and young man, you've done a really good job with her. Just prefer her third today with this class. The heifer in fourth, she's probably the truest and the freshest appearing of all of these. This heifer's very moderate in terms of her frame size. I appreciate that about her. She's strong in her top line. She's probably not as powerful in terms of just the way she's made from her hip down. She's got a nice set to her hock, but you'd just like to strengthen her down in that lower 1/3, give her a little more levelness from hooks to pins, but a really nice brood cow potential there. And again, a really nice female to win the class here on the bottom. I mean, this female's deep bodied. She's got ultra refinement about her head and neck. I love her pigment. She just breaks a little bit bit more behind that shoulder, gets a little more pinched when you ask her to move. But that's 5 really, really good heifers. And congratulations again to your top end.
Results of class number 3 in our junior polled Hereford heifers. Winning the class, Kiana Anguta from Washington County 4-H. Second goes to Micaiah Roach from West Rusk FFA. Third place shown by Cannon Crisp, Cook County 4-H. Fourth goes to Braden Mims, Lubbock County 4-H. And fifth, Abigail Snoddy, Johnson County 4-H.
Another nice class over here.
Well, for those. There we are. Well, for those of you that are trying to get timing figured out here back in the barns or just curious at home, kind of holding down the fort, we started things off around 123s when Terry's judge bio was read off, and she's cranked through 24 head, in 30 minutes. So, yep, 24 head, and the first 3 classes are complete, and she did that in 30 minutes. So, if you're trying to time things out, hopefully Mason and I can be of use to you.
Oh, yeah. If you didn't hear Dr. Pierce and him with his results, I want to go over them again. So, first place was Kiana Anguta. Second place would have been Micaiah Roach. And third would have been Cannon Crisp. Fourth was Braden Mims. And then fifth was Abigail Snoddy. So, another great class. And got another good class coming in here. And going to be a great show.
Well, just kind of reflecting back to our last class that just wrapped up with our February born heifers, we were just kind of making note here, Mason and I, just appreciating each of these judges' opinions in the type and kind that they gravitate towards. And that's been something that we've worked through here with the Top Judge program that Dan Lane and Mr. Scott Greiner have put together for us. And Dr. Greiner's done a great job of really helping us establish what our kind is. And when you hear that as a judge, you kind of ponder in your back of your mind because you understand that there's going to be all sorts of kinds of cattle that come through the ring. So really it just becomes a discussion of what your priorities are. And just some of those remarks that Terry made, she just has a great job of commanding respect with folks in the crowd. But one thing that she mentioned to us last night that I think is a theory of hers that is held true today, judging the cattle, is she said she doesn't really prefer cattle that are big and large in terms of frame, and really just any extremities in terms of size one direction or another. So really just moderate cattle that are easy fleshing and I think realistic. And that comes from somebody who's had to raise cattle and breed cattle in a hard part of the country. I know where she's from. We've had the privilege with the Texas Tech livestock judging team to have visited there at Barber Ranch and really understanding and gaining respect for how they've become great cattlemen in making their environment work. Because as you all know, as breeders who are listening, it becomes making sure the cattle can survive in the climate you're in and the environment. So it's just refreshing to hear somebody implement their background into their preferences as a judge. And Shane Bedwell actually would be Mason and I's mentor. So how this works is there's 31 of us participants, and in between the sheep and goats and the hogs and the cattle, we all get partnered and split into groups, and we kind of have a mentor that we're paired with for the rest of the year and really the rest of time to have as a resource and someone that we can call that's incredibly experienced and seasoned when it comes to evaluating shows. And there's no doubt in my mind that Ravenna here and Mrs. Terry Barber as well would be a great resource for all of us kids, and as we're trying to be the best possible judges and just better humans.
Oh, for sure. Like Paige talked about, we had a lot of talk about type and kind, and I think that's kind of a touchy subject, just because, like she talked about, So many classes are so different, and you're thrown different kinds when you are in the center of the ring. And I won't say one kind is right or wrong, because for me, it's just the most of the best, and those come in different types and kinds and sizes and shapes, and it also has something to do with your area and what works in your climate. And that's challenging. And like you talked about, Terry doesn't want them big. Well, Terry doesn't want them big because when you live in Channing, America, and there's not much grass, and they're going through the canyons, and there's not a ton just to eat, you can't take a big cow that's going to consume just a ton. And it's all different. And I think it's good for people to like different kinds, because all different kinds work in different areas. So we got a good class here in the ring, and similar to that Simmental, we got a lot of different kinds. So we'll see what Judge Terry is going to do here.
Yeah, it looks like she's kind of already started pulling some cattle. We've got two that have been pulled over here on the east side of the ring that have been placed. Well, we've got the class split in half here. We've had 4 of the 8 that have been pulled and 4 that are still in contention. Got a lot of respect for Terry and how she's deciding to recircle these cattle. I think that's a great way to make another cull. And that was a decision that we were talking about here at the program that we're a part of through Top Judge. And Dr. Greiner made a good point, and Shane Bedwell did as well. Shane talks a lot about his movement throughout the ring and how that expresses your desire, and that expresses the level of passion that you have, and how you want to be as best of a teacher and as best of an evaluator that you can be when you're here as the judge. And I think Terry's done an excellent job of that in terms of rewalking these cattle to kind of better collect her thoughts. I think it's a great way for judges to stay fresh and see some things that maybe they didn't see on that first lap.
Another really nice class of polled heifers. Some differences to talk clearly on the top end here. A lot of quality in this class, and I think maybe structural soundness and just overall balance separates these two. This young man's having a go with this heifer. She's just not wanting to cooperate, but I think there's an awful lot of quality in her. She's one of the deepest bodied heifers out here, and she's really flexible off both ends. It's just been a little bit difficult to get a good look at her. I think the heifer that excels the class, she's just so sweet through that front end. She's laid in perfect at the point of her shoulder. She's got that nice flex and turn from the knee ground. She's great. And yet she has a nice balance and flex to her top. She shows you some muscle from behind, super angular and very feminine and highly presented today. Just a logical place to start. Again, the heifer here in second, I really like a lot of things about her. Her attitude, not so much today, but she's really deep bodied. She's bull sprung. She's got that broody cow look about her. I just think has a lot of attributes that as she continues to be a show heifer, hopefully she decides she wants to be a show heifer, because I think she brings a lot to the table here today. Just probably not as sweet through that front end as our class winner. Our heifer in third and fourth, these got kind of close to me. The third place heifer, she's better from her hooks to her pins than four. She's probably a little coarser in that shoulder. She's stouter boned, bigger featured. She's long-sided, but she's a little coarser, I think, in that shoulder compared to the heifer here in fourth, and that's where her advantage is. Really like the elegance of the female in fourth, long-sided. She's just not as bold and deep-ribbed today, but, those heifers will probably have fun switching spots as they continue to show and go down the road. Then we get a heifer here. She's just not as deep-bodied, not as loose-built. We just like to bold her out and make her a little deeper-bodied to go higher, but I appreciate her soundness on her feet and legs. She gets out with a long free stride. We'd just like to give her a little more depth today. We got a female next. She's not quite as attractive from her hocks down. We'd like to stouten her up from behind, but from her shoulder back, she's got some foreribs. She's strong in her top line. She's nice and up-headed, and she's got some angulation there. Just needs a little more power to go higher today in this class. Then we've got a nice heifer here, the spotted female, dark cherry red. Really like her depth of fore and rear rib. She's a high-performing female. She's probably got a little more condition than I'd like today, but more than anything, we'd just like to clean her up and make her leaner and more sleek in that front end. And then we've got a heifer bringing up the class here. We just need to change the way she's made from the ground up, give her a little more boldness of rib and flex on both ends.
Placing in Class 1 goes first race, Keely Warnken, Schulenburg FFA. Second goes to Chisholm Carpenter, Prairie Valley FFA. Third, Bo Terrell, Bells FFA. Fourth place, Braxton Lockhart, Burleson County 4-H. Fifth, Cottonwood, Leon County 4-H. Sixth goes to Ainsley Ainsworth, Harris County 4-H. Seventh, Ryland Bade, Cuero FFA. And eighth, Cole Robertson, College Park FFA.
Good class over here on our
Yeah, so in the last class, like I talked about, I'll go over your placings again. And first was Keely Wonkin there from Schulenburg. And second would have been Chisholm Carpenter. And then in third would have been Bo Terrell. In fourth, we had Braxton Lockhart. In fifth, we had Cottonwood. In sixth would have been Ainsley Ainsworth. In seventh would have been Ryland Bade. And in eighth, the Cole Robert. So we're going to work here into our calf division. Really good class, a lot of depth and quality there. And the last one, Keely Warnken won that class. That'd be a bred-known heifer for them. A family that's got a lot of history and tradition. Then the Hereford breed would have raised KLRW. Mindy would be the mother of Marksman, as well as the other many other national champions there at the National Western and the Hereford Junior National. So a storied family with a great program. And then funny enough, the second place would have been a heifer that my family would have raised. That'd be a jet swinner out of our Hadley donor. Good kind of a female shown by a good family in the Carpenters. So good division. We'll see how it shakes out. I know there's a lot of quality from in and all the way from Mays to our Januaries. So we'll see what Terry's got to say here.
Especially before some of the third for me. I understand that's a nice female. This daughter member that's coming next is one that I appreciate her out at Scotland. She's New York and good side. And the mom appreciate as well. She's just a little closer in the way she gets it all together. She's getting a little bit.
Okay, we'll go ahead and roll through these class winners one more time for those of you that are joining us here for this division drive. From our very first class, we had Cashlyn Gidry. Mason's very passionate about my pronunciation today, and I haven't corrected him once. I'll make note of that. Out of our second class of polled Herefords here in this division, we have Miss Camp Remington Love representing us with a March heifer. And then out of our third class today, where we had 5 entries, representing that class is Kiana Marie Angudu with her February-born calf. And then again, out of this last class here, closest to the camera, on the far left side for you viewers is Miss Warnkin there with our January heifer calf. So excited to hear Terry's thoughts, and maybe she'll project these cattle here. And I think that's something we've discussed kind of in person and on more of a personal level between Mason and I. When we get in these calf divisions, do you kind of take a chance on the one that might have a brighter future and that we consider to be green today? Not that there's one particularly out here right now, but these are just thoughts going through our head. Do you take take a chance on one that's maybe a little green, but you do see a bright future in from a structure standpoint? Or maybe do you take a chance on the ones that are plenty ready today and maybe have the advantage in terms of maturity? So be curious to hear if Terry's going to project these cattle or retalk them and all. So here she is.
Folks ringside here on the pole division drive, give everyone out here a nice round of applause. This is a really nice lineup. We had some big classes here at the beginning on the front end, and a lot of quality. Obviously, when you get them back out here, there's just some standouts that we talked in class, and you get them back out here, and they're equally impressive in this lineup. I think these heifers are all functional. They're structurally sound. They've got a nice maternal look about them. I'd be really proud to have any of them in our herd today, but y'all have done a really nice job of bringing a really stout set of young spring calves for this first division. There's a couple that stand out in my mind. I'll go out and select those and select your respective reserves. So congratulations to all exhibitors in the ring.
Our champion in our calf division in our Polled Hereford Heifer Show comes to us out of class number 2. That's shown by Camp Love, Callisburg FFA. Congratulations.
Got our second place here rolling in for a reserve out of class 2 there. Second place went to Lena Lucinda Odmers from Gillespie County 4-H with another March-born heifer calf. Looks like we're going to go down here to our January.
Our reserve comes to us out of class number 4, shown by Keely Warnken from Schulenburg FFA. Congratulations to our champions in our heifer calf division, as well as all the youngsters who showed in classes 1 through 4.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
So it was a great division there to start us off here on the Hereford side in our heifer calves, and your champion would have come out of class 2, like we said. That would have been Camp Love, and the reserve would have been Keely Warnken. Now we're going to work our way into our falls. So this first class would be December, November's. We got just 3 entries, but once again, a lot of quality.
And you plan on first place taking in the division officer, that's 23, 4, and 2.
As we work our way here deeper into the Hereford show, I just kind of want to touch on some things in terms of what we're doing here and why we are on the microphone. Paige talked about it. We got the top judge program here, started by Dan Lane, and then Dr. Scott Greiner has helped him along the way. And just a program with a lot of us kids just got done there in Louisville in the senior college livestock judging side of things, and kind of pick some kids that had some success from all colleges across the country, kind of bring them down here and talk to them just about what judging is and how to approach shows, and got to sit down with some of the industry's best. On the cattle side, we had Dr. Scott Shockey, Dr. Scott Greiner, we had Shane Bedwell, and then Dr. Joel Calley. So 4 guys that have not only stepped foot in this ring and judged the biggest shows in San Antonio, but have done it all across the country for a number of years, and guys that I've looked up to since I was a little kid, not only as a judge, but as a person, as a husband, a father, and just some great role models to be around, and to be with them for a couple days here in San Antonio. Has been an honor of my life, and to get that experience has been nothing short of amazing. So a big shout out to Top Judge, and it's an honor to be here alongside some really talented kids from all over the country, and just get to see them, get to know them a little better. I know we were competitors throughout the past 4 years, if they were in junior college, but to now kind of turn a new leaf, put our guard down, and just be friends, and just kids that share similar interests, and just want to do the same things that you do has been really nice and really refreshing. Not that we had any grudges, but when you're going against them every couple of weeks at contest, it's difficult to not be competitive. And I know likewise with Paige, we're very competitive, but at the end of the day, this livestock judging, this ag community is not that big. So you got to be cordial. You got to be friends, and just kind of open up to them. And it's been so nice to do that over the last couple of days. Just we don't have the opportunity when we got kids from all the way from Pennsylvania to South Texas and on into the West. And so to get to hear their story and get to tell your own, has been nothing short of awesome.
Yeah, very well said, Mason. And I think it's very true. Oh, hang on 1 second. We're going to get Terry.
Very logical placing here. The first place heifer, she just combines so many nice things into one complete package. Very elegant through her front end. This heifer's got some thickness down her top. She's long-sided, tremendous from hooks to pins, and you get behind her and there's some body width. Just really beautiful. If I'm going to pick on her today, I'd like to see her stride a little better and hit her tracks when you put her on the move. But from the standstill and from a composition standpoint, that's a really beautiful heifer. It gets close to me on 2 and 3. We've both got some structure issues we'd like to fix, but to me, the heifer that's going to go second, she's just so much sounder and better on her front too. She comes out of her knee way more correct and with more angulation. I'd sure like to see her a little more powerful in that lower rib, give her some more muscle, and elevate her through the front end. But that's a sound heifer that gets out and covers her tracks, and I think has some good production functionability about her. The heifer in third, I appreciate her muscle, man. She's packed from one end to the other with that, and I appreciate that in a beef animal. We've just got to change her structurally from her knee down and that shoulder, get her a little sounder today. But really nice heifer, and you've got her in great condition. Good job.
Results of Class 7 in our Polled Hereford Heifer Show. Winning the class is Augustus Sexton from Gonzales County 4-H. Second goes to Savannah Ezelt from Huffman FFA. And our third place female is shown by Joshua Ellis, Faith West FFA. Leading
Faithful Class 9 and 10. Polled Hereford female, the North Staging area.
Well, those that are keeping track with us back home, we had 4 classes there in our very first division. We take a break in terms of numbers with 5 and 6. And in your programs and posted online, that was Class 7 that we just wrapped up with. So the numbers 5 and 6 are considered your divisions there in the show works book. So we just wrapped up Class 7 with our November and December heifer calves. We had 3 head in that class. Showman did a great job, and Terry's been rolling through those. So it's 2:17. We're already through quite a few heifer calves. I know we've had more than 30 cattle run through the ring already, and she's been very efficient, and the same holds true for Ravenna over there. 2 very efficient and decisive gals that we've got to evaluate today.
Yep, I'll run through these results real quick. First was Augustus Sexton, and second was Savannah Ezelt, and then third was Joshua Ellis. So good class, young man there. The first class would be Augustus Sexton. Kids had a lot of success there in the livestock judging ranks throughout high school. going to continue on to blend. But another family, and it's got a lot of history within this breed. Great family and great people. So we're going to work here into our October females. Looks like a bigger class, a little more numbers. Quality once again remaining the same, and we'll kind of see how this shakes out. Actually got a huge class here on our Octobers. And I know for us at home, October is a big month of calving, especially in the state of Texas. And that's probably our largest calving group and kind of our tightest calving window. But the Octobers they just do well. I know the grass that time of year, the temperature is just about ideal for the kind of area that these cattle are raised. And on that last class, if you're interested in terms of pedigree, that heifer that wins that class would have come from the Vogel family there in Iowa. Another firm that does a great job and raises a lot of very competitive heifers. I just got corrected by Paige on this class. We go from October all the way into September. So similar months, but for me personally, our temperature sometimes will cool off just a shot there in October. I say that we'll probably have a bunch of 100-degree days this fall, but you get a little bit more lax there in October.
Yeah, rest assured, I'll be keeping Mason in check here in terms of record keeping. That's why I have the pencil and he has even better of a microphone. So we have 12 entries in this class. We'll try and keep it lighthearted here on the microphone. But no, got a lot of respect for Mason. We're enjoying this so far. 12 entries in this class. Cattle are actually pretty similar in terms of frame size and size here and condition as well. I'd say this is probably one of the more consistent classes I've seen thus far. But Terry's making her first initial look through these while they're on the east side of the ring.
Well, another fun story that I'd like to talk about. Don't care if you listeners at home or I don't know if you listeners at home care, but it was actually the Hereford breed that brought Paige and I together as friends, and something that's been so cool about the breed and about the associations behind us. I know we met at a young age at the Hereford Junior Nationals and the National Western and different events like that. That friendship carried on into junior college, where she was at Lakeland there in Illinois. I was there at Redlands Community College in El Reno. And then we teamed up together in senior college, and it's just so neat. Two kids that grew up about 14, 15 hours away from each other to be here together, to go to college together, and now sitting up here at the booth talking over your Hereford Heifer show in San Antonio. And it's just programs like this, whether it be the Texas Hereford Association, the American Hereford Association. It can bring you a lot of cool friendships, a lot of connections, and do a lot of things for you. And similar, likewise, Pat would have been Terry's nephew, like I talked about earlier, my best friend, Bryden Barber, a guy that grew up about 12 hours from me. And we talk each and every day and have been best friends since we were infants. So this program is so cool and so neat, because I know where I grew up there in South Central Texas, all I wanted to do was be in the Panhandle around all my friends. And with social media and with the kind of technology we got, I was talking to my buddies all the time, and I got to see them a lot. And, those are the guys that I rely on now each and every day, whether it be in kind of my aspirations later on down in life, or just kind of shooting the crap every now and again. But just it's so neat. Another thing that San Antonio and these associations do is the scholarships provided are something that's so cool and so unique about the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. I know they pride themselves just on their scholarships that they give out, and I was lucky enough to receive both of those scholarships that they give. And just they give over $205,000 to these exhibitors just in the junior breeding heifer show alone. So that'd be $10,000 to your breed champions. And then if that said exhibitor has maxed out in terms of his $20,000 that he can kind of accumulate over his show career, then it'll be passed down to your reserve breed champion as well. I know for me, it's made a huge impact on me. Didn't quite get to use them there at Redlands Community College, just because San Antonio likes to keep it where these scholarships are used at Texas Public Institutes, which is perfectly okay. But then going to Texas Tech, it has been such a big help in getting school paid for, and then kind of having some spending money to go ahead and do some things where I was just so tied down with livestock judging. I couldn't really keep just a consistent job. So having these scholarship opportunities from San Antonio was a big blessing in my life and something that I work towards every day when we were getting ready throughout the year and preparing for this show. And I know once we get into our Supreme drive here later, they hand out those scholarships. That's one of the coolest moments that you can be around, because I know for a lot of these kids, it's life changing. And I'm just very appreciative for all the people here at San Antonio, the volunteers, the people that buy these cattle in the auctions and different things like that.
That's a great point, Mason. And I think with great scholarships comes great leadership, right? We've got personnel here at the San Antonio Stock Show that's really gone above and beyond to make this as positive of an experience for kids. And I know Mason raves about the Fort Worth Stock Show and specifically the steer show as well. You know, there's so many great majors down here in Texas that I wasn't the most familiar with, being from the Midwest. And I do wish that maybe back up north we had some similar things, because, man, the incentives that they provide for these kids to want to come back in the ring, it really starts with great leadership here at the stock shows. And with great leadership, they have a tendency to hire great judges too. Really impressed by these two gals and impressed by the leadership that we've had with top judge as well. I know Shane Bedwell is really invested in the program, not only on a personal level, being a mentor, but for Mason and I, but as well, I think he's provided a lot of leadership through the Hereford Association, and that entire staff really recognized the goal of top judge in trying to promote as many young kids to be effective judges that are kind to exhibitors. They understand the cause at hand. They understand the need for judges and to get some younger faces in the ring. But we have a lot of respect for those folks, and just kind of wanted to highlight some of those things. So, like Mason had mentioned, here for our junior breeding heifers, there's up to a total scholarships offered of $205,000, which I think is absolutely remarkable. Terry here's going through these rather quickly here with our 12 records. She's got it narrowed down here to what seems 6 head, and she's pulled 6 over there on the east side. So excited to hear her remarks, and maybe we'll see her rewalk these cattle shortly.
Another neat aspect of the scholarships here at San Antonio, not only do they give them for the junior breeding heifer show, the junior market steer show, and the other species, but then they also give scholarships for the livestock judging contest, for the ag, mech, and metal. And I know that is a huge, huge deal. You know, all of the different kind of FFA and 4-H events that they put on, they give away scholarships. So there's a lot of kids that might not even have livestock at home that come to this show and stay involved in agriculture that benefit from all the money that is raised throughout this great organization.
Here in these fall heifers, just an awful lot of quality up here on this top end. I think the longer these heifers are out here and you just analyze them in terms of their structural soundness and their integrity of their feet and their dimension, this heifer that wins the class does so pretty handily, in my opinion. She's obviously the bloomiest of them out here, these top ones. Tremendous in terms of length of hip. You get behind her and her pin sets wide. Super sound off her feet and legs. A female that's got some extension through her front end, and honestly almost looks like she has an extra rib. She's just so long and deep, yet she balances so very well. Heifer that's really nicely presented and ultra high quality on that hair coat. The heifers in second and third and fourth get a little closer to me. The female in second, I think she's as up-headed as this trio coming up next. She's got the extension, an advantage in length of neck, levelness from hooks to pins. She plays out a little in that lower 1/3, I think, compared to her class winner, but she's still a sound female that's got a lot of function and eye appeal. Heifer in third, a little more moderate female, and when he gets her set up, he gives you a really nice look from the side. Another up-headed female that's got that depth of fore and rear rib. She sound off her feet and legs. Again, I think just a really nice middle-of-the-road heifer today. Just didn't have the power to get around the ones in front of her, but I'm sure she'll catch up with them in the interim during her show career. Another really nice balanced heifer here that was leading this class off. She's real high quality, great hair coat, a female I really like in terms of her type and kind. She's big-footed and stout-boned. She maybe gets a little steep in her rump, maybe not as strong behind that shoulder as some of the ones in front, but she's going to be a great show heifer and a really good brood cow for you before you're done. Really nice job presenting. Then I've got a heifer here that I really liked. This female has a lot of broodiness about her. She's probably got as much depth of fore and rear rib as any out here. She's just a little tighter wound in her package design. We'd like to free her up a little bit in that front end and just give her some more elongation to balance better. But that's a really nice functional female. Young man's done a good job with. The dark red heifer, love her in terms of her type and kind. Deep bodied. She's just too straight off of her rear too for me. Like to give her a little more flex and level her from hooks to pins. But you get her stopped. She's got a great look and she's super good through that front end. You've done a really nice job feeding her for the condition. Another really nice heifer coming up here. Female that maybe just plays out a bit in that lower 1/3 like we talked about. She's got a little bit more front end. Maybe throws her off in the balance, but that's a really strong heifer. I think she's got a bright future as well. We've got a heifer next that she's just shorter bodied. She's a little coarser shouldered for me, but she's deep bodied. She's got some muscle width to go with that. We'd just like to clean her up and give her more attractiveness from that hawk down and free her up when we put her on the move. Same with these next two heifers. These are heifers that are functional in terms of their design. They've got good stout structure behind them. We just need to improve the quality and that look on the front end to be a more competitive show heifer today. Give her a little more strength in the loin. This other heifer here, we could just free her up on her wheels and give her a little more depth in that lower 1/3. And then a heifer here that's a little more moderate in terms of her frame size. I like that. She just gets a little coarser and a little plainer about her front end. And then the heifer that brings up the class here, really long-sided. We just need to give her a little more flex off both ends to go higher today. Really nice class winner.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Was Keaton Kirkendall, and fourth was Will Faust, and fifth would have been Elliot Longoria, and sixth was Caitlin Andrew, and seventh was Paisley Miller, eighth Brendan Brown, and ninth Austin Barcombe, and in 10th would have been Melody Burke. So a great class here as we work our way through this fall division, and female that would have gone ahead and won that class, Brady Kramer's, that female would be from Burns Farms there in Tennessee. That female would be sired by the legendary Marksman, a female that has been successful throughout the year for the Kramer family, would have been worked there at GKB Cattle in Desdemona, Texas. So a really, really good class winner, a great home, great family. I want to talk a little here. I know I've been announcing, just kind of going over these class placings, but the man on the mic kind of talking this class and mediating would be Dr. Doug Pierce. There at Blinn College, a legend in the cattle industry, has done so much for Blinn College and so many kids around the country, raises incredible American cattle. He's had a lot of success at the Texas Majors with some Brahmins that he's raised, and just a great role model that I'm lucky enough to be sitting beside today here in San Antonio.
We've got Terry here to go ahead and give her remarks on this two-head class.
Well, we've got a pair of August-born polled heifers over here that the kind of night and day in terms of their type and kind. And really, I'm just going with both of these are structurally sound females. I think that's a really nice attribute. You just got some very different environmental factors that have played in here. We've got a lot of more performance and growth in this young man's heifer that's going to win the class. Would sure like to clean her up a little bit in that front end and give her a little more elegance to go with the femininity. And I think maybe we could change her up from her hooks to her pins, but that's a sound female. She's got some depth of rib and some muscle. She's obviously a great showmanship heifer. You can tell he's worked pretty hard with her. Same goes for this young lady. This heifer's just given up too much performance for me today. I'd like to stouten her up in her bone and her footwork and just give her more volume from end to end. But two really nice heifers to be in your August class.
Well, thank you, Judge, for that overview of class number 9. Winning the class and taking the blue ribbon is Dylan McCartney from Cherokee County 4-H, and second goes to Savannah Sheffield from Manville FFA. I'd like to take this opportunity to catch up on some results that failed to announce. Class 8, the results in our junior Polled Hereford Heifer Show. Winning that class is Grady Creamer.
Well, Dr. Pierce kind of got cut off there, but man, how about that voice? Deep, Western, firm, even knows how to say all these German and Czech names. He's doing a phenomenal job as we work here into our maze. And we talked about just the differences here in this intermediate division when you get into these fall calves. You got stuff that look like little spring heifer calves there in the Decembers that are just lacking a little maturity. And now as we work our way into these summer born and May females, we got cow-calf pairs, and we got stuff that's dropping a bag. We got all sorts of things. So it's just fun with only the 3 divisions just to kind of see the differences and then put them out here amongst their contemporaries and see where she lays her priorities and what she's going to do. Actually, fun fact, we got a cow-calf pair in here. And that female would actually have been named your champion Hereford heifer last year here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. A female that would have been raised by Grimmelshocke cattle, or actually,
TC. Or no.
Actually, would have been raised by the Vogel family. That would be another marksman daughter raised by Peyton Vogel and family up there in Iowa.
We'll go ahead and get a timing check in for those of you back in the barns. Terry has worked through 49 head in the matter of an hour. So we're right. It was, she finished up our last class. She finished 49 head, and that was at 2:34, which was exactly at an hour from when she first grabbed the microphone. So again, she's gone through 49 head in an hour. So we're working at a pretty good pace here for those of you just needing a gauge on what we're working through from a timing standpoint. So more time, 49 head, and that was exactly took an hour.
She's getting after, some might say. With that, got a lot of cattle to go through, a lot of different breeds, and with that, you got to be quick. But in the same breath, every kid needs to get an honest and fair shake, and I think that's exactly what Terry is doing. You got to be efficient with your time because there's a lot of families that here during this school week you got to get back. I know it's Friday, but like car shows and the Americans, getting through those at a decent time so these families can load up and get back home. And with all these Texas majors going on, we got a lot of families that show different species. And with San Angelo, just kind of closing up down there, I know there's some overlap with San Antonio, and then we'll work our way into Austin and Houston, and we've already finished up with Fort Worth. And then we got the Odessa Hereford show there. So with the Texas majors, I know at least my time got extremely busy, but those families that are showing multiple species or even just breeding heifers and market steers, I know there's a ton of overlap in that barn as well. So just trying to keep pace and get these families home as quickly and efficiently as possible, while also giving each kid a fair look is tough. But that's why we got people like Terry and like Ravenna here sorting them, because I know they've been on the other side of that with their own cattle as well. And Miss Terry, we talked about it last night. We were kind of tasked with asking them some questions about going in to this show. And my question to Terry was, growing up and exhibiting cattle at San Antonio, how full circle is it to come back this many years later and get to be the person in the center of the ring? And she talked about, I actually got choked up just a little. Just how cool this moment and this experience is. And she's got to step foot in some other rings, such as Houston, and here in San Antonio, and judge the American cattle. But she just talked about how big of a blessing it is to get this opportunity. And then, like today, to be back here and be judging in the Hereford ring, a family that's so near and dear to herself and her family's heart. And I can speak from experience and just know how special this breed is to me and my family. And like I talked about earlier, what it's done for myself. Big class here. Big class, a lot of good cattle all the way through.
Well, for those of you who may not have a program in front of you, we're here in Class 10 of our polled Herefords. We've got 8 entries in this class that range in age. We've got May borns and June borns in here. So we go clear back to May 2nd and up to June 21st. So 8 entries here in this class. Immediately following this class, we'll have our second division of the day. That would be class number 11 and 12 in the show works page. So then given the fact that 11 and 12 are considered the division by their numbering system with show works, class 13 will be following that division with 6 head. So we'll have 2 more divisions, and then we will get to our Grand and Reserve Polled Hereford female. Well, Terry's down to our final 2 here on the west side of our north ring. In our Polled Hereford show, she's got it down. Oh, there's our final placing. Looks like she went ahead and put the pair second.
Really nice class.
Females. You've got some again out here in production and some that are pretty close. This yellow heifer, I just kind of tied to her when she came out here in class. And the longer you study her, the more you really like her. She's very symmetrical. She's certainly not the heaviest boned or the biggest footed, but I think she's adequate in terms of her structure. She gets out and moves well. I really appreciate the extra width she has. I think she's still feminine enough through her front end. She gives you a really nice look, and I think just got a lot of brood cow written on her. I appreciate the moderate frame size and and the young lady does a really nice job presenting her. Then it gets a little difficult for me. We've got a really nice female here in second in production, really good looking calf here at side, and I appreciate her for that. She's doing all she can. She's in great condition as well, so hats off to you for that. We'd just like to make her udder a little more balanced and give her a little bit better teat size and placing, but not taking anything away from the fact that she's got a really nice live calf on the ground, and she's still looking like a superstar out here too. So nice job with this pair. The heifers in third and fourth get a little closer to me. We've got a little plainer headed, more of a steery type female here coming in next. We'd like to just give her some refinement and femininity through that front end. But she balances nicely. She's got some depth of fore and rear ribs. She's strong in her top line. She just doesn't have a wow factor like our class winner. But I think she's a very nice heifer in her own right. Then we got a female coming next. She definitely has the advantage in that depth of that fore rib and rear rib. Heifer that maybe is a little bit piecier in terms of her type and kind, not as long-sided. Would like to free her up, but I appreciate her production and where she's at today at that age. Then the young lady's heifer coming next. This female's nice. She's got a really big top in her. She's got a lot of muscle. We just need to free her up and give her some more flexibility and depth of rib to give her some more class to go higher today. We've got a big-bodied heifer here, this dark red one. I'd like to change her from her hooks to her pins and give her a better set from her hock down. She gets a little straight-shouldered, so we could just flex her up on both ends to go higher, but a really productive-looking maternal female. Then we've got a smaller framed heifer here. I appreciate her freshness and her light condition. Young lady's done a really nice job presenting her. She just kind of falls out of place, I think, from her hooks to her pins. She's not as powerful. And you put her on the move, you just like to give her more pin width. We've got a big productive female here, just a massive, big bone, stout-footed female. It's hard for me to use one that's just that coarse and that extreme in terms of her look, but I appreciate the power, and I'm sure she could build you a lot of good show steers. Love the extension. We just like to refine her in that teat and udder spacing too, but big, powerful female to wind up this class.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
In our second division of polled Herefords, we just wrapped up Class 10 with 8 entries. We had 4 Mayborns and 4 Juneborns in that class. And rolling through those results real quick with you. In first place, we had Lila Kaner. In second place, we had Maggie Cantu. In third place, we had Allie Grimm. Fourth went to Lexi Foster. In fifth was Hayden Muller. Sixth place was Marin Robertson. And seventh was Addison Gersh. And then finally rounding us out with our 8th place was Grayson Walker. We had some phenomenal showmen in that class. I really enjoyed watching them work and interact together. Man, there's been some incredible kids that have been so interactive with one another. And I know that bond and that mentorship and real friendship happens back in the barns with older members and younger members. It's exciting to watch these kids interact with each other. And I know Mason's a product of the system here in Texas and a product of the great programs like San Antonio.
Yeah, for sure. And she talks about just the camaraderie in the barns, and I think that's so special at a place like San Antonio and in a state that is so large. I know I got to see a lot of my closest friends when I came down to shows like San Antonio, like Houston, like Fort Worth, just because it covers so much square mileage throughout the state of Texas, and a lot of those kids, the only time you're gonna see them is at the Texas majors, just because it's such a trek from one end to the other. this great state. And something I think is so fun, it happens a lot more there on the market side of things. But if you're not familiar with San Antonio, so steer show is 2 waves. And with that, those families that live a long distance away from San Antonio, they'll come down for a layover spot somewhere here in the San Antonio area, whether it be at a friend's house or an ag chapter's barn, and lay over for a couple of days. And I know there's so many great friendships that are made at places like that. And growing up, I had a lot of friends there in the Texas Panhandle that would come lay over at my house for the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, just because it was 10 or 12 hours for them to get down there and kind of get their steer settled and filled back up. And that's some of my fondest memories were some of those kids coming down and getting to hang out. And I've already seen some families and interacted with some people today that are sitting there at a layover spot somewhere around here with their kids and with their cattle waiting on the market steer show. And just a steer show that is very deep, it is very tough, and a lot of numbers to work throughout those 5 days. I know Dr. Bloomberg will do a great job alongside Kendall Reitzenstein, and it's so neat to see San Antonio kind of implement that associate judge. And I know it's fairly new here at San Antonio and kind of happening all along the country. And we talked about that a lot here at Top Judge, just the associate type of role. And I think that's something that the Top Judge is kind of working towards, getting some younger judges involved with some of these kind of esteemed and these incredible judges that have done a great job throughout their lifetimes. And with that, I think associates are so nice. Just I know I've done it with my dad at a couple shows so far, and just to have someone to bounce ideas off of, to be right there in the middle of the ring. Judging shows gets long, and it gets a little lonely out there talking by yourself on the mic, and just having an associate helps you out so much in terms of the day going by and just not missing anything.
That's a great point you bring up, Mason. I'm just going to update our viewers here that we've got watching our live stream in terms of numbers and what we've got coming at us. So we've just wrapped up our 4 classes here that are going to contribute to this division. From our class 7, we had 3 heads in that class. It'll be our first heifer that walks in the ring here shortly. Just while we've got some time to kill, I thought we would run through these class winners with you. Again, class 7, our class winner went to Augustus Sexton there of Gonzales County 4-H with his December-born heifer. Moving on into class 8, where we had a bigger class in terms of numbers. Our fall-borns there, both Octobers and Septembers. We had 12 records in that class. In first place went to Mr. Grady Kramer of Ellis County 4-H with a very impressive female. And in class 9, we had 2 entries, with Dylan McCartney being our class winner of Cherokee County 4-H with his August-born heifer. And then we rounded out class 10 of this division, and our class winner there was Miss Lila Beth Kaner of DeWitt County 4-H there with her June-born heifer. So very curious to see here Terry's remarks on this division. And as a point of reference for timing, for those of you back in the barns, it's been an hour and 25 minutes since we started off our polled Herefords, and we've gone through 57 heads so far. So if that gives you guys the time, a standpoint in terms of time, we've gone through 57 head in an hour and 25 minutes. So gonna give Terry her quick remarks here. Maybe looking like she was gonna kind of get a gauge here, grabbing the gate. Think we're just waiting on some cattle backstage here, but we'll keep you posted as the division comes in, our second division of the polled Herefords. Thank you.
a brief intermission there for us in the Hereford show, just kind of getting ready for this division drive of junior heifers. And like Paige talked about, we go all the way from December all the way up until May. So a lot of spread there in terms of age. I think the quality has stayed consistent, though, all the way through. It'll be interesting to see what Terry does here on this division.
Yeah, you bet. We have 25 head that have come through the ring in this particular division. And we had our biggest class size was our second class in this division, which would be class number 8, that Grady Kramer won there, standing there. Man, I always thought you were one of the tallest people I'd ever been around, Mason, and then I met Grady Kramer, and I corrected myself.
Well, quick story on Grady. For those watching at home, if you can see the young man there, the second class, he's got some height and he's got some size. That young man's actually a very, very talented offensive lineman there for the state championship football team there out of Stephenville, kind of the rodeo capital of the world. And now that they've moved their operation from Waxahachie to Desdemona, and Grady gets to go to Stephenville, it's been so neat watching him grow up. I used to see him when he was about knee high, and now I got to look up at him. And although he is that big, that kid can move. He can block, and if you happen to have Jay Kramer on Snapchat, you realize that he can also pancake people very quickly. I know when they were there at Waxahachie, another very, very good football team here in the state of Texas, where football reigns king, and Friday nights are the best night of the week. So be excited to see where football takes him, if that's the avenue he wants to go down. I know he's a very talented stockman as well. So a kid that's got a lot of talent and can do a lot of different things. But I know if he was, if he was lined up on the other side of the ball from me, I'd probably have to go change my pants after because there's no possibility that I could get around him.
Yeah, it's a good thing you're the runner. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. God didn't bless me to be very big. Quick little tidbit. Somehow I ended up getting a medal at the state track meet in high jump.
Why did I know that was going to come up? I love it.
All of our exhibitors out here, a nice round of applause. So great lineup out here. We had some more numbers in some of the younger classes, and then not so many, but in these older ones, but still really good quality. And we get these heifers back out here. I think there's 2 or 3 that really run in the hunt for this division. Just ultra high quality, and females that I think bring a lot to the table here. Also females, I think all 4 of these out here are sound. We talked about them. Some subtle differences maybe on movement on a few of these, but heifers that are just extra stout. They're feminine. They've got a lot of beef production about them. They're going to be great brood cows when they're done. But I think a couple of heifers that really stand out to me. I'll go select your champion and reserve of this division. Congratulations to all of you out here.
Thank you.
Got 2 young showmen here out of our 3rd and 4th classes. They're doing a great job in terms of showmanship. Very impressive.
Your division champion comes out of that.
And there's your junior division winner coming to us out of class number 8, shown by Grady Kramer, Ellis County 4-H.
That would be BF 5502 Novel 211 MET. We'll get you those pedigrees on our division winners and some ages on those when they've come back in here for grand drive. Moving forward, we still got a reserve here to pick, but coming after that, we've got classes 13 and through 15 with 12 head left. So we've got 12 head left in our Polled Hereford show. So looking forward to see what Terry does in this competitive division for reserve.
Well, looks like she's going to reserve. Your reserve champion is going to be out of class 1. That'd be Augustus Sexton. Another great Hereford family with a lot of history and tradition throughout the breed.
Show to us out of class number 7. So
like I talked about, I somehow got me a medal at the state track meet, Paige. How about that?
Well, you're much better than me, Mason. I didn't even try to do high school sports because if you know my pedigree, being a lemonager, we're built short and stocky, and that's not much good for anything but wrestling, which was not an option in high school. So I just tried to do public speaking because I was hoping I could be on a judging team with Mason Allen one day.
Well, yeah, that's not my strong suit. I'm sure y'all at home have heard me say about 27,000 times throughout the day. But with that, I could jump high somehow.
Well, just as a refresher, Mr. Grady Kramer just won that division here, our 2nd division of the Polled Herefords, with his October born heifer BF 5502 Novel. from Ellis County 4-H, and the second place in that class, or excuse me, the reserve of that division would have came out of Class 7. Correct me if
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Breeder of that cow and or I guess I should say the breeder of marksmen, and the people that raised the mother of marksmen would be the Workin family, like I said. And my good buddy Blaine Workin is also here alongside us with Top Judge, a young man that was extremely successful throughout the college ranks there at Glenn and both at A&M. And it's just such a neat experience for me to be back here at Top Judge with someone that I've been around since I was born and got to go to preschool with, all the way through junior high and a little bit of high school, and then moved up there to North Texas. But it's such a surreal feeling, and I know Paige shares a similar story with another member here at Top Judge that she went to pre-K with. So
you betcha. Yeah, no, I think that's a great point to bring up, Mason, just about the rich history we've got here in terms of Hereford breeders. Sorry if we've got a little background noise, folks. We're doing the best we can, but hopefully you can tune in and hear Ravenna's thoughts on the Red Angus. She's doing a great job over there. But no, we've got rich Hereford tradition here. We've got some Hereford legends standing around ringside, no doubt about it. You've talked about marksmen. You've talked about the influence that this area has had on the breed, and then there's no question there's some great people that I look up to around in my life that are standing around ringside and hope to make them proud here on the live stream. But with that being said, yeah, no, Mason and I both have some very close, tight-knit connections in the Top Judge program here. For me personally, like Mason, grew up with a friend of mine named Preston Rohde. He would have gone to Oklahoma State. I went to Texas Tech, so we spent some time apart in college, but still a very close friend to this day. Our dads would have judged together at the University of Illinois, and it's kind of fun for Mason and I to talk to some of these mentors and learn about their path in terms of education. Mason would have gone to Redlands Community College, and then him and I would have committed to Texas Tech right around the same time. I know mine was in that December time frame during my winter break when I was back home with my family my sophomore year of college. I went to Texas Tech, and I knew it would be home with Rathman and Mr. Skylar Scotton too. I knew that place was going to be my family, and we quickly established a team by the first of the year, which is kind of unheard of now. I know there's a lot of kids out there that are a little undecided in terms of where they want to continue their collegiate judging careers, and it's very exciting to watch so many young people, and not only in the state of Texas, but even broader, really try and elevate themselves, really elevate their public speaking ability in their evaluation of great cattle and great livestock by going through the junior livestock judging programs. And I know this is one of Mason and I's very favorite contests, maybe not in terms of the steer classes last year, but boy, other than that, it was a very, very competitive contest. Just a lot of challenge, and it's exciting to get to judge on this turf and be surrounded by great people. And talking about personnel, we've got Mr. Mark Miller back here, or excuse me, Dr. Mark Miller, to be respectful there of his title. He's done a great job about working the backstage here, making sure things are running smoothly, not only in terms of classification, but making sure that the interns stay on track as well. I think his influence in this area is very, very sought after. We got a lot of respect for him and his mission at hand. So now while entering the ring, we've got our class 13 of the Hereford show. Pulled Herefords, we've only got 3 classes left until our grand drive. But with that being said, we're building a lot of anticipation ringside. We've got 6 head in this class, and then our next class will only have 4 heads. So looking forward to hearing and evaluating Terry's, or getting to study what Terry's evaluation is of this particular class. We've got some size differences and condition differences, no doubt, in this class. We'll kind of hear what she has to say here in a couple moments.
Yeah, I'd probably disagree with Paige. Thought them steer classes went just fine last year at San Antonio. A little challenging.
Well, you were luckier than I was. How about that?
I did fall on the right side of things. Like we talked about there, the livestock judging contest that takes place here in San Antonio is just full of quality. And it's in part due to them being able to use the market animals directly out of the show, put them right into that contest, and then some great breeders that bring your breeding cattle you're breeding sheep, and then in your breeding swine. So that was a fun contest and a fun day for us, and something that I'll never forget. And to be back in a place and have success, at a contest like San Antonio, a place that I've grown up judging at, just in their 4-H and FFA contest. I know that was always tough for me. It was always the day after the steer show. Or the steer auction, I should say. So after a long week, we'd go back home for a night. I'd kind of get my life back in order, and then wake up bright and early to come back for the 4-H and FFA livestock judging contest. But I know it meant a lot to me, and then to come back into senior college and do well and do it alongside an incredible team was really, really neat.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think a better way I could have phrased that, Mason, was I got adjusted very quickly to life down here, 16 hours away from home with slick steer, with slick-haired steers. It was something I'd never experienced before, but the quality was extremely high. You bet. I just didn't turn in the best card, which that happens to the best of us.
Well, there's also, I apologize for interrupting you. Yeah, there's a young man out of Canyon, Texas that puts the classes together, and sometimes he just has a little different look on the ones he puts together, but we do love him. I know he's probably not listening, because who knows if he even really cares to watch the Hereford Heifer Show. I'm sure he's busy with little baby hairy show steers coming in daily. But it's a great contest put on by some great people, and we were just lucky enough to step foot here on the turf and kind of see what happened.
No doubt about it. And I think the great contests, again, go hand in hand with great leadership that we've got here at San Antonio Stock Show. It's really neat to see the industry leaders that we've got standing around here behind us on the stage, standing around on ringside as well. So very, very appreciative of all their efforts and really trying to elevate us. And I do think it's unique how that we get to judge not only on the turf, we get to watch the steer show on the turf, and the efforts that go into making sure that those classes stay fresh is so incredibly hard. They've got great interns, great volunteers, and like I said, just industry leaders that are driven to making it a good contest. Although it may be challenging and it may rock a Midwest girl's world from a steer standpoint, it was sure enjoyable. So that's just one of the many things that San Antonio Stock Show has to offer. And while we're on that note, we mentioned it earlier, but for those of you that might be joining us as we get into some older age cattle here, something that we're very excited about, very appreciative of, and Mason can testify to this. We were talking about earlier how the junior breeding heifers have a total scholarship amount of $205,000, and I think that's very impressive, and it goes to show the amount of respect that these young individuals have for our industry, and that the leaders are willing to invest in our young people. So Terry's making her placings here in Class 13 of our polled Herefords. Looking forward to her remarks.
We got a great pair of them up here at the top end of this class, and I know we've talked about it all day, but just two families that consistently bring great Hereford cattle and have for a long time, and got story programs here at the top end of this class. Not take away anything from the exhibitors here on the other side of things, but those are phenomenal cattle that are competitive at the national level, and just two great Hereford families that I've had the pleasure to be around for a long time, and it's just fun to see. We got a Hereford breeder judging, got Hereford breeders throughout the show, and just seeing the kind of quality that takes place here at San Antonio and these families in this state it's just really, really fun.
And I'll brag on Mason for a bit. As much as we do banter back and forth, he's done a great job at being here at the stock show, not only being actively involved in the Top Judge program, but he's great in terms of knowing so many people in the barns and walking that fine line. And that's something we've talked about with the Top Judge program thus far. There's a certain line between knowing a lot of people and being disconnected from the industry. And Mason does a great job of being connected and really having great one-on-one relationships with people. He's always willing to meet new folks, and he's always sticking out his hand for another handshake. And I just have a lot of respect for that. Proud to have called him a teammate, and he's done a great job commentating here thus far. So looks like Terry just made our final placing here with class 14, or excuse me, class 13 of our polled Herefords. I think Ravenna's wrapping up a really competitive red heifer class on the red Angus side of things, so we may need a moment for her to grab the microphone.
Down here on our pole side, we've got just a whale of a class over here. The top end of this class is probably as stout as any I've seen today, and I'm not going to argue with you if you want to swap a couple of these placings because they're just flat out good. And depending on what your focus on, you could argue either way. We've got just a absolutely elegant, beautiful, fresh appearing female here in first. It's very moderate framed, structurally sound, just has so much good going for her. And then we've got a big, powerful female that if you prefer a little bit heavier foot and bone and a little more width of body, that's your heifer here in second. I just think they're both extremely, extremely good. They're sound off their feet and legs. I just kind of prefer the extra elegance and the femininity of this heifer that's going to win the class. I just think she puts so much good power and style and balance together. She's just got that ultra feminine head and neck about her. She's in perfect condition. She's broody. She's showing some production, and I just think she's pretty flawless in her design. The heifer in second very closely follows her. This is your power cow of the two. I just don't think she's quite as refined and feminine through her front end, but boy, she's got the extra power and that length and depth. I'm not going to pick on her either. I think either one of these heifers could be a game changer in a really good productive herd, and two young men have done a really nice job presenting those. Taking nothing away from the heifer in third, this is just a bigger outline female with a lot of performance. She's probably not as refined in her size and then her teat size and structure. She gets a little bit soft behind that shoulder. We'd like to level her from hooks to pins, but that's a real power female right there too. Great condition, and she's done a very nice job presenting her. Got a little lighter colored heifer here coming next. She's probably a little steerier looking for me. I'd like to give her a little more femininity and elegance through that front end. Would like to soften her up in that top line and give her a little more flex when we ask her to go, but she's got a lot of depth of fore and rear rib to go with that. Here's a big, stout made, big bone, big footed heifer. She's got the pigment and the dark red color that just kind of jumps out at you. She's a nice female. You've done a good job keeping her in condition. I just like to see her a little further along in production, a little deeper in that rear flank to balance today. We've got a light colored heifer here that's going to round out the class. Female just needs more time on feed. She needs a little more TLC to get a little more powerful and be running with this top end, but really a nice class to be in and nicely presented. Good job.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
We're able to hear those results of our Class 13 Holton Hereford show. We've got some awesome names there in that last class with Mr. Jarrett Worrell and an awesome family that I know Mason's very close with. It's exciting to watch some of these Hereford breeders that I've gotten to meet in other parts of the country at our Junior National Hereford Expo this year, excuse me. It's going to take place in Madison, Wisconsin. We've got a great staff, not only with the American Hereford Association, we've got a great junior board as well. I hope there's folks here that are attending the San Antonio Stock Show that are a part of our Texas Hereford Association and that are going to go on to do great things and hopefully can be on some sort of national board or state board for sure. I know I was visiting with a young man earlier and he said he was going to be running for election on the junior board. That would be Mr. Luke Hamlin. So it's exciting to kind of hear the passion in young people's voices to not only contribute to their state associations, but contribute to our great association as a whole. Again, with the Texas Hereford Association, they've got the JHOT State Show that'll be taking place in Belton, Texas. That'll be June 10th through the 13th. Excited to see some of these cattle continue on. Maybe not these specific females, of course, considering age, but we got to see some of those awesome heifer calf classes that I know those young people, those cattle were acting good. They were highly presented, and I'm excited to see them go on, not only compete at their state show, and hopefully they make it up north to more my neck of the woods up in the greater Midwest there in Madison, Wisconsin this summer in July. So our Junior National Hereford Expo takes place the July 4th through the 10th this year. Like I said, in Madison, Wisconsin. Excited for these young people and hope that they keep traveling to these major shows, keep making us proud as Hereford breeders like Mason and I sitting here. But continuing on, we've got our Class 14 that's in the ring right now. I am going to have to hand over the microphone to one of my good friends, Blake Jansen, who would be one of my teammates from Texas Tech. We've got 4 head in this particular class, 2 after that, and we'll be rounding you guys out with our final division. Like I said, though, I've been the note keeper and Mason's been the good storyteller, so I've got those pedigrees wrote down and he's done a great job and it's been fun visiting with him so far. Best wishes to these young people, and I'll go ahead and hand things over to Blake.
Paige, thank you. It's been an honor, pleasure sitting up here with you today. Very bright light in our industry and someone that I think will have a big impact throughout the years to come, and just a great representation of our school and, all the things that we've done. So hopefully the flight is safe. And for those of y'all listening, they'll be at the Illinois Beef Expo tomorrow. She'll be there. So catch Paige at the Illinois Beef Expo. And now I'm going to turn it over to my good friend, my best friend, my roommate, Mr. Blake Jansen from Ambert, Cassett, Oklahoma.
Well, thanks, Mason. Excited to hop on here at the tail end of the Hereford show, and I know I'm going to be with you during the mains, and looking forward to that, no doubt. But it's been an awesome show today. Excellent cattle, and more importantly, I think the youth have done a great job getting them presented out here and certainly getting them shown. So with that, we'll keep letting it rock on.
Yep. As we wind down here into our big heifers, I know I've talked about it all day, but I just think it's so neat and so interesting just where these cattle are at in terms of gestation, because we still got another couple of majors to go with Houston and Austin, and just kind of when they got them bred up is what they come to you today, and how you want to interpret it is always different for each judge, and just how much emphasis, I guess, you want to put at it is a huge deal, because there's a lot of these heifers, big ones, they won't cap till May. And just because they're trying to keep it safe and not have them calve during the major show season. And I know it's tough because as a judge, there's a lot of times you get into your big heifers and you're looking for one that's dropping down a really, really nice udder. I know for me, man, that's something that's awesome. But it's just
got a really nice final pair of older females here on your pole side. These females are stout made. They bring a lot to the class here. The heifer I'm going to use to win this class, she's certainly big enough framed for me. I'd like to maybe tone her down from that regard. give her a little more discipline on that mature cow size, if you will. But this is an ultra high quality female. She's got that great head and neck that we like. She's feminine. She's broody. She's sound on her feet and legs, and she's got some nice udder quality coming in. She's a deep sided female, and she's dang sure got some width to her, some muscle. She's a very complete package today. The heifers in second and third get a little closer to me. Teat wise, teat placement, and proper alignment. I like this heifer here in second. I think she's a little more up-headed. I think she lays in better at the point of her shoulder. She's probably not the bigger footed or the heavier boned of this trio, but she's very nice. She's moderate. She's in good condition, and she's very nicely presented. Heifer in third, again, just a female that's moderate. We like her in terms of that thickness down her top. She's a heifer that maybe plays out a bit in that lower 1/3. I'd really like to space her teats out just ever so slightly so that's a beautiful udder when she gets into production, but really like her moderate frame size and her display today. Heifer that brings up the class, another really high quality female. It's unfortunate she was in this class with these heifers that were ahead of her today, but she's very angular and elegant about her look. A heifer that's got some thickness down her top. She's probably not the most attractive from her hock down. Maybe just give her a little more stoutness from that angle, but a female that's going to be very good in production as well. Young man does a nice job presenting. Congratulations.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
And winners.
Final division over here with our
we got one class here to finish this off here. Our senior yearlings. I'll just go ahead and read you off the results of that last class. Once again, if you missed it, the first was Stockton Emshoff, and second was Madison Coffra, and third was Rossi Miller, and in fourth was Leland Green. There on your class winner, that female would have been raised by the O'Leary family as well as Harrison Smith there in Gatesville. Great families, doing a great job. Nice female to go ahead and win that class. So we'll go into our last class. Oh, we got some cheers over here on our Red Angus side. But as we wrap up, we'll kind of keep you up to date here just on your winners, and then still very excited there for our champion drive here for this class in the next division.
In our last class we have a late December bred female as well as a November or September actually to round us out. Projects that have certainly had a lot of time in the show barn, a lot of time spent rinsing and working on these, and so a great way to wrap up the Hereford show here. We'll see how it shakes out.
We will be picking our champion junior polled Hereford female. So you main Anjou exhibitors in classes 1 and 2, those calf classes, be getting on your mind and start matriculating down to the north show arena. There's small classes, so we'll be flowing through them pretty quick. So you main Anjou junior heifers, be ready. Let's have them down to the north staging arena.
duo here in our final polled Hereford class. Females are quite a bit different in their type and kind. Both of them could use a little bit of extra help, I think, on their structure when they're getting around the ring. I'd like to see them a little freer moving. Our heifer that's going to win the class, I think she's sounder from her pasterns anyway. I like the way that this female lays in at the point of her shoulder. She's strong top. She's feminine through her front end, yet very moderate in terms of her frame size. The big heifer in second that's got the advantage in bone and foot size. I wish she wasn't popping her pasterns out here today, and it's restricting her somewhat in her movement. But she's just a coarser-made heifer for me. She's not quite as feminine through that front end, but I appreciate the width and the depth that she has and the muscle mass. Just like to make her a little bit freer moving on both ends.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Just to reiterate what Dr. Pierce just said, first in that class would have been Lily Lee out. Second would be Casey Moore. Now we're going to roll into our senior division drive. Excited to see what these females come out here and kind of what shakes out.
So I've been on the other side of the ring today. Is there anything you think that Miss Welper leans towards more particularly in terms of kind-wise, or what resonates with her more? Or?
Oh, well, just in the short time that I've been able to sit here and watch the show, I think she's looking for cattle that just don't have many issues. And with that, I think she likes cattle that are good looking. They got to be high in terms of their neck set, neat and clean in the front end. I think they got to blend very, very good there from shoulder to full rib, be strong coming out of the backside of their blade, level hipped, correct in terms of their skeleton, and still get around and go like a good breeding female should. So I'm not sure if there's just one thing in particular. I've been able to follow her pretty good. And when you get into this many cattle and this deep, I think it just comes down to which cattle just have the least amount of issues. Not saying that there hasn't been good cattle stand there towards the bottom end of the class, but that's just how good and how deep this kind of show is. And as the show judge, I think you got to make some difficult decisions.
Now, I was going to ask you this earlier. I was informed that you can get a $10,000 scholarship for one of these breeds. Is that breed specific, or you can win two, right?
Yep. So Paige and I talked about it earlier. Sorry if you're having to listen to this again. Something so unique about San Antonio is the scholarships that they give away. And yep. So when you win your breed here in the Junior Breeding Heifer Show, if you haven't already maxed out your scholarship, you'll be awarded a $10,000 scholarship to be used in a Texas public university, such as Texas A&M, West Texas A&M, Texas Tech, University of Texas, Baylor, all sorts of those things. Not TCU. That's private. Can't be used there. I guess Baylor as well is also private. But then you can go ahead and win two of those scholarships, max out at $20,000, and then tonight we'll have our Supreme British and Continental Drive. And if you haven't maxed out, if you do get a piece of the British or the Continentals, you'll win an additional $5,000 scholarship. So a lot of scholarship opportunity at this show. And I know for myself speaking, that it's done a lot of good for me and a lot of good for juniors around the state of Texas.
That's awesome.
That's really what they're saying. Fast clap. They run the same paths there tonight. Well, it just concluded over there on the Red Angus side. So now they have made their way through almost all of the British breeds. I know we still have the Polled Herefords to go, but a lot of great females that have been shown throughout the British breeds. It'll be extremely enjoyable tonight to sit out here and kind of see who takes home the top honors in the British division. I know that's a division that I was always after and competing towards, and there's been a lot of great cattle that have had success not only at this show, but at countless other shows around the country that have then found themselves here at the San Antonio Stock Show here at the Supreme Drive. So it's always been neat for me to see, there's a lot of people here in the state of Texas that are competitive, like to stay competitive at the Texas majors, and sometimes that's the only shows they go to. And they don't go out to some of those national shows, and vice versa. Some that show both at national, state, and then come here to the majors. And then when you kind of get to mesh both of those sets of cattle and go toe to toe together, I think some fun, interesting things have happened over the years. And I think it's just a testament to the quality of livestock that we have, from sea to shining sea, as some might say.
Yeah, I know Mason's big deal is always the lights shine a little brighter in Alamo City, and it's certainly true today. I've been impressed with families that I see in Oklahoma and at other national shows that I'm at. Just these cattle go to so many competitive events and they're clipped so many times. They've held hair. These families keep them extremely fresh. Today it's not cold. It's plenty warm out. I'm in a short sleeve golf shirt up here and wish I was in shorts, but these cattle are holding up great. This facility is awesome. The fans have kept it really cool. It's been awesome.
I would say, don't know if we're blessed. It just kind of depends on how you look at it. If you're the American cattle here earlier in the week, kind of got some warmer temps, I'm sure you were all for it. I've also been here at the show, and it's been about 10 degrees and solid ice, and I've seen slick shear steers and horse blankets throughout the night, just trying to keep them warm. So you can kind of get anything here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. I know here in South Central Texas, we got temps that are going to hit the 90s here as we get later into the week. And we've also, like I said, seen temps that are 10. So it's an interesting place. It's beautiful. We're right out here by the hill country, and then you work your way down kind of in the Rio Grande Valley. If you go south, if you want to go east back towards God country, going towards Houston, then you kind of get in some rolling hills. Then you work your way down just a little more east, and you can get in the rice paddies. So there's kind of everything. Just in a few short hours, there's a lot of differences in terms of terrain and scenery, and some absolutely killer Mexican food. I know when we moved to North Texas, that was probably the thing that hurt my mom the most, was just the difference in Mexican food. Just not quite as authentic. Queso doesn't taste quite as good. So anytime I'm back down here, I will go as far as driving a couple hours out of my way just to go back and get some of that food that I got to grow up on.
Favorite Mexican restaurant down south?
Well, that's pretty easy. So I would have grown up there in Schulenburg, Texas, about an hour and a half from here, and then we got into I moved schools there my seventh grade year, and went to school at Flatonia, right there west of Schulenburg. And there's a little Mexican restaurant called Jose Cito's. When I tell you, it is far and away the best stuff I've ever had. If I go, I'll order about 4 things so I can stuff my face there for a second, and then get the rest of it for to-go boxes as I make my travels on all around the state. So that would be the best. There was some good places in Schulenburg there, but that was the very best. Enchiladas are phenomenal.
Steaming hot plate of enchiladas with all the cheese and onions.
With all the cheese and onions, and a guacamole salad, as the great Robert Earl Keane says. And we got to watch Robert Earl Keane last night there at the rodeo. I also got to watch the ranch rodeo, so that was really, really fun. Another opportunity through Top Judge and through the great staff here at San Antonio. Wouldn't have been made possible without them. We're getting a little closer here in the senior yearling division, and with these females, the road will go on forever and the party will never end.
The staff here is just incredible. I was talking with Shane just how much work it even takes just to keep the turf clean, keep cattle coming in and out. I know the judges are doing an efficient job, but it's amazing how fast these cattle come in and are able to be cycled throughout the day, whether it's in their class or division or respective breed drives. It's really just it's almost an assembly line of cattle, regardless of breed. They do an excellent job here of just getting stuff in and out and still getting a great look while they're in here.
For sure. I know in my experiences, it's you got to keep your head on a swivel, or you're going to miss your class. So we're going to turn it over to Miss Terry Barber.
If you guys will give these exhibitors a nice round of applause again. Really a nice senior division. We had some numbers that were deeper in some of the classes, but the quality's really, really nice. We get these females back out here and probably got the most variation of any of the lineup, I think, in terms of divisions for breeds today. And it's obviously due to some geographic and environmental factors. We've got some age differences, obviously, but definitely some size differences more so than the other divisions in these seniors. But I think when we look back and analyze these, I think the class winners are all very, very exceptional. There was a couple of heifers, I think, that kind of rose to the top of this division, and they were really close in class. We're going to keep them together today. It's going to be your youngest two heifers. They'll be your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
And there's our senior champions, both coming out of class 13. Our senior champion is Jarrett Worrell, Mason County 4-H, and second, Graham Creamer, Ellis County 4-H, will be our reserve senior champion. Our first.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Arena.
Just to reiterate what Dr. Pierce just said, your champion in that division would have been exhibited by Jarrett Worrell, and your reserve would be the legendary Graham Creamer.
Pretty legendary.
Yeah, we'll see here in the next couple of years. I know Graham's about 10 years old, but he's got the genetics to really grow. I know he's got
lots of natural performance.
A lot of natural performance. He's got his older brother in Grady and an older brother in Gage. Grady there, he's a junior at Stephenville High School. He would have won that second division. An incredible offensive lineman there for Stephenville High School. And then middle brother Gage, he was the same age as my little brother, to be 14. And he used to be, like I said, about knee high for a majority of my life. And now he's about 6'4" in 8th grade. So we'll see what Graham's got going.
Yeah.
And kind of see, what his
that
growth
spread
looks
EPD
like.
looks like.
Yeah, we'll see what that growth EPD looks like. So, Blake, is this your first time watching the San Antonio Junior Heifer Show, kind of in person?
Yep, in person it is. I've seen bits and pieces. I think one year I actually watched Landry Allen. I don't know if you know him, is from Bar A, but yeah, he was showing a Hereford female here once that I watched online, but in person, yep, this is my first go round, and it's been exceptional.
Well, I know you step foot here on the green turf in terms of the livestock judging contest. I'm sure it's a little different, kind of being up here on this, I don't even know what do you call this.
I'd say the stage.
The stage. Slipped my mind. Second. But once again, absolutely phenomenal Hereford lineup. Terry Barber has done a phenomenal job throughout the day. And like you could probably have caught on to, this is a breed that is near and dear to my heart, and has molded me into who I am today. I'm just super thankful for that, and for all these people. I know I got a lot of family friends here in this ring, exhibiting cattle and their families behind them that do such a phenomenal job and are just good-hearted people. And that warms my heart, and I'm just thankful that I got to be a part of it, got to be raised up in it. And got to be raised up, alongside Miss Barber's family as well.
Will present our opinion and reserve changing matters in our beautiful Hereford show. And if you're interested in joining this organization, if you're looking for membership, be sure again we'll do that following the conclusion of our whole Hereford email show. So again, thank you for being here, and we're certainly supportive of the Cowgirl Hobby.
A nice class over here to
get our Keisha started, and the Chrome Dove heifer is the one that I'm going to use to start with. I think it's a heifer that's really good in terms of a base whip and a
Just to update you here on some pedigrees, the champion out of that last division would have been raised by Trent Ray there in Oklahoma. She would be a Red Kingdom out of a cow from Express. And your reserve would be a Red River raised by the Sashery family. There, Scott and Bailey doing a phenomenal job. Just some young breeders that I got to grow up around and show with, and now turned into some pretty great family friends that are doing a good job. Trent does a phenomenal job up there raising good kind of a stock regardless of breed.
Stand. He's one that can really give you a nice look. He's got the cattle.
So what all falls on the other side of the ring as far as the ORBs? Is that
So ORBs, it's kind of open to anything. I know it's Continentals. I shouldn't say it's open to anything. The Continentals, so that'll be your maintainers. That'll be your low percentage keys, your Charlet composites. I know your Limflexes now will show in your Lemmy show together with your purebred Lemmies, but tainers, Charlet composites, main Angus, low percentage keys.
Yeah, I guess those are keys. That's my bad, but you did answer my point.
That is the key show. I apologize. For those of y'all that have been to a Texas major, it is a little hard to differentiate between the ORB show and the key show, just because of that percentage there in the keys, and pretty much a lot of those breeds that are in the ORBs likewise have some sort of Kenya influence.
So why
As Miss Barber kind of wraps things up, just one thing that I wanted to say for those of y'all just watching the Hereford show, I think it's commendable, just the quality that we've had today, and the job that she's done and keeping integrity as the number one thing. I know it's tough. It'd be tough for me to go out here and be amongst some of the people that you're around day in and day out, but she is just done what she likes, and that's extremely commendable and honorable. And as a Texas kid, it's tough to go out and judge some of these Texas majors, and they don't call very many people from the state of Texas for that reason. And just kind of projecting my future out if I ever had the opportunity, I know how tough it would be, and it's just been really neat to see someone born and raised in Texas, still has a lot of Texas ties, come in here and just kind of do what she thinks.
Looks like we're about to wrap things up here on the Hereford side, and we'll hear what our judge has to say.
Thank you. Over here on the pole side, we've had just a tremendous show. Let's give everyone out here a nice round of applause. Thank you all for being here as well. It's an honor to have you from out of town. Definitely a pleasure to sort these cattle. I think we get all three of these division champions and reserves back out. And in my opinion, they're as stout as any breed we've seen today. They always bring some heat in this pole division, and certainly today's no exception. I think all three of these females are just ultra good. I'd be proud to have any of them in my herd and have so many different ways to use them in a breeding program. And it speaks volumes to you young people as breeders and exhibitors, and you've done an outstanding job today. I'm not going to go back and speak each of the heifers in the individual divisions. They, I think, speak for themselves out here. There's a couple of heifers I think really surfaced to the top, and they're still stuck with me. So I'll go out and show you the two that I like best today. Congratulations again to you exhibitors. It's been an honor to judge your show.
Main Anjou Heifers to the North Staging Arena. Main Anjou Heifers, we need classes 1 and 2 in the North Staging Arena.
your champion polled Hereford heifer exhibited by
And our
that would be Mr. Kramer. They're out of the second division. We'll go ahead and see what she's going to do for reserve. Congratulations to Grady and his family. A great day for them. Won the horn show this morning, then turn around, come back here and win the pole show. Great family. Congratulations to them once again. Your reserve comes out of our senior division. That would be Jarrett Worrell. Congratulations. Absolutely awesome Polled Hereford heifer show. It was nice joining y'all. So long.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, if you're just hopping on here on the main Angus side of things, my name is Blake Jansen. I'm from Oklahoma and was fortunate enough to be a part of our top judge program this year and will be helping commentate along the show. I really enjoyed my time this morning with Shane Bedwell on the Lemmy side and just wrapped up in the tail end of the polled Herefords. But a little bit about me, I grew up with main Angus cattle and so really respect this breed and what they bring to the table. I think a really versatile kind of cattle that do a lot of things right and excited to see what shows up today. But class one is going to be some April and May females here. Already looks like there's plenty of quality and plenty of decisions to be made here within this particular grouping. But I'm sure we'll have someone else. I'll hop you on here in a few minutes. But for now, we'll see what our judge, Miss Barber, has in mind.
For this first class, which we have 6, there's a bunch of 2s and 1s and pretty much through the whole show. So let's start bringing down classes 2, 3, and 4. We need you to the north staging area. After class 1, class 2 has 2, class 3 has 2, and class 4 has 2. So need to get them here. Start bringing your main Anjou heifers, and that's pretty much all the way through the show. So let's start being ready in our main Anjou junior heifer show.
Joining us on our main Angus side is Alexandra. Hails from Tennessee, Rocky Top gal, and couldn't be more excited to talk things along here with her as we go through our first class of mains. A lot of variety in this cattle, lots of different types.
Yeah, I couldn't leave you up here all by yourself talking.
Well, I appreciate it'd be a lost ship without a sail up here. I'm sure they'll certainly enjoy it more without just my voice commentating through stuff.
Got a really nice class. Sorry there, Jared. Got a really nice class of mains here to start this side. A lot of quality and a lot of depth in this initial placing here. I think the combination female, when she kind of just settles down and gets her feet under, is this young lady's heifer that's going to start the class. She gives you as nice a look from the side. She's got that extra depth of fore and rear rib. Tremendous from hooks to pins, and I love the elevation and the angulation of her shoulder. And when she finally does kind of get out and she's now being really, really good for you, I think you really appreciate her in terms of her strength of stride. She's got a good substance of bone, a good foot in her. I think just a really, really nice place to start the class. The heifer in second, again, ultra high quality female that's nice and neat up through that shoulder and that front end. She's equally good right behind her shoulder. Heifer that maybe not quite as long from hooks to pins, but this is an ultra refined female. I think another really, really nice show heifer. The one in third, heifer that's strong down her top line. She's probably not as extended through her front end, not as long a necked as the two in front of her, but a female that gets out and tracks well. She's got some good shape to her side and gives you a nice look as well. Then we got a big, powerful heifer here coming next. She gets a little rounder. She's a little coarser for me. I'd like to just maybe give her a little more angulation and extension through her front end, but I really like the shape and the size and top that she gives you. She's extremely heavy muscled in that quarter. She's long-bodied as well. Like I said, just like to give her a little more angulation and femininity through the front end. Nice black heifer here coming next. Just a lighter made, kind of a frailer made heifer, if you will, compared to the ones in front. But she's certainly got a nice production look about her. She's extended and she's sound on her feet and legs. The red heifer here bringing up the class, another really heavy muscled heifer. We just need to free her up on both ends and give her a little more depth of rib to go higher.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
From Giddings FFA and 6, shown by Kinsey Barty, New Waverly FFA. Leading in class number 2, so classes 3 and 4, be ready. We got small classes in these main Anjou heifer shows, so be ready.
I think we've got 29 heifers today in the main Anjou side, so not huge on numbers, but obviously just like any other breed that's shown across the turf today, quality is exceptional. Makes it really, really tough. I know in the Lemmies, Shane and I were talking, maybe they even thought about using both the calves, and luckily there was still quality on down the line and exceptional bred female that ends up winning, but it makes it tough. These kids are going for a $10,000 scholarship if they win their breed, and apologize if you've heard that across the day, but if you are just tuning in, there's a lot out here to show for, and I think that speaks volumes because these kids do a great job of getting their cattle stuck. Their cattle are clipped in and presented exceptional. Surely makes the job easier on Miss Barber, but the quality still makes it plenty tough.
Couple of March heifers here on the main side. Two really high quality females. Definitely could stand more competition for this age bracket as well. The female that wins the class, she does so on her structural soundness. She's just got so much more integrity from the ground up. For the heifer here in second, she's got a great angulation through her shoulder. She's high quality, deep ribbed, like the extra extension she has through that front end. But again, she's so fluid and so gentle in terms of her movement. She just wins for me today. The heifer in second, strong top line. This heifer's got some nice depth of forerib. She's good through her front end, maybe not quite as sweet through that point of the shoulder. Where we'd like to just soften her up is on those rear pasterns and from her hock down, but she gives you a killer look from the side, and both young ladies done a really nice job with these heifers. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge, for that overview.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Class 3 here coming in would be February females. Only 2 head, maybe 1 scratch. Looks like we've got a single entry at the
Just
moment.
one.
But perfect, yeah. Missing one, but we'll keep rolling through 'em.
Here on our main side, we've got a nice single entry, a February born heifer. Definitely a lot of quality and I think production about this female. A really long, extended front end. The heifer's strong down her top line. She's relatively sound off her feet and legs. I'd like to see her stride just a hair longer once you ask her to move, but she's really long spined and she's got some depth of rib. A female that puts a lot of nice things together. It'll be nice to have you back here for division. Congratulations on your single entry.
And Class 3 winner, Kale Trailer from Willis FFA. Congratulations. Bring in our Class 4 females. We got 2 in this class. Class 7, we need you in the North Staging Arena. Class 7. 2 entries in Class 7, so Class 8, be ready.
Two entries here and class 4, pair of January females. They present a lot of quality. Not exactly alike, but shown by 2 young men. Looks like they've had their fair share of days in the ring. Older gentlemen that I'm sure have had a lot of quality time and a lot of hard work behind these projects over the years.
No, that's always the fun thing about coming to events like these. You know, you get to see 2 kids like that are older, maybe getting to the end of showing in this ring. But then you have kids that you have the really young ones just starting out, maybe their first time bringing a calf to town. It's just really nice to see exhibitors of all ages coming out here.
Oh yeah, it's funny to me is the young ones are tough. It's hard to
Oh,
show
they
around them little
are.
guys
They're
anymore.
they're really intense.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of versatility within the main breed, being able to go home and whether you want to keep them, highs and 3/4 and raise pures or maybe you want to cross something else and try to maintain a route or even making show steers. I think I was glad it was a breed that I participated in, had a lot of value and a lot of versatility when I was done showing, just breeding them wise and marketing cattle out of past show heifers. And so I think that's exciting for these young people as they move forward and finish their show career.
Just a couple of heifers here again on our main side. A lot of quality, not as many in these classes, but certainly heifers that bring some functionality and some real world production to this particular age class. Heifer that wins the class, I just think she's more complete from head to toe. This heifer is just sounder off her feet and legs. I really like her extra extension through her front end. She's strong in that top line and she's very correct from her hock down. The heifer in second, probably more expressive in her muscle. She might have some more depth of that forerib compared to the class winner, but a female that just gets a little narrower when you put her on the move. She gets a little high and roachy in her top, but certainly a lot of production, a lot of body width. Two really, really nice heifers.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Class winner in Class 1 and number is going to exhibitor number 32-430, Zane Wilson, and second place in that class, 12-335, Andrew Kimbrough from Trinity FFA. That's our last class in this respective division. We'll bring those 4 class winners and their seconds in and get us a look at who's going to win our first division. A lot of impactful cattle that have came in. I think they embody main and Jew cattle as far as having a shot more punch, shot more power, and a little more bone and foot underneath him for sure. But I think Terry's done an awesome job so far in finding cattle that are structurally correct, keeping function in mind. She talks a lot of productive traits and whatnot. And so nice to see that. Certainly, I'm sure she'll find an excellent division winner here to kick off the main and Jew side of things and looking forward to it.
She's done a great job all day across all breeds, finding one that not only just has kind of the fundamental characteristics of making a good cow, but one that you still like to look at. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a show.
Right. Yeah, you got to take a picture with them. I know we talked, being from Tennessee, you got to have them sound, but man, it's nice if you're going to throw a halter on them that they're a little good looking too.
It's really nice if you can, look at them and just be like really happy with them and be happy standing in a backdrop with them.
Right.
I know we all, especially our part of the world, we're like, we really need them to be as sound as can be, but personally still like them to have some punch, but at the end of the day, it's really nice if it's not just a plain looking thing.
Yep.
Ringside here on the mains, please put your hands together and give these young exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really a nice first division here. We've got some variation in size and design, but I think overall these class winners are very, very uniform, very high quality and highly presented. The females, I think that surfaced from these class winners, certainly indicative of being out here in this drive. It's going to be kind of fun to see them when we come back out with the older heifers, but there's a couple heifers that just kind of stuck out to me when I saw them in class, and we get them back out here and they're equally impressive. I'll go show you the two I like the best. Congratulations to each of your exhibitors.
And our winner comes to us out of class number 2, exhibited by Layla Houghton, Shepherd FFA. And reserve comes out of class number 1, Kinley Rankin, Liberty County 4-8.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
I think we started to see a shot more chrome on some of these main cattle, and I think some of that's the bull battery, but I know they've only got to be 3/4 to be considered a high main, but I've seen some white face females, definitely
yeah.
some more white on their feet, but like this particular female here, she's got all
The
sorts of
first one
painted up.
coming
So
in, yeah. When the second one's got a lot of white on her flank and belly.
yep,
So no, I mean, especially when you go to like the Maine Junior Nationals, they'll get in that Maine on Jew show. Typically, you used to see them and it's just all black. Now they've got a lot more
right,
color to
yeah,
them.
yeah. There'll be something, a shot stouter in their bone work, and they have a shot more punch with some white on their face, and I think you found a decent semi, and they'll actually have some more mane in them than what a guy would think, but.
These are November and Decembers, right?
Yep.
Got it.
Same age class here. I think the female that wins this class, she's just more authoritative with her movement and her foot structure. I really like the way she covers her tracks around the ring. As far as her depth of rib, I think she probably has a little advantage there too in that lower 1/3. Just a really attractive female from the side. Probably has an advantage in terms of bone size as well. Just really high quality and nicely presented. Young man's heifer in second, another really deep-sided, long spined heifer. I like her in terms of her moderate frame size. I think when you get behind her, maybe just not as stout from behind. I'd like to just give her a little more flex on those pasterns to move better today. But two really, really nice heifers and well presented.
Results of Class 7. Winning the class is Robert Searles, Frio County 4-H. Second in class number 7, shown by Kyron Rodriguez, Sinton FFA. Bring in Class 8 to the North Judging Arena. So Class 9 and 10, we need your Main Anjou females to the North Staging Arena. Classes 9 and 10, Main Anjou females.
Well, as they're bringing those Class 8 females in out of Class 7, your champion goes to Exhibitor 22-519. That's Robert Surlis from Frio County 4-H. And in second, Exhibitor number 26-328, Kyron Rodriguez from Sinton FFA. Looks like we're starting to heat up. Had plenty of good heifers come in here so far, but some females that shot more
Class
age
here,
on.
Regardless of what she weighed, they're small.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance.
Really a high quality main heifer class over here. We've got two just really stout powerhouses to be 1 and 2 here. The heifer that wins this class. She's just undeniable in terms of her mass and her body shape. She gives you a beautiful profile. She's sound off her feet and legs. She's got a little attitude today, but you're doing a great job maintaining her. I just really like the strength down her top. Like I said, she just shows so much shape and volume. I really appreciate that. Save this last breed to be the orneriest, I see. Well, back to our top pair. Again, I just think she's a very, very complete female. She's got a lot of quality and a lot of eye appeal, and she's going to be a fun one to keep in the show ring and the donor pin when you're done. Heifer in second, really, really like her. She's probably the soggiest middled. She's got a lot of flex in her spine. She's sound off her feet and legs as well. She's probably not as smooth at the point of her shoulder, maybe not as expressive when you see her from the side, but certainly a female that has a lot of production. She's got a good look about her as well. Just two really high quality females. Heifer here in third just kind of closely follows our top two. She's a logical placing here. She doesn't overpower you in terms of her depth or her muscle, but she's sound off her feet and legs, and she gives you a nice look. She's in great condition for this age, and the young lady's done a nice job presenting her today. The heifer that rounds up the class here, the feisty one, baldy heifer that you really like, that strength down her top. She's stout off her feet and legs. She's got a lot of bone. We'd just like to free her up probably on both ends and give her a little more refinement about that head and neck. Again, a really nice class winner. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Barber, for that critique of.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
It goes to Kaylee Anderson and second, Hadley Whitley. They're class winners, BBR prefix, blind badger, and would have raised that particular female. Really stout, big hipped one there that wins that particular class. Presented very, very well. Congratulations to that young lady. And got a real combed up one coming here in class 9. We'll be able to listen to Terry's thoughts.
A really moderate framed, a single entry main heifer over here, stout set of feet and legs under, female that's in nice condition. Appreciate her from her hooks and her pins. She's got some body width to go with that. Just a really upstanding heifer. If anything, we maybe lay her in a little smooth at the point of her shoulder, but that heifer's got some depth of rib and flank, and she just balances really, really nicely. You've done a nice job getting her trained today. Congratulations.
And winning class 9 is Kinsley Swarsbach from College Park FFA. Congratulations to you. Bring in class number 10, main Anjou females. Following the completion of class 10, we'll select our junior division winners. So class 13, main Anjou heifers, we need you to the north staging area. There's no class 14, so Class 15, 13 and 15. We need both those main on Jew heifers to the north staging arena.
Man, what a high caliber trio of them coming in here now. We got big-footed, stout kind of females in the ring at the moment. I have no doubt that something coming out of this particular division will surely be competitive going on.
It gets exciting when we get into these older heifers as we get up in ages. Just get to see a shot more bone, a shot more spread and dimension to them. It gets really exciting when we get up further and deeper into our show.
Oh yeah, I mean we got families here. I think they do an incredible job just across. I know two of these potential exhibitors in here. I don't know the third young lady, but I know the Holder family. They're just from going to school to Lubbock and showing some steers and gotten into the heifer side of things and really showed some nice females as well as Barreloos. Got to judge some of their cattle at Midland County, and I know they've had some success with the heifer shows this year. And so my congratulations to both of them and every one of these females looks like the routine at home is intensive, like they're cared upon very meticulously. And so, no matter how this shakes off, my hat's off to them. They've done an excellent job getting their cattle presented and fed for today's show, and a tough trio of them here, no doubt. I might be getting off the mic here real quick and leaving y'all with Alexandra, but I've thoroughly enjoyed my time talking through multiple breeds today. And I want to thank the Top Judge Program in San Antonio for having us out and all the sponsors that make this possible. Great cattle, an awesome set of kids. Good luck and thank y'all, and thanks for tuning in.
It's a really nice trio of manes over here. These black heifers have an awful lot of quality to bring to this class. I think the top two are pretty close to me. I think there's probably a little bit more extension, a little more boldness of rib, just a little more brood cow look about this one. The young lady's got love her from her front end back. I think she just balances tremendously well. And again, she really wants to get out and move. She's kind of held back. Third one coming in that ring, but when she lets her go and gets on the gas, man, this girl can cover her tracks. I just think she's very elegant and very well presented today. The heifer in second, I think she's probably the most closely powerful one. She's probably a little deeper in the center portion of her rib, and I don't think it detracts from her balance. She's a really rugged, big-footed, big-boned heifer. She's wide-pinned. She's maybe not quite as long when you compare her to that class winner, but that's an awful good one. Just want to kind of make sure she doesn't get too briskety there. I think she's got a really elegant front end with a lot of slope to her shoulder. Just manage her in terms of her condition, but that's an awfully good one as well. Then the third heifer here, she's probably the leaner one of the trio out here, and I like that about her. She's light conditioned. I'd just like to free her up on both ends. She just needs to be able to move a little better today, but she's awfully long-sided. She's got a brood cow look about her, and she's going to make a really nice cow when you're done here in the ring. All three very, very well presented. Congratulations again to your class winner.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Classes 13 and 15, we need you to the North Staging Arena in our Main on Jew Heifer Show. Classes 13.
ringside on our main show, please give these youngsters a nice round of applause. Really, really nice division. We've got some tremendous first class heifers out here. We had a few classes with just a couple in them, and maybe not as much depth on quantity, but the quality certainly there. Not going to go back and retalk all these heifers, but I think there's a couple out here that certainly stand out, and it gets pretty close in my mind. You get them back out here, and they're just tremendous individuals with a lot of show ring quality. They're super broody in terms of their depth of rib. They've got that maternal look about them, just ultra high quality. I'll go out and select the two that I like the best today, and we'll bring y'all back out for the grand drive here in a little bit. Congratulations to all of you out here in the ring.
Our junior division on our main on Jew side. We've just selected our junior champions. Our champion comes to us out of class number 8, shown by Kaylee Anderson, Hardin FFA. Congratulations. And our reserve comes to us out of class number 10, shown by Boston Barillo from Midland County 4-H. Congratulations to our champion in our junior division, along with all those youngsters who showed in classes 7 through 10.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Here's a really competitive class, a lot of differences to talk. There's not one that just comes out and jumps out at me, but the ones that have surfaced to the top, I think, are the most complete. They're sound. I think all of these heifers have good feet and legs under them. You know, they're not just tremendous in terms of their heel depth, but they're very sound and they're very functional. The heifer that wins this class, I think, is the most extended through her front end. I like her from her knee down, and then she carries that strength of top and levelness from hooks to pins really well. I think just a very functional female that surfaces to the top. The heifer here in second probably has more shape, true shape when you study her and her muscle design. She's a female that gets a little bit weaker behind that shoulder compared to our class winner. But again, tremendous in terms of her width, the pin. She's good from the knee down, a big stout featured female. She's got a nice up-headed look about her, a lot of balance and a lot of style, very, very nicely presented. The smaller framed, more moderate female of this group is the one here in third. And I think she probably tracks as good as any of them. When you ask her to move, she takes a long free stride. She's sound off her feet and legs. She just probably doesn't have the performance of the two in front of her today, but that's a really nice moderate framed heifer that you can do a lot with. You've done a really nice job with her. Then we get into two bigger, stouter females, equally good. This is a nice stout black heifer. She's probably a little bit coarser about her shoulder from that standpoint. Would maybe like to just tie her in a little tighter at the top of that shoulder, but a world of volume, and she's long-sided, again, big-footed, just a heifer that gives you a lot of maternal broodiness. The red heifer that winds up the class here, another really nice condition female. Young man's done a great job feeding her. This heifer's really expressive in her muscle. I think she's deep in terms of that fore and rear rib. A heifer that maybe just gets a little plainer about her head and neck, maybe not as attractive from her hock down to the ground, but still she gets out and tracks well. Just ran into some big power in this class, but really well presented. Congratulations.
Results of Class 13, winning the class, Cutter Dorsey, Lubbock County 4-H. Second goes to Harper Simpson, Merkel FFA. Third, Aaron Cruzel, Sealy FFA. Fourth, Larkin Flores, Liberty County 4-H. And fifth, Gage Seymour, El Campo FFA.
Really nice division over here.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Heifers to the north staging area at this time. Need our heifer and junior division winners. our calf and junior division winners to the north staging area from our main Anjou show.
Now in the rings, our last class of main Anjou females, just 2 entries. Uh, these 2 females range in age from September to December of 2023 before we roll right into our last division and then our grand champion drive of main Anjou females.
A nice duo to wrap this last division class up, and 2 heifers that are quite a bit different, really. Frame size, they're fairly similar. These are older females that you'd sure like to see a little further in production at this point, but I think they're coming along just fine. They're in good condition. The heifer that wins the class just has more balance and style and eye appeal about her. She's stronger in her top line and level her out from hooks to pins. You put her on the move, and she tracks well. She could reach a little better. She could have a little more flex on those pasterns, but it's not impeding her today. I really like her for that extra extension she has through her head and neck, and I think that's where she excels, the heifer here in second. This heifer is more refined about her foot size and her bone. She's a good condition female as well. Long-sided. She's just not quite as powerful and as heavy constructed as our class winner. And I think where she's maybe just behind her is just that extra extension through her front end, but still very broody and maternal in her look. 2 really nice heifers.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Out and pick our champion main female here in just a second.
Please put your hands together down here on our main side for this division. We've got some really nice heifers out here vying for this one. Came out of some tough classes, and we talked them individually. I think you get these two class winners back out here, and a lot of quality and eye appeal on these females. That first class winner, you get her back out here, and she's just as stout as anything out here for her age. Good on her feet and legs, and then sew up headed and laid in nice at the point of her shoulder. A female that you get behind her, and she sure doesn't disappoint you. Heifer that won that last class, female that's just ultra refined, a lot of quality also about her head and neck. A little bit different in terms of her pastern set compared to the one that's in front of her, but two really, really eye appealing and ideal females. I appreciate their frame size and their maturity, the condition that y'all have them in today. I'll go out and select your champion and reserve of this division. Congratulations to all of you.
And our senior division winner comes to us out of class number 13, shown by Cutter Dorsey, Lubbock County 4-H.
Fun class here to sort through.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Really much for this advantage out here in a pretty good class.
Winning our last division is Cutter Dorsey out of Class 13. And reserve went to Harper Simpson out of Class 15. Now we are in our grand champion Main on Jew Heifer Drive. We'll hear from Terry here shortly.
Give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. It's been a really nice show. Certainly want to thank everyone that's helped line up in the back today, and our excellent ring help and superintendents and everybody on the announcer stand. Y'all, you go all out into a first class event every year, and I can't thank you enough for making this such an enjoyable event. I think when we get these females back out here, and this is our final one on this side before our Supreme Drive, I think these 6 individuals are just extremely stout. Incredibly good show presence about them. They're sound off their feet and legs. We talked about them in class in their respective division, about the quality and just the overall eye appeal and power they bring. And mains are a force to reckon with. They're based on a lot of good things and a lot of good herds. So certainly be proud to take any of these 6 home and do some fun things with a breeding program. But there's a couple of heifers that just kind of stuck with me today. They still are my favorite 2 out here. And I'm going to go out and select those as champion and reserve. Congratulations to all 6 of you.
Again, I'd like to thank Ms. Terry Barber for being with us here today and working through our Hereford, Simmental, Shorthorn, Polled Hereford, and Main on Jew females this morning and afternoon. She did a super job of working with all the youngsters and certainly selected some outstanding winners. And there's our winner in our Main on Jew Junior Heifer Show 2026 San Antonio. Both coming out of our junior division. Our grand champion shown by Kaylee Anderson from Hardin FFA. And our reserve champion also comes to us from the junior divisions, shown by Boston Barlow from Midland County 4-H. Congratulations to all the youngsters that showed Main on.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here. Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Part of this and to get to talk through a couple of divisions today. Thank you for listening, and that's all we have on this side.